A new flash flood warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, guys, how's it going today? Crunchy beef tacos. How's it going? Sarah's in here. Claudia, thanks for joining us. All right, big severe weather day. I was going to get started a little bit ago, but you guys may have saw on socials, we decided to hold off until the Storm Prediction Center live briefing that they had on their live on YouTube now too. They've done a few of those since some administrative changes over at the Storm Prediction Center. And I think they've been really helpful in some of the higher end severe weather days to have some of those briefings. Went a little bit longer than I expected, but I think, as I said on social media, unless something went really crazy, I was hoping to wait till that briefing was done. We did get a few tornado warnings during that last half hour briefing. The one is basically in northwest or northeast Missouri and western Illinois. That has crossed into areas into Illinois. Tornado warning continues there. Hancock County. It's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes and quarter-size hail. Funnel cloud has been reported by trained spotters. This was a storm that was mentioned on the briefing just in the last 30 minutes of that briefing. The probability for tornadoes by the SPC algorithm went up in that storm. It does look like it was stronger just a few minutes ago. It was a little bit more of an organized supercell. The one question mark today, and it's been a question mark with the SPC, it's been noted in their forecast, is how discrete these cells can maintain themselves. Particularly, the Storm Prediction Center is watching this area here, kind of a prefrontal complex of storms. If those can stay more discrete, that's going to be a higher end chance of severe weather. And that's one of the reasons why there's the tornado watch in place. There may be, this is back along the cold front here, a squall line that develops, a pretty solid line of severe thunderstorms that would have some embedded tornado signatures in it. But really, the expectation is this squall line is going to produce hurricane force winds up into the 75, potentially higher kind of range as that gets going. There are a couple tornado warnings with the more intense part of that forming squall line. There's a cluster of storms here in northern parts of Missouri. 2 tornado warnings now. The newest one is for Macon County, and that is a storm moving east at 40 miles an hour near Callow. We'll take a look at that in a little more detail in just a minute or so. A rotation track picks up that rotation near Elmer, just along and south of the La Plata area. There's another tornado warning cell near Kirksville just a little bit ago. Looks like that has moved out of the tornado warned area. And that was the second tornado warning of this next cluster of storms. Yeah, that was a little bit more organized. You can see the kind of a embedded supercell feature there just a few minutes ago. So that was a little bit more organized about a half hour ago. We are seeing development. There is a new severe thunderstorm watch. That includes a couple of tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to tennis ball size. So if you're out here in most of Missouri and the I-44 corridor, park the car in the garage tonight because it's going to be rocking and rolling later. Tennis ball size hail and then scattered wind gusts 75 miles an hour are likely. That has extended now down into Oklahoma, including Oklahoma City, and all the way down to the Red River, Seymour, and Vernon, Texas. Little bit more conditional, but models have generally shown that the line is going to unzip down the cold front, producing isolated hail and especially a damaging wind threat. So it looks like that's going to continue a pretty widespread severe weather day. We do have a lot of severe warnings. We'll have more tornado warnings as the afternoon and evening continues. And as I say on some of the big severe weather days, if I'm not covering your specific storm, just know you may have to take your tornado safety precautions, even if we're not covering that specific storm. We'll try and get to them, though, when we can. That newest watch, that goes until 10 p.m. Central. Scattered hail up to 2 inches. That's about lime-size hail. Scattered wind gusts 70 miles an hour and frequent lightning. Stillwater, Seminole, Oklahoma City, Norman Metro, Ada, over to Altus and Lawton, and then across into Texas, Vernon, Wichita Falls, and Seymour, Texas. So a big severe weather day across the Midwest. Real quick, I will move eastward. We have still that squall line developing. We'll see if we get any more organization out of these prefrontals as well. The original morning mesoscale convective system, the MCS, the remnants of that are working across areas in northern Indiana, around South Bend and Knox, Indiana. No longer severe warning, but there's some isolated chance that it might have some gusty winds in there. It's not a tornado risk, really. But that MCS has draped a ton of rain-cooled air and an outflow boundary that's essentially acting as a warm front along this area from about Kankakee back through Strader, Lacone, just north of Peoria. South of that boundary, it is a very warm and moist, humid air mass. And let's see. Get a few of these things off here. But yeah, that air mass is starting to recover a little bit. You can see behind this, around the Chicago area, it's kind of in the 70s, low 70s. But just in the last little while, about up to that I-74 corridor, pushing about 80 degrees. Back where that thunderstorm is in Macomb, it's 85, feels like 97. That is hot and humid, a dew point of 79. So 85 over 79, that is certainly some pretty nasty conditions. You can see here, this is recovery on this graph here. After that MCS work through around, what location is this? This is at Lacone, this near Chillicothe, Illinois. This is a good example here. That boundary work through, it dropped down to about 70 degrees. And just in the last hour or so, it's gone back up from 68. Looks like a low of 68 all the way up to 79 degrees. And a dew point has also recovered. Yeah, the dew point got down to about 65. And now that dew point is up close to 70. So we have boundary recovery across this area in north central Ohio, or north central Illinois. The question mark a little bit, the question mark is, does this get further to the north? So Chicago, there is a little bit of a question mark, at least on the tornado parameters. It's almost a guarantee that the line segment, this line that's going to unzip, this is going to work through this entire area, and that could have embedded QLCS circulations, damaging winds. That's where our hurricane force damaging winds are going to be. But the prefrontal, the supercellular tornado threat, it really is going to depend on where this boundary sets up. And yeah, right now it looks like it's basically along I-80 around the Quad Cities, and then south to about Pontiac. It looks like it's through the Peru area, Peru-LaSalle area there, to still south and southwest of the Juliet area. So it hasn't quite recovered into the Chicago area yet, but this is juicy area if you're out here. So Peoria, let me turn those surface obs off. But Peoria, Canton, Havana, Virginia, Rushville, down to Springfield, Illinois, where we had QLCS tornadoes yesterday, and areas like Decatur, keep an eye on that. Decatur, Illinois, up to again the I-80 corridor, the Quad Cities, over to about Ottawa, Peru, and the Strader area. At least right now, there are question marks if we get a lot of severe weather across southern Wisconsin. We'll keep an eye on it. It's a little bit more marginal up there. And again, a lot of it depends on the boundary recovery. The Storm Prediction Center did answer some questions on that in the live briefing. If you were in the live briefing, oh, nice, Christine, 88 degrees already. That makes sense. And parts of Indiana and Ohio have severe, or not severe, but heat advisories and heat watches and stuff. So it's super hot, super humid. definitely take it easy if you have plans outside this evening. But yeah, the Storm Prediction Center did answer some questions on that in the live briefing a little bit ago about why the risk was up into southern Wisconsin and into the Chicago area, even though it was cool and kind of stabilized a little bit. And basically the answer was that there's question marks on that boundary recovery. If that warm front may stay in this area, and that'll pretty much keep the tornado threat down here across more like western and central Illinois. But there's an equal, or not an equal chance, but there is a chance that the whole atmosphere has a boundary recovery. That boundary lifts all the way through the Chicago area and back up across, say, the Illinois and Wisconsin state line. In that case, that would expand the tornado risk. So they want to cover both. It was a decent answer, but my gut is most of the strongest tornado dynamics stay along and south of I-80, maybe up to about the Rochelle area, 88, like I-88. That's kind of my gut, is basically probably the strongest tornado dynamics maybe stay kind of on this line, which kind of splits the difference from where that boundary is now to where the maximum kind of boundary of the Storm Prediction Center thinks it has a chance of getting. I think it's going to be somewhere kind of in there, which keeps it pretty close to the Chicago area. So that Chicago, you're definitely in line for potential severe weather. And then, okay, there's that little MCS. This eventually is all going to work into Michigan, northern Indiana, and western Ohio later tonight. We do have another batch of severe weather, almost the remnants from yesterday that have re-fired across eastern Ohio, now into western Pennsylvania. Mostly all severe wind in here. If you're from the East Coast, we may not be covering these areas just as much right now. They're mostly just standard base level severe thunderstorm warnings for some gusty winds. Not even a lot of hail in here, under an inch hail in most locations. But yeah, just know there is a severe weather watch. Some of the parameters show a little bit enhanced wind risk in here. Let me get to they backed it up a little bit. So yeah, these storms right in here are kind of in the most favorable wind environment. So we may bounce back in between these areas, but the storm threat does exceed all the way to the coastline. So if you have plans down the shore later tonight, Atlantic City, Wildwood, Cape May, all those areas, and then Ocean City, Maryland, all the way down to parts of Virginia, do keep an eye to the sky. There's also a couple storms coming out of the Hudson Valley. Tomorrow we'll have a live stream that focuses more on the East Coast because there's a big threat tomorrow from basically Montreal and southern Quebec all the way down into the Appalachians. So if you're from the East Coast, we'll definitely be on tomorrow for that. Hey, Stones, how's it going? It was good. Yeah, it's interesting. This second area hasn't... It's been a little bit slower than I expected. I expected actually that we would probably have a stream starting around 2 o'clock, and then the Storm Prediction Center put out their stream, so I wanted to wait till that was over. But yeah, storms are maybe a little bit slower than I expected. But this is basically somewhat unchanged since this morning. Last night, right after the stream last night, they put out the new outlook, and it didn't change that much. It did change this morning. So it's been roughly about the same since this morning, but we have a CGI 2 for some potentially strong to violent tornadoes are possible in this area here. Those tornado warned storms are just starting to get into that, but that does include Peoria, Bloomington, Normal, Pontiac, Strader, Ottawa, up to Sycamore, Aurora, Oregon, and Clinton, and the Quad Cities down to Burlington and Keokuk. Also include some of those areas in northwest or northeast Missouri. There is a large 10% CIG1 hatching everywhere from eastern Iowa, southern Wisconsin. Again, that's the part that we're not sure about right in here. So this area here in Wisconsin, you do have to be weather aware. But I do have a feeling that some people in Wisconsin will be like, well, that was it. Because there is a chance that you guys may get strong to severe thunderstorms, but there's also a chance you guys might just get kind of average rain and some embedded lightning and thunder. I do think some of this is going to reach into western Michigan, so western Michigan, be prepared later tonight, and then also northern Indiana. You can see as the system works to the east, the tornado risk fairly quickly diminishes, especially across like central Indiana, the I-70 corridor. Once this system kind of sags to the south and east, we do quickly overnight kind of lose that higher end tornado risk. They have bumped the tornado risk down a little bit. That was something I disagreed with earlier. Earlier today, the tornado risk kind of cut off through central Missouri. I do think there is a tornado risk down to maybe even closer to Oklahoma City, but they have bumped the 2% unhatched down into southeast Kansas, northern Oklahoma, even a little bit of northern Arkansas right there. So I do think that is a area that we do have to watch for an isolated tornado. And yeah, may even get that through the Tulsa area, maybe even especially the northern and eastern sides of OKC. Just be aware, there's definitely a severe risk. And then the wind risk, this is the other thing that's why there's a moderate risk. They did increase the wind risk this morning. It's a 40, actually a 60, 60 hatched severe risk. The 45 is in the pink. So this is the expectation in here of hurricane force winds, 75 to 90 miles an hour. That does include the Chicago metro, Rockford, all the way out through the Quad Cities. Some of this is isolated with those supercells, the discrete cells, but more of this is going to be with that line segment, a big swath of damaging winds, potentially even derecho status if that does verify. Just curiously, well, it would verify if it starts around that pink and goes to the other side of the pink. If it actually just stays in the purple color, where the highest winds are expected, it actually wouldn't technically be a derecho, but yeah, we may get a technical and official derecho later. Hail is not as big of a threat today, but large hail is possible from the western suburbs of Chicago all the way down through southeast Iowa, much of northern and central Missouri, and then isolated larger hail all the way down across the Red River. But some of the biggest hail likely east now, the Kansas City area, into potentially like Sedalia, Jeff City, Bowling Green, Quincy, Rushville, Peoria, Pontiac, Morris, Sycamore, Rockford. So that's the parameters there. You can see there are lower hail chances on the East Coast. Really almost zero tornado chance, although there's always an isolated tornado chance any time you have severe thunderstorms. And then, oh, the wind. Yeah, I think we went over the wind already. Across the East Coast, it's mostly across central Pennsylvania and down into northern parts of West Virginia for the largest wind risk across the East Coast. Hey, Colorado, how's it going today? Yeah. All right. That's the East Coast. Let's get back into these storms. I haven't had a new warning in a few minutes, so that was nice of the severe weather to just kind of hold for a second while we went through kind of our own little briefing there. Look at those clouds, kind of the roll clouds. That's across the Quad Cities area. There's a little updated view of that. Those are, okay, that's looking towards that area. Yeah, that's looking west. So that's looking at this line of storms that's developing. Not severe right now across areas like Iowa City, Clarence, Tipton, starting to gust out a little bit, starting to see a little bit more winds observations in here. Andrew, Monmouth, Delmar, we'll keep an eye on that one. Yeah, looking west from the Quad Cities, it looks, the camera just went down. All right. There's Wisconsin right now around Janesville. We're keeping an eye on that too. Did all their cameras just go down? Just reset the system. Not a weather-related issue. Okay. Looks like they're back. That was weird. But yeah, that's coming back online. So that's looking at the squall line to the west of the Quad Cities. and then back through areas around Iowa City. Some gusty winds, Lone Tree down through Pleasant Plain, and then that squall line kind of breaks up a little bit. We get a more intense line segment into northern Missouri. This is around Memphis and Rutledge. Severe thunderstorm warning there for Scotland and Clark counties. 60-mile-an-hour winds, penny-size hail. A tornado is possible. And yeah, that is an area there that was tornado warned a little bit ago. New tornado warning there in West Virginia. So, okay, so the system's working. It's actually just been kind of quiet there for a minute. Tornado possible tag also in this storm near Herdland, and then down through the La Plata area. This is where we have that radar indicated tornado warning continuing here. That's for Knox and Shelby counties there. And now just getting a new tornado warning, or updated tornado warning. They trimmed it up a little bit. There's that area of rotation near Carthage, it looks like. This is into, yeah, this is a pretty nasty little supercell. It's been going for a while. It's kind of getting some storm interaction here from its neighbors. So that's been something that has been a question mark today, is how much storm interactions get. These storms are going to be tapping a lot of moisture and instability, so they're going to be generally HP supercells, high precipitation, and yeah, so we'll see how that goes. But that Carthage storm still going there. That's for Hancock County still. Fountain Green, La Harpe, Plymouth, West Point, and Bowen, Illinois. That's now into eastern Hancock County. Yeah, at times that has tightened up rotation at times. At other times, it has broadened back out. Just on the last scan, it broadened a little bit, but that is a pretty nasty cell.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Some good news is that has cleared some of the more populated areas here. Keokuk, Iowa, right on the tri-state border between Iowa, Missouri, and Illinois. But that is sliding towards some more areas here. Bardolph, Marietta, Cuba, St. David, Littleton. Keep an eye on that storm cluster. We also have to see, this was talked about just briefly on the National Weather Service briefing a little bit ago. While that briefing was going on, there were a couple storms that went up in central Illinois around the Peoria area. The models didn't really have those. So this is a small little mini supercell. It's in a sheared environment. Doesn't really have a lot of rotation on it right now, but it's a storm to watch. It's in a really favorable environment. I do want to check and see what the observation is at Peoria. Yeah, Peoria, 79 over 70 on the dew point. Peoria is another one of those areas that recovered from the morning convection. It went down to about 72 just in the last hour and a half. It's jumped back up to 79. Same for the dew point. It dropped to about 65, and that dew point has recovered all the way to 70. So very warm and humid. Yeah, it feels like temperature's coming up. It is that's a storm to watch. It's in a favorable environment. And yeah, back towards Kansas City, you guys are out of that severe thunderstorm watch. This is a problem for areas east of Kansas City now.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
That storm is starting to unzip, though. You can see this line is really starting to fire. Yeah, this is about a 2-hour loop. That cold front actually cleared Kansas City, I don't think, without any much storms, a little bit of storm shower going up over Kansas City earlier, but you can see the cold front on the radar, and those storms fired right on the cold front. Look at that. You can, especially down here, you can see this line. That's the cold front. And then look at those storms go up. They're right on the cold front. So right now, that's going to cut down on their tornado potential, but mostly a damaging wind risk. We will have to watch for some QLCS tornadoes in here. There are some kinks in the line. We'll have to watch and pay attention for those. And if any of those do get kind of out ahead of the cold front, that increases some of that tornado perspective. But yeah, this line is a solid line, not severe yet, but a solid line from basically northern Missouri all the way down, starting to unzip further south. Yeah, we have a solid line of small but growing thunderstorms all the way to about Kingfisher, Oklahoma. So yeah, it is going to get rocking and rolling later today. And yeah, you can see that cold front also on the radar site here in Oklahoma, pushing in there from Watonga and Kingfisher. And you can see just in the last couple minutes, storms starting to fire along that border. You can also see when the radar's in motion, look at that southerly flow across the Oklahoma City area. See the that moisture in those clouds just streaming north. So a lot of convergence along that cold front, a lot of extra lift on there. That'll accentuate that wind threat as we get into later today. But yeah, if you're north and west of that line, severe wet weather is done for the day. And yeah, that will make it to the I-44 corridor later tonight. Should start to cool down their stones too. Let me look here. Yeah, it's going to start to cool down a little bit too. You can see that wind, the wind barb here around Lawrence from the west northwest. It peaked, it looks like, earlier at about 90 degrees, and it's already dropped off to about 82, 84. So it will cool off fairly quickly, about potentially close to 10 degrees. Out ahead of that cold front, it's 88 in, that's Clinton, I believe. Yeah, Clinton, Missouri, it's 88 degrees. Feels like 98 degrees with 75% dew point, 66% humidity. That cold front is officially through the Kansas City area. This is out of the Weather Service office there at Lee Summit, down to 83. It does still feel like 90, but a little bit ago, it looks like it peaked right around 87, 88, and then it's dropped with the rain shower, dropped down to 79. It's come back up just a little bit. But yeah, it's already going to cool down a little bit, and much cooler dew points too. We're seeing in Kansas, a lot of these dew points drop back into the 50s and even 40s in west central Kansas. So a little bit of relief. It should be a nice, I would guess it might be a really nice evening. Low humidity, maybe a chance to open up the windows. All right, taking a look at this cell. It's one of our most probable tornadic cells at the moment. It is getting some interference here with some of these cells around it, so we'll see if that can continue. Looking a little bit healthier back towards Carthage in western Illinois, but continue to take tornado safety precautions there around Fountain Green. They are going to issue
tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning for east central Hancock County and McDonough counties in west central Illinois. That storm over Fountain Green, like we just talked about, moving east at 35. Weather spotters have reported a funnel cloud, and I think this is the second funnel cloud with that storm. So it definitely means business. They're going to warn it. Yeah, it's still rotating in here. We have to watch also some rotation showing on that other cell to the south. These are the most favorable environment these storms are getting into. So definitely something to pay attention to. Fountain Green to Blandonville, Good Hope, Bardolph, Colchester, Industry, and eventually up towards Prairie City, McDonough, and Hancock counties. It's on the eastern part of Hancock County. This is mostly going to be into McDonough County here. That includes the area around Macomb. That's where also the Western Illinois University is. They have a radar at Western. Let's see. not as helpful. It has a fairly limited range. It's a research radar, not a National Weather Service radar, but some research radars we do have public access to. And since Western Illinois University is a public university, we have access to their public radar. Checking Chicago, there was a lot of Chicago questions on the National Weather Service chat. Chicago right now, okay. If you have an earlier rush hour, probably better, because regardless of even severe weather, there's more storms and heavy rain back out into northwest Illinois, approaching some of those Chicago suburbs around the I-39 corridor. We'll keep an eye on these storms. None of these are severe at the moment, but we'll see if they can organize into more of a system. And then, yeah, starting to see a little bit more organization back here across eastern parts of Illinois, or of Iowa. We've covered a lot of states in the last couple days. Yeah, starting to see a little bit more organization with these. This is closer to the cold front. This is the start of some of that convective system. And yeah, storms are starting to kind of connect up. So we'll see if this organizes into more of a potent line of storms. Right now, it's mostly just some gusty winds. Double check some of this for rotation. Not yet, but some of those areas we have to watch. Eastern Illinois towards the Quad Cities. We'll keep an eye on you guys. There's a look at that line of storms headed towards this direction, a little bit of a shelf cloud kind of look. That's looking west from I-80 and 280 in the Quad Cities area. We'll jump back to our other tornado warning cell. This is in the areas around La Plata, Macon County. They haven't updated it in a little bit. But yeah, still tornado and golf ball size hail potentially there, southwest of La Plata. It's in a bit of a radar hole, so we don't get a ton of good low-level data on it. But yeah, central Macon County, north of the city of Macon. It's north of the US 36 corridor. Yeah, we'll get better looks at that as it gets a little bit further towards the east. But keep an eye on this line segment. This is generally headed towards the areas around Hannibal and Palmyra, and then up towards the Quincy, Illinois area. This is a little bit more populated area in eastern Missouri and right along the Mississippi River around the Quincy area. And generally, this cluster of storms is headed your direction. Severe warned, tornado embedded potential there, and then also damaging winds and some larger hail. Hey, Titus, good afternoon. Hope you're doing okay. Yeah, that extends up there. Tornado possible tag in Knox County. And yeah, a couple areas of broad rotation, but this area is one of the more annoying radar holes in the country. This is a newer warning for a cell in central Missouri around Salisbury. It's now east of DeWitt in central Missouri, Carroll, Howard, and Saline counties. Quarter-size hail, 60 mile winds. That has a little bit of a supercell feature on it. It's kind of right at the edge of the radar site, though. Yeah, very broadly. But that may accentuate the hail core. And then we're so far from the radar site to see much good details in here, but there does appear to be some broad rotation in the Macon County storm. We're getting radar data out of the Kansas City area. So yeah, kind of broadly seeing rotation towards the radar and away from the radar. If that is accurate, it's kind of riding along the southern end of that warning polygon. Although we're looking up so far, you might see the rotation on the radar over here at 10,000 feet, but it may be down over here on the lower levels. So it may be a little bit more centered, although it actually might be. That initial rotation may have actually weakened, and it does appear like this might be a new area of rotation on the southern side of that warning polygon. This will be a little closer to the Bevier and the Macon areas. So continue to take tornado safety precautions there in especially central and east central Macon counties. Since we are so far from the radar in that storm, I'd recommend just taking tornado safety precautions if you're anywhere along and north of US 36 in Macon County. Pretty solid line of severe thunderstorms across central parts of Pennsylvania, pushing into the western portions of Maryland. We'll keep an eye on those 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail potentially in here. Does look like these have been downtrending a little bit, but this area has a ton of trees up here in the Appalachians and in the Alleghenies. So it doesn't take a ton of wind to knock down trees and cause power line issues. Definitely take those warnings seriously if you're in the mountains there in the higher terrain of the Mid-Atlantic and the East Coast. Also, another kind of separate batch of storms. This one's actually a little bit feistier, headed towards the Syracuse metro, down towards 81, Cortland. So some nasty storms coming through right at rush hour, all in parts of the East Coast. Oxford, yeah, you guys are going to get into it later. I think you guys are in that tornado watch. So that tornado watch goes until, let me get the timing of that because I forget myself. There's been so many watches and warnings. But that tornado watch goes until 9 p.m. in the central time zone. Several tornadoes are likely, so they have wording that shows that there is a higher probability of tornadoes. Interestingly enough, it doesn't note strong tornadoes, but there is obviously a strong tornado risk. And then scattered hail up to tennis ball size and scattered wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour are likely. The tennis ball size hail is possible. Hail is a little bit more of a question mark, but the wind, if you're out here towards Oxford, you're going to get high winds later tonight, and you're also potentially going to get some tornadoes too. Let me check. The latest model of the HRRR should be running, so we can get a little better estimate of timing on things. You can see the model does a pretty good job showing that cold front unzip across parts of Missouri and Kansas and into Oklahoma. There's actually a new warning there in southeast Kansas now. And then, yeah, once this gets into like central Indiana and towards that I-69 corridor, towards like the Fort Wayne area, it should start to relax a little bit. This is about 11 central, so midnight Eastern. And we could have another central Illinois ripper here with some QLCS embedded tornadoes in it. Again, don't take the exact location. So this could get into that area around Oxford. Around Oxford, we'd be looking at about 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Yeah, somewhere in that 9 to 10 kind of range. It's going to get into that area. Peoria, it's going to be a lot quicker into that 6 to 7 o'clock range across Peoria. Kind of split the difference about 7 to 8 for Springfield, Bloomington, Pontiac, up to Kankakee. But especially the western portions of this watch area is where, like it shows, this model shows some discrete cell potential, some cells kind of getting incorporated into the line segment. That's where we have to watch for some of that highest, longer track, most likely stronger tornado issue. And then once this line kind of consolidates, that's where we have more of an embedded. We may have like an embedded supercell. This model does a pretty good job showing kind of the storm modes and potentials for embedded supercells that have gotten incorporated into the line segment. But then we also have the damaging wind risk, as this has a bowing look to it as it bows out, damaging wind risk, but also some embedded spins in the line. So it is an all hazards threat, but especially with the wind and the hail, or not the hail, the wind and the tornadoes are the main risk. And then as we also go forward, about 9 to 10 into the St. Louis area, I-44 corridor roughly, 9 o'clock into Springfield, Joplin. Looks like kind of the same for Tulsa, Oklahoma City. And down here, we may have more isolated conditional risks for large hail, especially if these stay a little more discrete down here. The tornado dynamics aren't as high, but if they stay discrete, and that's going to allow those storms to build a little bit more hail.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, they're right now that northern Missouri area is kind of under that's the target zone right now for some of that those chances. It doesn't look like that right now that part of Missouri is as tornado prone as yesterday. There's a brief area there where yesterday it was rocking and rolling pretty good. And keep an eye on those storms as they get into also Michigan, Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo. That's 10 to 11 at night up towards Big Rapids. Even then, we still may have some storms isolated severe on the East Coast. Some of that area that got hit really hard yesterday is a little bit north of where these storms are, up towards the Unionville area. This area did get hit hard earlier this morning, though, too. So, yeah, this area here in northern parts of Missouri and southern Iowa has had a few rounds of severe weather the last 24 hours. But now that's starting to clear out. You're past the severe event if you're in Unionville and Gilman City and up into parts of areas like Corydon in Iowa. Agency and Ottumwa, Iowa, things are starting to clear out. They've trimmed that tornado watch also. So yeah, starting to clear out a little bit. Yeah, you should get those storms 9 to 10. So that's about right. 10, 10:30 down there. It also depends if they accelerate or not. Right now they're moving at about 40, 45 seems to be the storm motion, but as they start to get into organized clusters, they may start to extend that speed a little bit. The newest warning was for Wilson, Labette, Neosho, and Montgomery counties in southeast Kansas. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour gusts. So we're already starting to get some gusts on this line. Again, not really expecting much of a tornado risk down here, but yeah, definitely gusting out. And there is a risk, a low-end risk for some QLCS tornadoes along here too. This cell has a little bit of spin near Creighton, Missouri. Yeah, right in there.
A new flash flood warning has been
I
issued.
have to watch eventually, especially as this line becomes more mature. These little dog legs in here, these are little areas where there's inflow and outflow. And eventually that outflow side accentuates the damaging wind risk. But right now those storms are behaving. They're just below severe limits across much of western Missouri. Yeah, and that risk area, it does include strong tornadoes across northern Indiana. So you do want to, if you get a tornado warning, you do want to treat it pretty seriously. That is in the enhanced risk. You guys are in the enhanced risk. And that Fowler Oxford area just into the CGI 1 5%, but not too far north. And this could get adjusted over the evening. Not too far north of there into western parts of Indiana. It does get into the CGI 10% risk. And also west. The county west of you guys, back towards Milford, that one starts to get into 10% CGI too. That's in Illinois. So there's a pretty tight gradient here where the serious tornado risk diminishes as it works east, but you'll be in that range there where there's some question mark. The modeling may not get the strength right of the line segment, so it may be stronger when it gets to you than the models think right now. This storm still showing rotation in here east of Fountain Green. It is getting affected by the storm to the south, so it's gonna kind of continue to get some interference there, but still rotating in here. You can see the winds going away from the radar in red and towards the radar in the bluish and green colors. That's going to be just to the north and west of Macomb. Also some pretty hefty wind in the storm to the south as well. Yeah, it's gotten squished. The supercell has gotten kind of squished up in there because of that storm to the south. So that's why it's kind of in a weird spot in the in the storm, but it's right in there where the interface between its RFD and the inflow are occurring. And then, yeah, we're gonna have to watch this storm to the south as well. And being on the south side, it has a little bit less contamination, so this storm may start to be a problem. Right now, they're both under the
A new
tornado warning
flash flood
storm,
warning has been issued.
so that covers basically both of those right now. But yeah, this storm may be one to watch here as it comes up south of Macomb towards Industry, Table Grove, Bardoff, and areas around Marietta. Yeah, they should be covering this. The Weather Channel used to cover possible tornado outbreaks a lot tighter, and depending on how many tornado warnings the Weather Channel at, I don't know, like 9 or 10 o'clock at night does go to like the pre-programming, but they believe they're covering this. You'll have better luck, especially once you get like once storms get into your area. You'll have better luck. Well, we'll be on, especially through the Fowler area, but and that tornado watch area. But you'll have better luck with your local media coverage. Where do you get media from? Is your local news, is it out of Chicago, or is it Indianapolis, or is it local to like that area, Lafayette? And do you have like a local media station? I'm not familiar with that area as much. I know like Fort Wayne is large enough. They have their own local media stations. But I would guess a lot of this probably is influenced by the Chicago media market. Okay, so yeah, that seems like a large enough city where there's coverage there. So yeah, that's like always a good bet. I always recommend multiple ways to get warnings. You can have your favorite streamer, you can have us on, but you can also have your TV turned to the local news station and social media on National Weather Service broadcasts and stuff like that. This area already has flash flood warnings. This was a problem last night. This area has had a ton of rain across northern Missouri. So more rain falling now. Definitely take it easy here for Kirksville, Memphis, up towards Keokuk, and down towards Shelbyville and Macon with the flash flood warnings. They've dropped that tornado tag for the Macon area. Still a considerable threat for some golf ball size hail and some 60-mile-an-hour winds. The hail core in there is just crossed US 63, headed generally towards the Shelbyville area, Shelbyville and Bethel, maybe towards Newark. But we'll keep an eye. There is still some broad rotation in there along the 36 corridor. Yeah, seeing some broad rotation in there. It has backed off a little bit compared to earlier when it was tornado warned. That original area of rotation has worked up to the north and also broadened. Yeah, so more of a line segment issue right now across parts of northeast Missouri. Oh yeah, yeah. There's I forget who they're called, but yeah, there are a couple local guys too. Michigan has one. I think they're called like Michigan Storm Chasers. They cover a lot of Michigan weather. Still seeing that rotation in there too. Yeah, especially big event days, it's good to follow multiple people because your local media or your local coverage YouTubers are going to be covering your local area. Your national YouTubers, kind of like we do, we may be focused on a storm here. If you have a severe storm in Indiana or like right now on the East Coast, you may want to follow your Pennsylvania weather source too. Elgin, Illinois, yeah, you're in that tornado watch up northwest of Chicago. Let's check for Elgin. So this area is that area that's the question mark. Do we get boundary recovery? We're starting to west of there. The Sycamore weather station is now up to 76. It was all the way down to, let's see, it was down to 70. It's back up to 76. 2.67. So, and it has a south wind. That's one of the more important keys here. Southwest wind. Right now at Elgin, your winds are kind of out of the east. So right now, you're not quite have the boundary recovery, but yeah, tornado watch does cover you guys. So yeah, we're kind of just seeing how far this boundary pushes back and recovers back into the Chicago metro.
A new
Storms
flash flood
west of
warning
there
has
are
been
still kind of
issued.
messy, but Elgin, definitely keep an eye on this later because you're going to probably get some of that damaging wind regardless of the tornado risk. And then I'm still watching some of those really prefrontal cells. There's still a little mini supercell that is over the areas just crossed over Peoria. Not tornadic right now, but Bayview Gardens, Chillicothe, Dunlap, and basically kind of riding north up the Illinois River right now. We'll keep an eye on this up towards Magnolia and Hennepin. Models didn't really show that, but models sometimes miss small scale events like this. So that's why you can't look at a model and say like a specific town is going to get a tornado or a severe storm. You just have to kind of look at the general area. But yeah, these storms here are in pretty favorable environments all the way up to about the I-88 corridor. Let's check this storm again when that sweep happens here. Here's the newest radar sweep. Yeah, still in there. Doesn't show much rotation. It doesn't show a ton of shear at the moment, at least on the low levels, but definitely a little mini supercell. If I was out here, I might actually, that might be a good one to chase if I was out in that area. Because these are kind of sloppy right now. They've kind of merged and have problems. The one is still has some rotation, but you can see how it's been interfered with. Still does have rotation in here. Just to the north of the Macomb area. Rotation also picking up on that southern cell. Been watching that for a little while. We can grab this from the Macomb radar. So yeah, rotation sitting kind of right up in there. They don't have, again, it's a research radar, so it doesn't have the some of the capabilities that our National Weather Service radar does. Just reload it. Yeah, looking at the shear rate detection, that has reduced a little bit. You can see earlier this was near Fountain Green. When it had a reported funnel cloud on it, it was a little bit more impressive. Here's the shear rate still kind of maintaining itself, maybe organizing just a little bit on that southern cell. But shear rate has come down on our cell near Macomb. So that cell's still kind of struggling in there. Tornado wind continues there around the Macomb area. Winds could get up to like hurricane force across this watch area. Yeah, there's a lot of talk about the tornadoes because this is a tornado watch, but the wind in here, 80-mile-an-hour winds are likely. It's being warned. Yeah, the tornado watch parameters include 80-mile-an-hour winds likely. So if you have time now, if you're out here in the Chicago area getting home from work, Western Indiana, those sort of areas, tuck the car in the carport of the garage, bring in the lawn chairs, or if you have some precious plants on the patio, you might want to, bring those in because things are going to get really nasty later with that line segment. Right now, it's not severe yet. It's kind of borderline severe, crossing through the Muscatine, Iowa area. A little bit of rotation up there west of Walcott, so keep an eye on that one. And then let's look up here. Starting to see a little bit more wind in this cell through the Welton area, headed generally towards Clinton. So this is kind of the area that we're watching to organize that next convective system. And then already just a big sloppy mess of thunderstorms across parts of Wisconsin. I'm not going to, my gut is we don't get a lot of severe weather across Wisconsin tonight. I think it's mostly going to stay down closer to the I-80, I-88 kind of corridor in here. But we'll see. Potentially some gustier winds, especially if you're in southeast Wisconsin. The further east you are, the longer you have a chance here of some of this kind of organizing into its own little line segment and working to the east. Right now, it's just kind of messy general thunderstorms and stuff in here. But yeah, right now we're kind of keeping our eye on it. But this is a little bit of a line segment developing. There's the line segment back here developing into eastern Illinois or eastern Iowa. So we'll have to see if those kind of organize a little better. All right, so let's see. Storms seem to be weakening across most of Pennsylvania, but there is a tornado possible tag on this cell near the Elk State Forest. A bit of rotation in there. That's lifting off towards Austin and Abbott, Pennsylvania, Leedy, and eventually over towards Gailton. Another storm, kind of a prefrontal storm to keep your eye on over there. So there's a couple feisty storms still across central Pennsylvania. And then another separate cluster storms that seems to be weakening across areas like the Syracuse Metro, down along the I-81 corridor to Cortland. We've had a couple storms cross the Long Island Sound today. Let's see. Severe warning there continues. Considerable threat for some wind and hail. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Oh, yeah. Now, some of this is over water right now. There's less friction over water, so we'll see if it continues to maintain 70-mile-an-hour winds as it gets on land. But especially if you're right on the water, Miller Place, Belterre, Rocky Point, Oldfield, down towards maybe Port Jefferson and over towards Wading River. If you're right on the water, that's going to be some pretty nasty winds in here. And then, yeah, we'll see if that continues on land. It's also really close to the radar site. So, yeah, only a couple hundred feet off the ground, showing 70+ mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, I saw that a minute ago. We had a couple cells. Yeah, it's such a humid environment down here that, yeah, there are some cells that have gone up now into western parts of Indiana. A new cell also severe warned near El Reno, Oklahoma. And then some new warnings across Missouri. Finally starting to see warnings over in the Clinton area. That's that area that I think we saw had some rotation earlier. But severe warning there, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Basically, if you're in Missouri tonight, you're probably going to get some type of thunderstorm. This is already pretty much a solid line all the way down to El Reno, Oklahoma. So if you're in Jefferson City, Sedalia, Rolla, Lebanon, Carthage to Springfield, St. Louis, you're going to get some type of storm. Almost 100% chance. Oh. This should be a concluding mesoscale discussion. It was a mesoscale discussion for the remnant of the MCS that a watch was unlikely. And yeah, when we started our stream, that was still not severe warn, but it's still a little bit of a feisty cell. That has significantly weakened. There is still a little MCV in here. That could spark some storms, and that may be a player for tomorrow's weather, because that MCV is going to continue spinning and still have kind of a little upper level spin in it and make its way over towards the East Coast for tomorrow. So those MCVs can go quite a long time after the convection dies off as a swirl in the atmosphere and help lead to storms the next day. Here's a look at that area around. This is right at 3990, the state line with Illinois and Wisconsin. It's gotten a lot heavier rain here in the last few minutes. This is around the Beloit area, south of Janesville. Yeah, big mess of storms. Some of the stronger storms are back here towards Durant and Spring Valley. So we'll keep an eye on those, see if they can they may start to consolidate. There's just a big bunch of messy slop in here. But as this line continues to work towards the east, I have a feeling it'll start to organize a little better. Potentially less of a tornado threat across there. I do think there's a wind threat across southern parts of Wisconsin at the very least. And could get some QLCS spins in there too, but less of a supercellular threat there across Wisconsin. Yeah, Wisconsin right now checking in 72, high earlier of 75 and a 68 dew point. It's still warm and humid, but let's see. Yeah, winds off the lake here, 73. Dew point is 64, so it's a little bit more stable still. That boundary recovery is getting closer to the Chicago area. Seeing the Geneva station start to rebound. It's up to 79, dew point 67. It went down to about 70 earlier, and the dew point dropped to about 6. The dew point stayed kind of low at 67. We haven't seen those dew point recoveries. Starting to see the temperature recover. We'll see if the dew points can as well. This is definitely a recovery here for the dew point and the temperature across areas. That's along the I-80 corridor on Morris, Illinois. Got down to 68, back up to 77. And the dew point has recovered back up to 70. So yeah, that resurgence of air is up to the areas west of the Chicago metro for sure. So just kind of waiting to see if any storm actually takes advantage of that right now.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has
That
been issued.
supercell that we were looking at, the little mini cell that went up earlier near the Chillicothe area, came through the Peoria metro as a little windy, gusty shower. That has continued to lift towards the north and northeast. It is now severe warned. So keep an eye on that one. Wind and hail right now. It doesn't have a tornado possible tag. The hail core has definitely come up in that. Yeah, still not showing a ton of rotation in here, but the hail core. Come on, load up the hail. Yeah, there's a hail core in here just north of the Chillicothe area. Right in there. And already seeing a little bit of the purple colors. That does indicate a little bit larger hail. So quarters right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to get $half size. We may even start to get more. They've dropped the tornado warning on that cell. Yeah, they have, huh? They just expired that tornado warning on that cell. Still seeing a little rotation on the southern cell. The northern cell, that one's started to struggle. When we started that stream, that was the most imminently tornadic storm in the country, probably. It has significantly weakened. Still watching some rotation south of Macomb near Colchester. So we'll keep watching that complex. It's in a favorable environment. Oh. They have upped that to 80-mile-an-hour winds. The destructive severe thunderstorm, that's for Suffolk County, New York on Long Island. 80-mile-an-hour winds, radar indicated. So they're warning a highly populated area for some extreme damaging winds. And yeah, we were seeing that We were seeing that the last time we looked at this storm. There's 70-plus mile-an-hour winds, 77, 80, 85, but that's offshore. So, yeah, there is less friction. It's come down a little bit, but still seeing some 76, 78, 77. We'll see what this looks like in a couple minutes once it gets on shore. But it looks like areas like Rocky Point, New York, that's going to be some pretty significant winds coming on shore. And very close to the radar site, too. So only looking at these only about 400 feet.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they're going to get a tornado warning on that cell for Marshall, Woodford, and Peoria counties, northeastern Peoria County. So it's going to be kind of leaving that Peoria area. Okay, I see. Yeah, it's tiny little part of the Peoria County around Chillicothe. But yeah, rotation, starting to see some rotation.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
That's the cell I said earlier. If I was chasing out here, I'd probably go to that one. So yeah. And look what happened since then. This cell is no longer tornado warned. This one is. Although this one still does have rotation in it too. Actually, that rotation is picked up as well south of the Macomb area. Yeah, rotation picking up south of Macomb. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets a new tornado warning in the next little bit. South of Macomb on US 67. Areas around Pennington Point, Shoofly, Table Grove in western Illinois. That's a dangerous storm. Surprised it doesn't have at least a severe thunderstorm warning. But probably severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag. It probably at least deserves that. Again, this one continues to lift off to the north and northeast. Yeah, it has a dry hook on it. So that's why it doesn't show great on radar, but there is a hook in here. You can see faintly on reflectivity, there is a hook now across the Chillicothe area. Probably looks pretty impressive to any chasers or spotters out here. But yeah, that's a dangerous storm. Starting to see more rotation in there. And that's going to also, the hail cores come up. I said earlier it was quarters to $half. It's probably closer to $half to ping pong ball size hail. We're starting to see some of that reflectivity of the hail core come up. Yeah, right in there. Let's check the ZDR, showing some of that larger hail and should match also on correlation coefficient. Yeah, that's some big boy hail in here. Lacone, a Washburn, LaRose, Toluca, dangerous storm basically west of I-39, Woodford and Peoria and Marshall counties. Let's grab I want to grab a box sounding out here. Or not. Can I get one like right where that storm is? Okay. Yeah, that's a pretty favorable shear profile in here. 80/75 too. One of the concerns today, the LCL, the lifting condensation level, the level of where you get clouds is very soupy and very low. Sometimes that can be a benefit. You can get a weaker spin down to the surface level, but it also means that things are going to be very soupy and generally higher precipitation cells. There's also, it's a pretty moist atmosphere all the way up. So a little bit, the lapse rate is a little bit lower because warm air rises into cooler air. It's still pretty warm and moist all the way up in the atmospheric column, so we don't see as much of those temperature differentials that can really get a warm and moist air at the surface to rise into that cooler, sometimes drier air up at the higher altitudes. So a little bit, there's some stuff that isn't working in favor, although there's a lot of shear in the environment that you can see here also in this photograph. Right where the storm is basically expected here. Cape is very high. The significant tornado parameter is fairly high. Shear kind of mid-high. So certainly some stuff working in its favor, but also some stuff that's not working in its favor. Ooh, this could be a problem. Tornado in progress.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Yeah, they just updated it. The latest radar scan came in, and that's a debris ball on that dry hook that we just looked at. Wow, look at that. Just as I was looking at that sounding, that's 5 minutes ago.
A new flash flood warning has
Literally
been
the next
issued.
radar scan, it was producing a tornado. Yeah, tornado in progress. Just near the Marshall State Wildlife Refuge, Wilburn, LaRose, Washburn, Varna, Custer, Tolkala, Potterfield. That's a dangerous tornado in progress there. That is going to be actually potentially a significant tornado. Let's see. Yeah, that's a well-structured tornado. We're just looking at that sheer environment too. Seeing that's about 3,000 feet. So we are not super close to the radar too, and that's presenting a decent debris signature. A little while ago, there was pictures of that funnel that was near the Carthage, Illinois area. It was a kind of a little rope funnel. Once again, this is a PDS damaging tornado. So one of our first tornado warnings of the day. Well, of the second round. There's been a couple of them, but PDS tornado warned storm. Life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now for that damaging tornado. That's Lacone, Tolkala, or Toluca, Washburn until 5:45 in the central time zone. Northeast at 40. Yeah, this is that cell we flagged a while back. This was one that was definitely one to watch. Zoom out a little bit. Yeah, actually, I'll keep that cone fairly wide. Include areas like Rutland. That'd be about 27 minutes. LaRose, 13. Washburn, about 5 minutes or less. Yeah, that's a fairly large community out here. Washburn, the tornado is going to be just west of you. Please don't go out and look at it. It is exposed, so you can probably actually see it from the Washburn area. That's a dangerous storm, though. Continue to take tornado safety precautions. Yeah, that's wrapped up very quickly here in the last couple scans. 82 on the outbound and 71 on the inbound. So it's a strong tornado. It's potentially a strong tornado. There we go. That's a little better track. There we go. That's a little better track for it. LaRose about 13 minutes. Washburn, again, about 5 minutes or less for the Washburn area. You need to be in your tornado safe space, Washburn. Lowest level, interior room, away from the doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside. Basement or storm shelter are your better options there. Ooh. It's pulled a little east of that center line that we just drew up. Yeah, really close to the Washburn area. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space around the Washburn. Still seeing debris signature, Wilburn, Washburn, the dangerous storm system, and now it's basically tracking towards the LaRose area. Yeah, so it's around Washburn right now. You can see the debris signature still showing a pretty strong tornado there. 5 minutes to Washburn. That would be very similar to the Pattonsburg area if it turns a little more easterly. Yeah, Pattonsburg about 5 to 8 minutes. North side of Washburn right now. That's where that tornado is located. Just on the north side of town along Illinois Highway 89. Yeah, that popped up quick too. So there wasn't a ton. There was a tornado warning in progress for a little while, but
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning since about 5 o'clock. Yeah, they've only had maybe about a 10-minute warning time. Pretty deep debris signature between Wilburn and Washburn. It's basically crossing Illinois 89 at the moment. Only a couple miles to the LaRose area. LaRose, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. This was that cell that we were following for quite a while. And yeah, that is a classic looking supercell. You can see the hail core in here. This is your forward flank and forward flank downdraft kind of right along here. Often has a little shelf cloud look to it. This is your wrapping RFD. It wraps around the back side of the storm and helps funnel and channel that inflow in here. So you have inflow channel wrapping into the storm. Not seeing it, but sometimes you'll see the RFD kind of like that. You'll see a little RFD surge. But basically the tornado sits where that RFD and the inflow sit. And yeah, that is a classic hook echo. Debris signature. There's your velocity scan. Seeing basically max on the shear for this. The spectrum width showing the speed and chaotic winds. And I'm sure if we put in shear detector. Yeah, max shear. Shear detector is just a step behind on the radar, but there it goes. Yeah, this popped up very quickly. You can see it actually went from basically medium shear to max shear in a very quick amount of time.
A new tornado emergency has been issued.
Oh, geez. All right. Well, generally I pay attention to the Marshall County. Okay, it's this storm. Tornado emergency now. So we should be getting the update on the radar there for a second. They have extended that tornado warning up across Putnam County in north central Illinois, just in case it gets up that way. Right now, it looks a little bit less threatening for the Putnam County area. But either way, yeah, this is a tornado emergency. Confirmed large and destructive tornado observed over Washburn, or 8 miles south of Lacone, moving northeast at 40. LaRose, Toluca, Winona. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Eastern Marshall County, tornado emergency. Yeah, tornado emergency in progress. And this is kind of the environment we were looking at today. Let's see. Yeah, if you know anyone in this area, definitely share with friends and family in this area. I just changed my stream title to tack on the tornado emergency. But yeah, I try to do that when I can. Wow, dangerous cell. It's coming into the areas around LaRose at the moment. LaRose, Toluca, Rutland, Winona, Varna, and Magnolia. Observed tornado doing damage. That includes areas around Lacone, although it's going to be east of Lacone. Yeah, the new tornado emergency, they are going to trim up a little bit to areas just south of Magnolia and areas like Varna, Toluca, Rutland, Winona, and Washburn. Tornado emergency continues. It's pulled a little bit more right. Yeah, it's really following Illinois 89, but Pattonsburg and LaRose, it's going to be close. I'm really hoping it may split the difference between those two communities. There's LaRose right here, Pattonsburg right here. Small communities, but there are people. And yeah, the Washburn area, I'm hoping it maybe missed Washburn, but if it did, it was maybe like a half a mile north. It's too close to call for both of those areas. Washburn, continue to stay in your tornado safe space, and Pattonsburg and LaRose, you need to be in your tornado safe space. Lowest level into your room. If you can get to a basement or underground, that's your better option. I-39 is at the eastern end of this warning in this tornado emergency polygon. If you're on I-39, you don't need to be. Don't drive north of Minneonk. And if you know anyone south on I-39, Lonstat, I wouldn't drive south of Lonstat. Tornado emergency continues here in eastern Marshall County. Still seeing a, not as deep as it was, but still seeing a debris signature in here. That's a deep debris signature too. Or it was a deeper one, but still seeing the debris signature in there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Woodford, Illinois, looks like it's a new tornado warning. Yeah, tornado emergency continues there for eastern Marshall County.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
For some reason, the tornado warnings are a little slow to pop up, but they have now issued a tornado warning for this cell to the south at Minneonk. That is going to be for northeastern Woodford County in central Illinois. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado over Benson. It's another kind of mini cell that doesn't have a ton of precip on it, but it is rotating in here near Minneonk. So that's another cell in a very sheared environment, very similar environment. No tornado warning on this cell, but it also has rotation. It's also in a sheared environment. Waldo, Gridley, and Chenoa. So there is a new tornado warning in there.
Warning has been issued.
I'll reset this in just a minute, but yeah, dangerous situation. They've also extended the PDS tornado warning, extends out for the considerable threat that goes into northeastern Livingston County. That's around the Strader area. So Strader, Ransom, Cornell, Lone Point, Long Point, that area all has a PDS tornado warning here. Basically like that. Just in expectation that this tornado emergency storm is going to continue working towards the north and east. Again, has turned more easterly. Still seeing a debris signature in there. Still seeing pretty high velocity in here. It looks like it may have missed LaRose and Pattonsburg, but it's approaching areas around Toluca and Custer. That's a slightly larger community than LaRose and Pattonsburg, but tornado emergency continues here. Yeah, it's just going to be about 2 miles west of Toluca. Yeah, still seeing max rotation in here, basically correlating with that area of debris as well. So, and then some of this is also debris blowing off from that storm. So this has sucked up a bunch of stuff, and we see debris and hail kind of mixed into this storm. So super dangerous storm. Again, tornado warning also continues here around Minneonk. That rotation has increased in intensity just south of the Minneonk area. Tornado warning there in Woodford County.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And McDonough County also getting a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued. A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Okay. Just kind of switching some stuff up real quick because we're somehow not getting the warnings right now as efficiently. But there's the tornado emergency for the Toluca area. And then let's see, let's get level 2 data in here. Come on. Maybe it's not just the software I was using. It's a little slow to load. The cell near Toluca is weakening, which is a good sign, but still seeing rotation in here. Toluca to Rutland, tornado emergency continues there. And then this is a PDS tornado emergency from the Chicago Weather Service Office. Livingston and LaSalle counties, north central Illinois. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado over Washburn. That's now moved to the east. It's basically near the Toluca area. Still a dangerous cell. Still showing debris signature, but that has weakened some, so that's a good sign. Maybe kind of recycling here. This cell also near Dana and Minneonk is also tornado warned. See that lifting off here. It's actually about to lift into the other PDS tornado warning, so I guess they'll just cover both of those. But yeah, rotation in here. Approaching areas around Dana, just south of Dana.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay. Fulton, Mason, and Tazewell counties. We have a new threat here. Let's pull that back away. Okay, looks like the warnings are updating again. This is a new warning, observed tornado as well. This is for Fulton, Tazewell counties near IPA. Looks like rotation in there near IPA, IPAVA, IAPA. I don't know. Howard, Livingston is in this. Livingston, Liverpool, and Bryant in Fulton County there. That is a dangerous cell as well. There's a new radar scan for that. It's kind of a similar thing. It's got a little exposed hook on it. Back here, there, Benedot. Doesn't show a ton in the velocity scan, but there it is showing up in the spectrum width. And then it also appears like it shows up in correlation coefficient. Yeah, unfortunately, that's a damaging tornado as well. Another damaging tornado near Benedot and IPAVA. IPAVA, maybe that's how you say it. It's going to be west of Lewiston in central west central Illinois, about 7.5 miles west of Lewiston, Illinois. This is that cluster that came out of the Macomb area that was previously tornado warned back near Macomb. This is that southern cell that we had question marks on before. Oh no, sorry, it's not. It's actually a new cell that's merged into that line segment. I'm also concerned about this area here. This is starting to go up south of Macomb as well. Yeah, this is a supercell that's popped up on its own. You can see it coming across the Table Grove area. And it's about to get merged into that line segment, but a couple of those cells are also showing signs of rotation in here. Yeah, storms have gone up really quick. There's an area of rotation between Industry and Table Grove. That's also an area to watch. here is your damaging tornado back here near Ipava. And then there also is wind and some rotation picking up on that cell to the north near Canton. So a couple areas of rotation there. Dangerous storms in west central Illinois. They've dropped the tornado emergency. And they are now going to warn this cell too, is now tornado warned. Near Table Grove and Industry. Rope tornado just formed west of Lewiston. So that's a rope tornado that is doing some damage there across the areas. There it goes. Yeah, this is the newest tornado warning for this cell we were just looking at. Dangerous storm in there between Lewiston, or sorry, not Lewiston, Industry and Table Grove. And then we still have this cell that's lifting up west of Lewiston with a damaging tornado in progress there. Bernadette, Depler Springs, Lewiston, observed tornado on the ground. And then here's that PDS warning. Yeah, okay, we're getting the warnings back again, so that's a good sign. Somehow it glitched out for a minute and we did not get the warnings. But PDS tornado warning continues there. Strader, Ransom, Cornell. There's a couple different cells in here that could be producing tornadoes. There's the original cell that had the tornado emergency back towards Toluca and Washburn. That still has strong rotation in it near Winona. Yeah, we're near Winona. And then there's also the cell that got tornado warned south there near Minneonk. That's lifting up towards Long Point. That one doesn't look quite as impressive as it did just a few minutes ago. But there is an unwarned cell near Flanagan. That is also going up in intensity here. Let's take a look at spectrum width. Yeah, starting to show rotation there near Flanagan, just south of Flanagan. Another cell that has an exposed hook. So you don't get a lot of reflectivity on it. So it's a little bit harder to get the data. There it goes. Tornado warning there. That's going to be for Pontiac, Pontiac, Illinois, Livingston County, near Flanagan, and 11 miles west of Pontiac, moving east-northeast at about 40 miles an hour. There's your new warnings. Okay, we're getting warnings again. I feel confident about that. Something much glitched out with the National Weather Service API where we weren't getting a lot of good warnings for a minute or two. But yeah, that's why I have some backup stuff too, just in case. So I went to the backup programs just to make sure everything was working. Let's see, a couple areas in here. Pontiac, about 19 minutes. Odell, 30 minutes. And then we'll see if it holds together. But Emmington, keep an eye on that one if you're in the Emmington area, about 40 minutes or so. And yeah, that's going to be along I-55 in Livingston County here in the next 13 to 20 minutes or so. Pontiac is a pretty big community out here. We'll see if that goes confirmed. Okay, so 3 strong supercells here. And they have warned that other ones. All 3 of these cells here that we just talked about are warned. Again, there's rotation here near Table Grove. There is an ongoing tornado in progress, or may have just lifted. It's hard to kind of say. But it may have just lifted here west of Livingston. And then the newest area of rotation is that one that we saw near Canton.
A new tornado warning.
There's the warning there. Fulton and Peoria counties. That's going to be lifting up towards Hannah City, Glassford, Hollis, and downtown Peoria. You're not quite in that warning polygon, but out by the airport, you're going to want to take those tornado safety precautions. Lowest level interior room away from those doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside as possible. This could be kind of closer to the peak of the tornado event. We'll kind of wait and see, but we've been on here and kind of flagged that cluster of storms that popped up out ahead of all this. This is interesting because this was a cluster of storms that also was popped out ahead of the line. Now that line is starting to catch up with this system, so we'll see how these storms kind of interact here. We may start to get more of a transition to embedded supercells. in this part of the line segment. And still worried we may still have some debris indicators in there, but that looks like it might lift north of Lewiston because that cell is getting incorporated into that line segment. It's getting pulled back up into the line. So we may see a new area of localized rotation near Cuba, Bryant, Canton, Liverpool. Continue to stay in your tornado safe space there. That's a dangerous storm across the Livingston area. Yeah, this is that tornado warning storm coming through the Norris to Farmington, Glassford to the Peoria International Airport. You need to stay in your tornado safe space there. Those are radar indicated at the moment. Radar indicated there near Industry and the Table Grove area that may have had a tornado earlier just near Table Grove with that other tornado warning. So Table Grove, you're kind of back into another tornado warning. This is your second, I think, of the day. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there at Table Grove. 6 o'clock. Yeah, that goes until 6 o'clock. That observed tornado warning hasn't been updated in about 10 minutes, so we'll see if they back off the observe tag. Not seeing that debris signature in there anymore, and it looks like the rotation has weakened, but certainly they're in a favorable environment. You can see there's overlapping severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Very quickly, since we don't have a tornado emergency in progress, I do want to look and just scope down this line a little bit. Severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado possible. That's in northern parts of Missouri, Monroe City, Palmyra, approaching areas around Hannibal and Quincy. Tornado possible tag there. Still a little far from the radar site. That's that northern Missouri radar hole. And then watching storms in central Missouri. 60, yeah, gust to 60. Seeing a little bit, this was an area that had a little bit of spin earlier, yeah, out of the Creighton area. Still has a little bit of spin in there near Chilhowie. And that's actually moved off towards Green Ridge and Sedalia. This is another area that has a little bit of spin near Deepwater in Clinton, Missouri. Probably gets a severe thunderstorm warning in a little bit. Labette County in southern parts of Kansas, severe thunderstorm warning there. And then we're watching storms west of Tulsa near Pawnee. Seeing some hailstorms go up there, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail at the moment. A supercell not warned right now. This was a severe thunderstorm warning a little bit ago. I'm surprised they've dropped that because it was being warned for ping pong ball size hail. It looks like it still probably has some ping pong ball size hail. It has a little bit of broad rotation with a mesocyclone to support the large hail. We'll see if we get any other storms back that way. So we're caught up right now. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warned cells in central Illinois. And then we do have a severe thunderstorm warning there into parts of southern parts of Wisconsin. This is that area that we saw the heavy rain on earlier. That one is not quite as impressive right now, but some damaging winds coming across that area around Williams Bay, Elkhorn, up to East Troy and Lake Geneva. We are starting to see that, as kind of I expected earlier, some of that slop across this area is starting to consolidate into a line. So we'll start to see if that accentuates that damaging wind. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see a little bit more of a bowing feature out of that segment there. And yeah, good news is no tornado warnings right now in northern Illinois. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that cell across the Wisconsin state line. Not yet. DeKalb County and Kane County, right? That's on the Kane County, Illinois. Yeah, you guys are okay. You're along the I-88 corridor. No, you guys still have a severe weather threat. Tornado watch goes another 3.5 hours. We're gonna watch a couple different threats there from basically the entire Chicago area, including the Kane County. We're watching for any of these prefrontal cells that have gone up out in front the line of storms and of the cold front. The cold front is back here basically in eastern Iowa, right about on the Missouri or the Mississippi River, basically passing the Quad Cities right now. It hasn't formed a solid line yet, so we do have to watch like these individual cells that have kind of formed out in front. But model data shows that we should get more of an organized line segment. That's going to work through regardless of any prefrontal supercellular threat. So this is kind of like threat number one down here, with the ice a little bit more isolated, but the risk is higher if you're under one of those storms for tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds. Not everybody is going to see a tornadic supercell across northern and central Illinois. What most people are going to see eventually here across northern Illinois is a line segment, another line of damaging to gusty winds, embedded supercells, embedded QLCS tornadoes. Right now, that northern line is still kind of a little bit disorganized. It's still slightly under severe limits. We're starting to see that line really start to grow across central Missouri, northeast Missouri, and now into west central Illinois. And this line is starting to overtake a couple of those prefrontal supercells. So that's why right here we have a number of tornado warnings. The line segments moving in from the west. Some of those storms have embedded supercellular features. But then, yeah, like this one that's flashing that was observed a few minutes ago, now down to radar indicated. So a good sign there for Fulton County. But that one was a supercell out in front of the line. It's getting incorporated, so it's kind of messed up. It was probably going to produce potentially a long track tornado, and then it's gotten interfered with by this line segment. So we still have some more accentuated wind threats here. Tornado possible tag. Yeah, none of these storms are super windy at the moment, but we'll see what happens as this line kind of organizes. And this is generally drifting towards Springfield and Lincoln, Illinois, all those areas that had some severe weather yesterday. I will note you can see how breezy it is on the trees there into parts of Wisconsin. So definitely severe storms still ongoing there in southern Wisconsin. They're just not quite tornadic at the moment. Okay, we've lost our observed tornado there in Fulton County. Tornado warning remains there around the Lewiston area, St. David. We're also starting to see, since those storms are getting incorporated into the line segment, they're starting to accelerate. That's moving east now at 65. It was a northeast mover. They have updated this. This cell is a still PDS observed tornado. Confirmed large and dangerous tornado was near South Strader. This was just updated at 5:38, so just a few minutes ago. It's down in here near Garfield. Yeah, there it is, right there. So I think has cycled. I don't think it's the same tornado. Yeah, it's not the same tornado that was at the Toluca area. This storm has cycled, and it's now producing a second damaging tornado, and that is coming towards the Garfield area. Now probably just sliding south of Garfield, Munster, Colville, Reading, South Strader, and Strader itself. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space. This is a PDS, considerable observed tornado, large and extremely dangerous tornado near Strader, moving east at 48 miles an hour, damaging tornado, weather spotter confirmed. In addition to the weather spotter confirmation, we can see it there on our velocity signature and also on our debris with the correlation coefficient. Backing it up a little bit, you can see the debris detector also showing basically max shear rate. Still also watching that tornado warned cell near Long Point, and then seeing the shear rate also pick up in this cell. Radar indicator right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if that cell near Flanagan tries to produce a tornado. Lifting up towards Graymont, Rooks Creek, and Pontiac. Yeah, still a dangerous cell. You're going to get the hail first, and then back here towards Flanagan. That's where that tornado's sitting, or potential tornado along 116. That's Illinois 116 to the west of the Pontiac area. there's your 3 tornado warning cells. Again, the one here just southwest of Strader producing a damaging tornado. There is the debris signature there. And then the other cell near Long Point, potential tornado there. And the other cell back here near Flanagan, approaching areas around Pontiac, potential tornado there. Hey, Highland Weather, how's it going? Oh, nice. Yeah, if you need any advice or anything, I'm not a super techie person, but yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Happy graduation. I think I might have said it in the chat the other day, but I don't know if you were still in the chat. But happy graduation to you, too. Tons of tornado reports in west central Illinois. I think most of them are probably just a cluster of the storm chasers, not a cluster of the actual tornado. They'll filter through those. Yeah, right now they're showing like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think it's just all the storm chasers put their tornado reports in. That was back towards the Table Grove area. Still radar indicated for that cell near the Pontiac area. And yeah, that's still lifting towards Pontiac. Radar indicated tornado warning continues there until 6:15. Golf ball size hail is also a potential in that cell. And I think they actually just upped the hail. Yeah, no, golf ball size. Still seeing that damaging tornado lifting off towards the Strader area. It's interesting. These cells are going to kind of come together a little bit. So we'll see what happens when they merge. Probably not. It's probably going to affect both of them for a little while, but I would expect that one big supercell kind of comes out of this cluster and this merger here. We'll see. This one is trying to stay kind of on its own a little bit. It's moving a little more easterly. So that may be a chance that that storm can have a tornado potential while these two kind of merge up.
A new
Some new
tornado
alerts here.
has been issued.
Bureau and Henry County. That's going to be in west central Illinois. That's for those storms near Anawan or 14 miles north of Kanawani. This is a cell that wasn't even severe warned just a few minutes ago. So a dangerous storm there. That's starting to come up in intensity as well. Oh yeah, look at that. Just in the last couple scans. About 10 minutes ago, not really showing much rotation. 5 minutes ago, a little bit of rotation. And then that has continued to uptrend in a pretty quick amount of time. North of I-80, Anawan, New Bedford, Manlius, Limerick, Ohio, and Hoople. East-northeast at about 35 miles an hour. Dangerous storm there. Zooming out just a little bit. There we go. New Bedford, 15 minutes. Manlius, 17. Ohio, that's towards the end of the warning polygon, about 38 minutes. And Limerick, 37. And Hoople, it's probably going to pass south of there. If you're south sides of Hoople, I would just be in my tornado safe space. Yeah, let that storm get through. Tornado safe place. Anywhere there from Hoople to Anawan. Although, yeah, if you're west of 78, this storm has already passed to your east. Give it a couple minutes though, and then you can get back to things. So starting to see a few more warnings in northern Illinois. There are some question marks. A lot of the Chicago people are saying what's going on. Ogle, DeKalb, Winnebago, McHenry, Boone counties in northern Illinois, and also into, no, those are all Illinois counties. North and east at 55 miles an hour. It's 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail essentially right now. We'll see if we get any spins or anything in here. There's a couple areas that are converging but not really spinning yet, but we'll continue to watch a bunch of those areas. Storms are basically cleared out of the Quad Cities now. Yeah, that's a neat look with the bridge. That's looking back into Illinois at the backside of those storms. New severe thunderstorm warning also for areas there into southern Wisconsin, Racine and Kenosha counties. Just ahead of this big cluster of storms. We'll put that camera in there. It's maybe dry for a little bit, but those storms are going to work into Kenosha and Racine counties. Really heavily populated area there in southeast parts of Wisconsin. Still seeing that tornado warning storm. Hoople over to New Bedford, Manlius, and Limerick, Ohio, also in that warning. We'll go back to our considerable threats. PDS tornado warning storm near Strader. Train spotter reported a tornado on the ground southwest of Strader. That was about 10 minutes ago. Another tornado report just came in 3 minutes ago, so that's still likely on the ground south and east of Strader. Still seeing that nasty storm circulation in here between Flanagan and Pontiac. That storm near Strader that's producing a tornado is the same storm that we saw go up very rapidly, produced a tornado emergency and damaging tornado near Washburn and LaRose and Toluca. And that's continued to, it's occluded that original area of rotation, but that second area has now regenerated there and is approaching the Strader area. It's just going to be south of Strader now. See if we just got new radar data in there. It's going to be just south of Strader. The Carriage Lane Estates. Trimmed it up just a little bit, but still continuing a PDS tornado warning. That previous tornado near Garfield may have lifted. It's actually that secondary area of rotation that's lifting across the Strader area. So continue to take your tornado safe space. Yeah, if you're west of Strader, out towards Munster and Garfield, they've trimmed up that warning polygon. But still continuing the PDS tornado warning for Strader. Observed extremely large and dangerous tornado located over South Strader, moving east at 25 miles an hour. It's a weather spotter confirmed tornado. So this is your tornado in progress here. South Strader. You need to be in your tornado safe space. Nothing showing yet on that debris signature, but that is a dangerous storm there. Some of this has gusted out in this tornado warning storm approaching the Peoria airport. You can see just a few minutes ago, dangerous storm near Norris with rotation. Yeah, that's more outflow driven. It's a big bulge of surging wind, though, coming towards the airport in Peoria, downtown Peoria, over towards Tremont, Dillon, back down to Manito. They have added the tornado possible considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warning for these areas here. Yeah, and that's starting to bow out, too. This whole big area there is bulging out. Within that, there could be some potential QLCS spins in here. The good news is at the moment, it doesn't look as intense for tornado potential in here right now, but potentially some 60 to 70 to maybe even pockets of 80-mile-an-hour winds, getting fairly close to the radar site. So some of these areas in the darker blues and purples, that's where some of your pockets of the 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds potentially could start to develop. And then still watching a few areas of rotation. But quickly, very quickly here, this has transitioned into western Illinois from a supercell issue where we had earlier some ongoing supercells, and then that new one popped up. We got tornado warning near Lewiston, but very quickly got incorporated into the line segment. Yeah, we're starting to get more of a cohesive line across that part of Illinois. And then areas around Palmyra, Monroe City. Still seeing some warnings there. Tornado possible with a little bit of broad rotation near Monroe City, Missouri. Back across central Missouri, Centralia, Hallsville, Harrisburg, Boonville, Pilot Grove, strong storms, 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some quarter-size hail in that area approaching the Hallsville area. This was an interesting cell near deep water to keep our eye on. Some broad spin in that cell. It's a hail producer, 35 miles, or ends in 35 minutes, but it's moving to the east, and I believe about 35 miles an hour. Double check that. That has also been observed. Observed half-dollar size hail reported in Henry County, Missouri. Yeah, 30 miles an hour. It's moving to the east at about 30 miles an hour. That's one to watch because even though it doesn't look like it's in a super populated area, this is getting into areas around the Lake of the Ozarks. Let's see. I'll just take it at 30. But yeah, once it gets over here, this is the Lake of the Ozarks. It's going to be roughly about 70 minutes or so to get to this area. Village of Four Seasons, Osage Beach, Camdenton, a more, especially this time of year, heavily populated area. A lot of vacation homes, vacation rentals, some resorts. We'll keep an eye on that one. Definitely get off the lake here in the next little while. And still seeing those strong storms in southern Kansas, approaching areas around Baxter Springs. We also have strong storms now still west of the Tulsa area, up towards the Pawnee area, Merrimack, Jennings, and Oilton. Severe storms, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. More of a hail threat across parts of these areas, less of a tornado threat. We also have the severe thunderstorms. They reissued that storm for the El Reno area in western parts of the OKC metro.
Has been issued.
It's kind of crashing towards the south, so it's not headed towards the Oklahoma City metro at the moment. Considerable threat, though, 70-mile-an-hour winds and at least half-dollar size hail. El Reno down to Mustang, Minco, Tuttle, and Bridge Creek. It's crashing in from the north. Some other stronger cells isolated.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
We'll get back up. Considerable threat. They're going to continue the considerable threat tag on that cell near Strader. Oh yeah, that's producing still a damaging tornado over the Strader area. That's not good at all. There's the latest radar scan. That basically lifted across South Strader and, I mean, basically Strader. Carriage Lane Estates, the Colville area. And that was producing a damaging tornado, looks like back. There's the original tornado near Garfield, the first one that we were flagging also south and west of Strader. This one popped up near Acona, it looks like, and Reading, and is doing damage there. Colville, that's a large debris signature. Carriage Estates, Strader, and now pushing into East Strader. Surprised that didn't get a tornado emergency just because of
tornado warning.
Didn't quite have the required rotation signature, but coming into a populated area probably could have deserved a tornado emergency. But there is your area of rotation. You can see the couplet there, pretty strong still, just to the east of Strader. We've had already, it looks like, damaging tornadoes. Several damaging tornadoes across central Illinois. Yeah, look at that. One tornado ending, and then you'll see the next radar scan. You'll see this new one start organizing here. So Strader just got a 1-2 punch around the Strader area, lifting into the south side of town. Still continuing, that is a PDS tornado warning for LaSalle and Grundy counties. LaSalle and Grundy counties. PDS tornado emergency, or tornado warning, sorry. Not a tornado emergency. It is the level right below that. A PDS tornado emergency there around Strader. This other cell, I'm really surprised it's not confirmed. Oh, it's in there. There's a tornado in progress there, too. Yeah, there appears to be a tornado in progress there, just north of the Pontiac area, and Cayuga coming towards the Odell area along I-55. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there around the Pontiac area, just north of Pontiac.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, there you go. I just wanted to kind of stand out a little bit with those tornado emergency or PDS tornado warnings, make them stand out a little bit better. Damaging tornado continues there. Radar, it says radar confirmed, but this was confirmed by spotters a few minutes ago as well. One good thing is latest scan that has weakened some. We'll see that maybe cycling. That one has weakened quite a bit just on the last radar scan. This one looks like it was producing a tornado just a couple minutes ago as well. We'll see if it still shows on the next radar scan there too. But continue to take tornado safety precautions. That is around the Odell area. And Odell, that's on I-55. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, north central Livingston County. Livingston County has been hammered pretty good there. So 2 PDS tornado warnings for that ongoing tornado around Strader, Illinois. That goes up towards Wauponsee, Verona, Kingsman, Mason, Carbon Hill,
A new
Braceville.
tornado warning has been
Tornado warning
issued.
continues there. Again, that's a PDS confirmed tornado. And then we do have a new tornado warning now into parts of Wisconsin. We mentioned that a little bit ago. There was an area of convergence. Looks like that has organized a little bit more into an area of rotation. Still kind of more of a convergence area, but there is a little bit more of a pronounced spin in here. Brighton and Paris, Paddock Lake, and then over towards I-441 and 94, Sylvania. That includes the town of Kenosha, Summers, and traveling along 142. This is really close to our radar. This is Wisconsin 50. We'll move this, and I'm going to go up to 142, where the stream's already down. Northeast, let's go here, northwest. Wisconsin has a really good camera network. There's actually a lot of cameras. The one problem with the Wisconsin cameras is they tend to show a ton of the highway, which is great if you want traffic. All right, that's County Road E. Yeah, we'll keep that camera for a minute. Near the Summers area, that's pretty much on track for that area of rotation lifting up. It's going to be moving pretty quick here in Wisconsin, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Also damaging wind, also showing on that 60 to 70 plus mile an hour winds in there. And that's going to be basically right along here. Kenosha about, actually, let me make sure I did not grab that correctly. There we go. It's going to get out in the lake pretty quick. Brighton, it's on you guys right now. Bristol, 4 minutes or less. It's going to basically hit the I-41 corridor in about 10 minutes. So 13 to Summers, 4:15 to Sturtevant, and then Kenosha on the lake there, about 19 minutes. University of Wisconsin Parkside, that's going to be 16 minutes. And up towards Sylvania, that's about 10 minutes too. So 10 minutes, the I-94, I-41 corridor. Air rotation in there. This is more of a QLCS embedded spin rather than the supercells that we're looking at down to the south. But there's that area of spin near the recreation site, and that'll continue approaching areas around Brighton and Paris. Dangerous storm there. Let's take a look at the rotation track. See if it picks up anything in there. That is, we'll wait for the update, but that is still a dangerous storm, southern parts of Wisconsin. And then down across parts of Illinois, we're keeping an eye on those storms moving into the Chicago area, mostly damaging wind right now. And then all right. Dog update there. And dinner update. Still seeing that tornado warned storm. New Bedford, Manius. Oh, yes. Please move this camera. Move it, move it, move it, move it. Up, 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 tilt up. I want to see the tornado. There we go. Perfect. That might be the area of rotation. It's hard to tell if it's actually rotating, but that's the leading edge. If there's a tornado, it's going to be not there. It's not there on the highway. It's back up. So we'll see if they refocus that. Someone tell Wisconsin DOT to turn it back to the shelf cloud and the tornado. Yeah, damaging winds coming through the Peoria Metro. This is pretty significant damaging winds into the Peoria International Airport, downtown Peoria, Washington, Morton, Groveland, down through Forest City. We have another tornado warning down here into southern parts or west central parts of Illinois. And they're going to extend that considerable damage, considerable threat PDS tornado warning too. This is a radar indicated tornado warning for southeastern Schuyler County, and that's going to continue there. Beardstown, Bluff Springs, Kilbourne, Newmansville. Not seeing a ton of rotation in there. It's mostly damaging wind, it looks like. There might be a couple areas there. Maybe a couple areas in there that have tightened up a little bit, but for the most part, that looks like a damaging wind threat across that area, but still stay in your tornado safe space. Lowest level interior room away from the doors and windows.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, that cell that I thought was on the ground a little bit ago near Odell is also now tornado observed. Looks like there is still that area of CC drop. So this is an observed tornado for Livingston, Grundy, and Kankakee counties. Confirmed tornado over Odell near Dwight, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Weather spotters confirm the tornado. But I think we've seen that. At least it's been on the ground maybe once or twice before. Yeah, it was in here. It was warned, but it was in here as a radar indicated tornado a little bit ago near Cuyahoga, just north of Pontiac. And yeah, it looks like it stayed there. Did it stay the whole time? Maybe. Maybe not anymore. So this may have been on the ground actually for that entire time, the last, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. It pretty much was on the ground, at least briefly, north of Cayuga, but it may have actually been on the ground since then. So this could be a longer track tornado too, potentially. Livingston, Grundy, and Kankakee counties, 40 miles an hour. That's continuing to lift off towards Dwight, Campus, Reddick, Union Hill, South Wilmington, and Essex. A tornado there near Odell. It has an interesting kind of double hook feature on it, but it looks like that main hook is the one there that's rotating. And I'm going to track that out from Odell at about 40 miles an hour. If that holds together, Kankakee and Bourbonnais, that's about 54 minutes away. Some of those areas that got hit with the high-end EF3 tornado back in the springtime, Aroma Park, Bourbonnais, Kankakee, that area about 50 minutes or so. South Wilmington, 24, Essex, 30, Hetcher, about 32 minutes. That's at the end of the warning polygon. Campus, 16 minutes. Dwight, that would also be about 9 or 10 minutes. Bunch of storms in progress right now. They're dropping, it looks like, the PDS tag from that, but they're going to continue the observe tag on that cell. Ping pong ball size hail also potentially in there, but I don't know. So I don't see a ton of hail in there. There maybe is a little pocket of hail, but that actually might not be hail. That may be some debris blow off from earlier. And it's hard to say. The hail core has maybe come up on that one. So that may actually be hail. At least probably golf balls to maybe ping pong balls. That's coming up towards the Waponsie area. So a couple things have happened here. We lost that original tornado that was the tornado PDS observed for the Strader area. And then that has weakened it and occluded. We see a new circulation that's picking up near Kinsman. That has weakened though too, but they're going to continue that tornado warning. It looks like it's going to try and probably recycle near the Kinsman area. So Kinsman, Verona, Raponsi, South Wilmington, you're also in the tornado warning for that storm. And then Coal City and Godley.
A new flash flood warning has been
The other
issued.
storm that's over the Odell area has now actually gone PDS, considerable threat. So that is now a PDS, considerable observed tornado. Large and extremely dangerous tornado over Odell or near Dwight, moving northeast at 35. They slowed the speed down a little bit. But there is, we'll wait on a new radar scan. But there is the potential tornado in there near Odell. And seeing max shear rate right there over the Odell area. PDS tornado that's on the ground, doing damage. And it may be just east of Odell, just based on the newest velocity scan that we're getting here. That shear rate is just a touch behind sometimes. So yeah, it's going to be just east of Odell on State Highway 1, right in this area here. I'm waiting on a new correlation coefficient scan, but that should be in just a minute. So those are the same areas that we just went over for the tornado warning: Reddick, Essex, Hetcher, Campus, all under that new PDS considerable threat observe tag. There's also a new cell that is also showing some signs of rotating that's coming up into the area around Kankakee, so we have to worry about that little cell too. That potentially could go tornadic in a little while as it lifts off to the northeast. And Kankakee, you want to pay attention to this cell back here by Odell. They've extended that considerable threat, not tornado possible anymore, but considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds through the Bloomington normal area. Everybody there from Manito and Peoria back through Bloomington and normal. That's all now pushing your way. Dillon, Tremont, Delavan, down towards Mason City in Illinois. Athens, Ashland, some areas that had tornadoes yesterday. That's a new severe warning also there west of the Springfield area.
A new flash flood warning.
I'm not seeing a lot of rotation in that cell that's tornado warned near Beardstown. It looks like that has gusted out. So wouldn't be surprised if they just let that kind of leave the warning polygon.
A new flash flood warning has
Hasn't
been
been
issued.
updated in about 10 minutes, but it looks like that area is gusted out. They did update it when they updated it. A severe squall line is capable of producing tornadoes and extensive straight line winds. So they've updated it from just a tornado warning to more of a tornado and winds. I'd rather almost just see people just cancel the warning, but public tornado report on the cell that's basically over our camera position. Now this had a lowering. I don't know if it was a tornado on the ground, but public reported a tornado, damaging tornado. Public confirmed near Sturtevant. And it's right in there, though. That might actually be. It may actually be on the ground because it's very close to that camera position. Earlier we could see the lowering. It was hard to say if it was rotating or not, but that this is right there at County Highway E and Sturtevant. It's moving very quickly though. That's some serious wind though on 94 and yeah, it could be County Highway E. That's right
A new flash
here.
flood warning has been
We'll
issued.
see if we get any this could be a debris signature actually. Yeah, actually that might be. We'll see if we get a wind direction change on this. This might actually be in the tornado here. These are some at least very gusty winds in here.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
I don't know. It could be right here. Yeah, they're looking towards it, but I don't know if they're going to get a good view of it because we're be tucked up into the rain.
A new
If there is, it's right in here near Summers.
Issued.
Do we have any other? Basically crossed around 142 and County Highway E. If there's a tornado, it's back up here in the rain. I don't see any power flashes. It might be just too light for power flashes, but that could be a good report because there was at least a little bit of a debris signature. Yeah. That's a dangerous storm there in parts of Wisconsin. There it is, right there. Crossed 142, and then County Highway E. It may have been a brief tornado. It may have weakened right over this camera perspective, and that's why we didn't see much of it. But yeah, it was on the ground briefly there, back towards 142. And then may have started back here towards Paris, right in there. All right, so that's continuing to move on. Even if it's not showing debris, it may actually still be in here. Dangerous storm. Yeah, high on the spectrum width as well.
Warning has been issued.
Summers, Sturtevant, Racine, Kenosha, North Bay, all in that tornado warning. That's Racine and Kenosha counties. It's going to be likely north of Kenosha, but closer to Racine. So if anywhere in that area, you're in the warning polygon, you need to take that seriously. Tornado likely east of I-4194 though. They've continued that tornado warning there for areas around Dwight. See, that has a pronounced hook on it, strong rotation. Doesn't have as deep of a debris signature as it did a little bit ago. near the Odell area. It still doesn't have a crazy deep debris signature, even over Odell, but continuing to see, I believe that was a spotter reported tornado. Yeah, weather spotter confirmed damaging tornado, and we still see the pretty decent signature, maybe right in there. Still some weak debris signature just south of Dwight, and that's going to continue lifting up towards Reddick, Union Hill, paralleling Highway 17. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there. It's lifting east-northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So Essex, still about 21 minutes. Buckingham, 18. Reddick, 14. And then the Kankakee, Bourbonnais area, about 44 minutes. And then we do have to watch that cell that's over Bourbonnais and Kankakee right now. That cell has some rotation on it now, too. Not a ton, but that could be a tornado producer, too, in the short term. Kankakee, Bourbonnais, be ready to take tornado safety precautions in a moment's notice there. Continuing to take a look at this storm, it's a little bit messier, and it looks like they are going to add a severe thunderstorm warning for it instead of that tornado warning on the north side. This is the cell that produced several damaging tornadoes. But still tornado warning continues there around the Mason area. Wabanonsie and Grundy counties around Coal City. Rotation has backed off a little bit on that cell. They have a new tornado warning for Deer Creek. Deer Creek and the Morton area. Maybe, looks like clear air. For a second, it looked like a debris signature, but that may be clear air right on the leading edge. Just based on the reflectivity as well. Hey, Frontline Weather, how's it going tonight? Busy one here. It looked like the tornado watch definitely verified. We've had several PDS tornadoes. We've had a tornado emergency. Looks like we're getting another observed tornado warning.
This tornado
Kenosha
warning
and
has been
Racine.
upgraded.
Yeah, still the observed tornado warning continues there, basically east of 4194. All right, updated the live stream stats. That way we have tornadoes on the ground in Wisconsin and Illinois right now. This is the one part of Wisconsin I think I mentioned earlier that had a better chance at severe weather, extreme southeastern Wisconsin, and it looks like that has verified. We also have strong severe thunderstorms coming into the northern parts of the Chicago metro. This is arcing out here, surging out damaging winds. Antioch, Zion, Round Lake Beach, Lake Forest, Woodstock to Lake Zurich, Carpentersville back to Genoa, north of Sycamore. Pretty solid line of severe warned storms. There are some areas that we have to watch for some spin. There's one in there just north of Sycamore near Genoa. There's another one around McHenry, eastern McHenry County. There's a little bit of a convergence point, little spin in there. There's a couple different cells kind of merging into each other. So in the short term, that could be an issue. And then, so we have damaging winds with some embedded QLCS tornadoes potential coming into the northern suburbs of Chicago. The southern suburbs of Chicago, Juliet, Crown Point, those areas have to worry about this batch of prefrontal supercells that have produced several damaging PDS, particularly dangerous situation tornadoes, some damaging tornadoes, as well as a tornado emergency a little bit ago. So areas around Strader got hit hard. Areas around, looks like Winona, Toluca, that area, down towards Washburn, Illinois, had the tornado emergency. So several of those still are in progress. The one near Dwight has a particularly dangerous situation tag. It's skipped Dwight, but it is approaching areas around Reddick and Union Hill. and South Wilmington. That is a dangerous tornado in progress there around Blair, Cardiff, Reddick, and Union Hill. Continue to take tornado safety precautions. PDS confirmed dangerous tornado around the Reddick area.
New information. This tornado
And it looks like
warning
that
has been
Haswell
upgraded.
and Woodford, Illinois tornado warning has gone confirmed. We'll take a look at that one. About 6 minutes ago, they still updated the confirmed large and dangerous tornado was weather spotter confirmed. It looks very impressive on radar. It doesn't have a deep debris signature, but it's in some open country. It doesn't have a ton of trees around it, so hopefully that one's been mostly in rural farm fields right now. And yeah, we do have to watch these little sheared supercells. There's mini supercells that have gone up around the Kankakee and Bourbonnais area. And also these cells down here, Crescent City, Danforth, they're also rotating. A new little cell near Stell is also rotating. So potentially, really any storm in this cluster of storms here, from south and west of Juliet, down through Braidwood, Gardner, Herscher, Campus, Bourbonnais and Kankakee, down to Clifton, Gilman. Any of those cells could produce tornadoes pretty much in the short term. There's one, actually two right there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cells. Any of those 6 cells could produce tornadoes in a very, very short amount of time. So if you're anywhere in these areas, I would just start to prepare for a tornado safety plan. Get your kiddos and the pups ready to go, because these could produce super tornadoes in a very short amount of time. We have the 2 that are ongoing. This one here near Dwight and approaching the Reddick area following Highway 17. Looks like this area is starting to tighten back up. I don't see a tornado in progress there, but we'll keep an eye on that area. Shear is coming up on that cell near Carbon Hill. And then I believe it is this one, the Tazewell and so many tornado warnings right now. The Tazewell and why don't I have the county? Maybe it's just Tazewell County. But this cell also now has an observed tornado. Confirmed tornado over Goodfield or near Eureka, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Emergency management confirmed tornado. That's again near the Goodfield area. That may be the debris signature. It's hard to tell. Yeah, potentially there's the debris signature splitting between Goodfield and Eureka, Secor, Kappa, and El Paso, Illinois. That is working to the north and will stay to the north of the Normal and Bloomington area. But that is a Woodford and Tazewell counties around the Deer Creek area. Yeah, there's the little inflow notch right in there. And yeah, that's the debris signature showing up here just north of Goodfield, crossing Illinois 117. Illinois 117. Otherwise, right now, strong winds coming towards the Lincoln area. Lincoln, considerable threat. All the way through Bloomington, Normal, considerable threat. Do prepare for any QLCS quick spin-up tornadoes, though. Considerable threat down through areas around Chandlerville, Beardstown, and non-severe then back across areas around Hannibal. And then more isolated cells back across the cold front through Missouri. This is a little bit of a supercell that we've been following around El Reno. It's sunk down towards the south around Union City in Oklahoma. Considerable threat there in the West Metro, south and west of Oklahoma City. And a new cell going up in Motley County, Texas, south and west of Childress. Let's get back up to our Kenosha storm. This was a public confirmed tornado. It was basically over our camera position. It may have weakened right around 41 and then re-strengthened. That should drop in a minute. That's going to be off of the coast there along the lake shore. But yeah, it was definitely doing a little bit of damage back towards Brighton and then crossed 142 around the Paris area. Maybe briefly lifted around County Highway E, but a new circulation may have picked up where where that other one left off, and it looks like that rocketed off to the east-northeast. So that would be a water spout, potentially just off the shore of Racine, but that one is going to be more of an issue later. Keep an eye on that one around Grand Haven, Port Sheldon, and Grand Rapids later for that cell. We have, hey Titus, welcome back. Hi Rachel, how's it going today?
Flash flood warning has been
Hope
issued.
everybody's doing good there. Yes, keep an eye on that Oxford area. You guys are down there. Yeah, you're in that prime real estate right now. Nothing directly coming towards that area yet. Those are all lifting north right now. Yeah, they're all lifting basically north and east. This whole batch of supercells in here. Any of those could produce tornadoes in a very short amount of time. Oxford down here, they're going to likely lift off to your north, so not a direct threat there yet. I do want to check, though. There is a storm kind of going up over that area. So far from the radar site, that looks like a little blip. May have some rotation on it. It's hard to tell. But that one would be one to watch north of Oxford. And then we have to watch this line segment that's working in, closing in on the I-55 corridor. This one is moving more easterly. So this whole thing will work towards the Indiana state line in the next couple hours. Some good news is they've backed off the PDS tornado warning. Let's see what they've done with it. Still being observed, but not a PDS warning. Yeah, that may have weakened over the Reddick area, just to the west of Reddick. So that has been still observed, but not a PDS warning. So we don't have any current PDS warnings. Let's see here. Earlier, rapid rotation south and east of Dwight. Rope tornado southwest of Dwight. Large stovepipe on the ground. This was a little bit ago near the Dwight area. So yeah, that area has had some damage. I want to look at these damage reports from Strader. Multiple reports of a large tornado near Strader, and that we saw the damage report, not the damage report, but we saw the CC drop indicating a debris signature. Illinois State Police report damage to structures on the south side of Strader. So the police are on that pretty quickly. And then multiple reports there on the east side of town. Multi-vortex cone tornado on the ground near Strader, debris being lofted. Tornado about 6 o'clock near Ransom. And then, yeah, we pick up those tornado warnings near Dwight. So, touchdown at the intersection of Highway 45 and 142 in Wisconsin. Yeah, that's the exact area where we saw where this camera is. So, that's interesting. This camera may have been in a weak tornado. Ton of tornado reports out of west central parts of the area. Earlier, intermittent funnel clouds and a rapidly rotating base near Columbia. This area in central Missouri is also a bit of a radar hole. So really can't see much on there, but there are some stronger storms coming through the Columbia, Missouri metro. Be ready to take tornado safety precautions with those, just in case any of those go crazy. But there has been a funnel cloud report there west of Columbia near Boonville. And then that cell near El Reno that's headed towards Union City has had reported 2.5-inch diameter hail. So we have had some confirmed tennis ball size hail in that cell. We forgot to look back because we had the tornado emergency right as we had that destructive tag on the storm across the Long Island Sound. Rocky Point, where that storm came ashore, did report 66 mile-an-hour gusts. So yeah, I do think hopefully there's definitely damaging winds there on Long Island a little bit ago, but hopefully that 80 mile-an-hour wind was because it was over water and there's less friction over water. I do want to jump over to the Northeast in case we have anyone watching from there. We do have a solid line of severe warned storms in the Northeast. Again, if you like and subscribe, click the bell icon because we're going to be live tomorrow covering Northeast storms. The system out across the Midwest will reach to the Northeast tomorrow. So we'll have you covered tomorrow in the Northeast. And we would have you covered here. We've covered a few storms in the Northeast so far on this stream, but with the higher priority severe weather today back in the Midwest, we just have to use most of the resources for those Midwest storms and confirm tornadoes and tornadoes doing damage and everything like that. So looking here, let's just double check. Not much rotation in these. 60-mile winds, quarter-size hail is the main risk across most of these areas here into the Catskills of Pennsylvania down through the Poconos. And then also they have a ton of warnings out for central Pennsylvania. Basically the Susquehanna Valley right now, 60-mile winds, maybe some penny to quarter-size hail. Approaching areas around Gettysburg, and then down through western Maryland. Pennies and quarters pretty much there. These are all outflow dominant storms. This looks like there's outflow boundaries in here. So not as much of a tornado risk across most of the East Coast. It is mostly a damaging wind risk, and the highest chances and probabilities of damaging wind of the Storm Prediction Center were kind of back in this area. So these should start to weaken as they get towards the coast. However, all of New Jersey, you're under a severe thunderstorm watch. All of Delaware under a severe thunderstorm watch. For a while, all of Maryland was too. It's pretty much everybody except west of Cumberland right now. Still through the evening, severe storms are possible, and we have a solid line of them right now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I knew there was something. Yeah, they do good work there if you're looking for local coverage, too. Right now, Indiana is fairly quiet. Let me look at Indiana here at 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central. Couple showers and storms. Those have actually kind of faded across central Indiana. I'm watching this little blip right now that's north of the Oxford area. We're just a little farther from the radar site. So right now it looks like a little blip. West of you guys, west of the state line, there are a couple mini supercells. They do show some rotation in here near Ashcombe, Illinois, and also near Martinton. There's kind of a pair of them. They may, working north-northeast, work up towards Shelby and the state line there around Howe or Lowell. So keeping an eye on that cell. There's also another cell that's over the Kankakee-Bourbonnais area that has had some rotation with it. It's a kind of a little mini supercell. That may work its way up towards St. John, Cedar Lake, and eventually into northwest Indiana. So watching this little pocket of supercells. Otherwise, Indiana, you got to prepare later here around that Fowler area for the severe storms coming in from the west. They have added a tornado warning across the Bloomington Normal area for that area of rotation. Right in there near Twin Grove. Let's see if we can find it on the other velocity. Yeah, it's hard to see because it's kind of at the end of the radar. Oh, our radar is getting interfered with probably by those storms that are coming in from the west, but there is rotation there that picked up near Twin Grove, coming across the Bloomington Normal area, a little bit of a QLCS circulation. Central McLean County, that's moving north and east at 80 miles an hour. That's one of the fastest tornado warnings I think I've ever covered. We've seen, I think, some at like 70, but 80 miles an hour, that is moving. I don't even know if the cone can go that far. Oh, it can. All right. There's some of the towns in there. Bloomington, 3 minutes or less. Normal, same thing, about 3 minutes or less. So a very quick warning: you need to get to shelter right now if you're in the Bloomington area. Not Don't take this seriously, or don't take this lightly. It's going to be into the Bloomington normal area in just literally a minute or two. Yeah, because it developed just on the west side of town, out of like nothing. Bloomington normal now. Lexington, Illinois, about 14 minutes. Colfax, that's going to be about 18 minutes. And then basically that's towards the end of the warning polygon. Fairbury would be about 25 minutes from now. So we'll keep an eye on that one. It probably won't hold together all the way out to the end of that cone, but the other cell, this one is in the Tazewell County area. I don't know if that's still observed. Let's double check that. Looks like that has been dropped. I don't see it on my backup system here, so that may be dropped. Sometimes it takes a minute on different programs to drop the warnings. Yes, they have canceled the tornado warning there for Woodford County, which is interesting because it still does have a little area of spin. It looks, oh, I guess not. Yeah, I guess it doesn't have much spin on it anymore. And then seeing those strong storms pushing back towards the Springfield area. Springfield, gusty winds come in that direction. This should be dropped as well. It's hard to tell. Yes, they have canceled also the tornado warning for Racine and Kenosha. That storm is now over the water. And it looks like it's weakened, but it is over cooler waters too. But there still may be a water spout offshore of Racine. Dangerous. Weird. The whole program reset. Hold on a second. Okay, it's back. Weird. All right. Did like a full reset. Not a great time to do a full reset, but that's fine. I appreciate updates and things. All right, there's that circulation coming into the Bloomington normal area. Shear rate showing that, just the last couple scans. Yeah, wow, that really came out of nothing. But yeah, that's little hook. That's where it is. Bloomington Heights, it's crossing 55 and 47. Actually, going at 80 miles an hour, it's going to be way past that location. We get a radar scan every 3 to 5 minutes, so it's going to be probably somewhere over normal right now. Hopefully not producing a tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be, it's right now a wind threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds, so nothing yet in your area, although it is breezy out ahead of this. There's a lot of gusty winds out ahead of these storms, even down towards St. Louis, and yeah, it's humid and gusty winds out ahead of these storms, but it's right now a pretty significant damaging wind threat, 60 to 70 miles an hour, especially where this is bulging right now, this little backward C shape. That's really a big push of wind. And generally, that part of the storm is headed, east towards the Fowler, Oxford, Lafayette area. It should roughly kind of follow 74 that runs kind of east across central Illinois. Severe windstorms do lag back towards Springfield, but if you're north of Springfield, towards yeah, if you're north of Lincoln and Bloomington, that's where the circulation is definitely more intense there. Not circulation, but the line segment is more intense north of Springfield up toward Bloomington. That'll eventually also make its way to Pontiac. Some of these areas that had tornado warnings earlier. It does. It's going to be less of a supercellular tornado threat, and those become a little less predictable then. We have these little spin-ups on the leading edge. They're called QLCS tornadoes, quasi-linear convective systems. And they can be hard to spot because just like this Bloomington one, it popped up basically out of nothing. Personally, I'd rather deal with the supercells because they're a little bit easier to kind of figure out where they're going. And let's take a look at some of these. We did get a new tornado warning here. Will and Kankakee counties. We've been talking about Kankakee for a while. It's going to be that area north of Kankakee near Bourbonnais. And it's still basically back for this cell near Essex. So we're continuing to watch that cell near Essex. I am still kind of following these cells that are lifting off to the north and northeast. There's still another little mini supercell north of the Bourbonnais area near Mentano, Illinois. So yeah, there's a little bit of rotation in there. Still some rotation in these cells near Clifton and Martinton. A little bit of mini low top cells. And then let's check that other cell. This is up here. Less of a tornado threat right now across this area near Juliet. But we'll still have to watch that cell too. That cell had the history of producing damaging tornadoes. For you guys, it should clear out a little bit after tomorrow in Indiana. Let's see. We'll take a look at the latest. I try to check it every now and then too, but let's try to look at the latest radar just for, or not radar, but model run to see an idea here. All right. New model run here shows should load in a minute. Okay. Yeah, it's going to keep that line segment pretty strong through central Illinois. And then storms get into you guys pretty quickly. Storms are moving a little bit faster. This model's off just a little bit. It's a little bit forward of where it is, but it shows roughly the situation, but it shows we have a big line segment, and then we have these kind of pockets of mini supercells. This one shifts it a little bit too far to the east. But anyway, there is a possibility still into northwest Indiana that you get this line segment with some mini supercells that are out in front. So you'll have to watch for damaging winds and some quick embedded tornadoes on this line segment, but you also have to watch for any spin-ups out in front. And that goes for northern parts of Indiana too, even towards like South Bend, would have to watch. And then still seeing this other big cluster push into the northern Chicago suburbs. Yeah, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Still showing pretty decent storms across northern half of Indiana into that 10 o'clock hour. This is central time. And then we see by 10 o'clock storms back along the I-70 corridor, Effingham, Belleville, St. Louis, and then more isolated storm chances. The model is actually backed off, convecting this whole line. So more isolated storms, scattered to isolated storms across the I-44 corridor. But in general, let's see. By about midnight, looks like the line segment, what's left of it is pushing into Ohio and then kind of sagging back south of I-70. It should be weakening by then. So between basically now and 11 or midnight, this area will clear out. And then once you're through that, all this pushes to the east. And then the next chance of severe weather for kind of that same area would be back to Saturday. You'll get a couple days off. Friday gets off, no storms, no severe threat on Friday across Indiana. Yeah, we'll watch Saturday again. Hey, Cruz, how's it going tonight? Yeah, I don't know. It was a little laggy, and it just made me reset my whole thing. So I don't know if they just put out a patch or something, because I had to like restart the whole program. So it might be back working. I've been trying to fight through it, but for a while it was pretty not ideal. I lost all my warnings a while ago, back when it was the tornado emergency. I lost all my warnings. Um, that's why I have usually some other programs pulled up on the side just in case I lose stuff. Because any program can glitch, or sometimes the National Weather Service API can glitch out. It's still a little bit behind where it normally is, but the latest radar scan shows like 645 at 649. So that's still within the margin of getting a new radar scan. And the warnings seem to be populating again. Yeah, there's a new warning. Yeah, I think I closed it out a while back when I lost like everything, and then it was still really glitchy. But just, I don't know, just 5 or 10 minutes ago, it just like forced me to do like a whole reset. I closed it out again, and it wanted me to like reset the whole thing. Like I had to re-log in and all that. So you might want to try that too. Close it out. Go to your profile and like log out, close it out, and then restart and log back in. That seems to have worked for me right now. I don't know. It's still a little bit laggy. Flash flooding is a concern here, growing concern across northern Illinois. Flash flood warnings across basically the northern tier of the northern counties, as well as the southern parts of Wisconsin. The good news is this storm is moving. It is leaving Wisconsin. And then still seeing severe thunderstorms, Round Lake Beach, McHenry County, Woodstock, down towards Pingree Grove, and then strong storms west of the Chicago metro. Right now, those are not severe, but we'll keep an eye on them. There's a little bit of rotation, it looks like, in there. Oh, yeah, but Cruz, some of these products are really delayed. That spectrum width says 622, reflectivity 642. Velocity seems to be updating. Velocity is at 650. So that's interesting. Yeah, usually they line up within a minute or two of each other. But yeah, some stuff may be a little glitchy. ZDR 642 and correlation coefficient 642. So velocity and reflectivity seem to be the quickest right now, which I guess those are helpful. Those are the ones that are pretty useful. Oh yeah, we're seeing more severe storms across, this is North Texas, the Childress area, considerable threat, Roaring Springs, back towards the Childress area, Gould. So a couple stronger storms back all the way into Texas. And then there's a pretty solid line west of the Oklahoma City metro. Union City, we're keeping an eye on that storm. That storm has lime-sized hail in it. So that's Grady and Canadian counties. We'll continue to monitor that one. It's sliding south of the Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City might get out of that without any storms. And also seeing stronger storms north of the Tulsa metro. That looks generally towards those storms from northwest Arkansas. You can see it's definitely getting darker there. Baxter Springs, Quapaw, Oklahoma, back down towards Blue Jacket and Delaware. Those may get towards the northwest Arkansas metro. Only one storm right now severe in Missouri. This one did have a funnel cloud report earlier west of Columbia near Booneville. That's in Fulton County, or Callaway County, near Fulton, Boone, and Callaway counties. We'll keep an eye on this cluster of storms as it works towards the St. Louis metro. And then still seeing considerable threat, tornado possible tag around the Bloomington normal metro. This one's moving at a super fast pace, so we're going to be behind on this no matter, even if the radar is updating every 2 minutes, we're going to be pretty far behind on this one. But there's the latest radar scan with the velocity. I don't see it as much in there at velocity. Yeah, this may have weakened. That's the hard thing about the QLCS tornadoes is they do weaken rather quickly. I don't see a tornado in progress there based on the velocity scan, but it's hard to say. There may have been a brief touchdown there near Twin Grove. That's some suspicious CC, and that's when the velocity peaked. Yeah, that may have been a brief touchdown there. That's hard to say, but back a few minutes ago, and then that went tornado warned. Still seeing that radar indicated tornado warning there around the Manento area. That is just north of the Bourbonnais and Kankakee area. Still seeing circulation back in here. Highway 102. Yeah, I would guess they'll put some watch out here soon. We can take a look too. There should be a mesoscale discussion. Yeah, look at that. Looks like a new watch probably coming soon. Tornado watch will be issued within the next hour east of the current tornado watch. Instability continues to increase across northern Indiana, southern Michigan. The outflow from the earlier convection continues to modify and lift northward. South of that boundary, the environment is similar to the current tornado watch, it looks like. High Cape, very high Cape, 4,000 joules per kilogram. Cape is convective available potential energy. It's essentially storm fuel. It's and once you get into that kind of joules per kilogram, that's like airline fuel versus regular gasoline. Yeah, along and north of that boundary, strong shear and pretty high levels of potential energy there. Oh, Valparaiso launched a weather balloon, so that's actually really helpful data. So yeah, we'll watch for prefrontal supercells, and then we'll also watch for the squall line. Widespread damaging winds are likely along the squall line. Embedded QLCS tornadoes, occasionally embedded supercell tornadoes will be the risk there into the evening hours. And kind of like we just looked at for the HRRR run, they note that too. The HRRR does show some prefrontal convection ahead of the line in north central Indiana later this evening. So they're looking at that. Looks like, yeah, we'll get a new watch here in a few minutes. Let's see. That model's just starting to come in. Yeah, so the Storm Prediction Center is noting what we kind of saw on the HRRR, the other last couple run there, is we do have to watch for these. Don't look at your actual town or your actual county, but look more at the actual setup. The setup shows a very strong squall line that may be working its way into Indiana, especially northern Indiana here in the evening. And that squall line may have still prefrontal supercells out in front. Um, Again, this model I think is off a little bit on the timing and location, but just kind of in general across this area, this region, that's where it looks like we could see some favorable environment continue. And then, yeah, the model gets a little bit messier looking, but it still essentially shows the squall line in here with also still these kind of prefrontal, pre-squall line cells. So again, don't look at exact location, but that's kind of the 1-2 punch that we're dealing with. I think this particular timestamp of the model highlights that the best. We have intense squall
A
line
new flash flood
and
warning has been
potentially
issued.
some supercells out in front. So yeah, next little bit we should get a new tornado watch. One of those little tiny cells that I've been tracking for quite a while has now gone tornado warned. Yeah, it's this area near Beaverville and Papineau, Illinois. It has finally, we've been tracking this for so long, probably like an hour or so. It's finally actually gotten enough rotation where it's piqued the interest of the National Weather Service. It has now a tornado warning. Beaverville, Papineau, Hopkins Park, and then this is the state line here with Indiana. So it's right on the Indiana-Illinois border. Headed up towards the Willow Slaw Fish and Wildlife Refuge. And keep an eye on that one if you're south of Snyder. That new warning is for Kankakee and Iroquois counties in central and northeastern Illinois. And then it's Newton County in northwest Indiana. So Newton County, northwest Indiana. And let's see. Oh, nice. I already had a camera located there. It's not loading, but come on. There it goes. All right, not to brag, but this is a camera that I set up at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon because I thought it was a pretty prime camera position. We've used this camera before. It's also elevated. But yeah, part of the skill is forecasting where these cameras should go. And that one I've had up, yeah, for 2 o'clock. Finally seeing those storms work in. So that is the tornado warned storm off to the left of this camera perspective. It is tracking generally towards the camera perspective. So this, if the Indiana DOT cameras actually function during a storm, which they sometimes do glitch out, that would be a good spot. That camera is like right here. Yeah, it's right here by like Rensselaer. Maybe just past that. Down towards Remington, somewhere in this area right here. So that's looking at the forward flank of that supercell. Tornado there, potentially developing near Beaverville and between there and Hopkins Park. This is south and east of the Kankakee Metro. That other cell, radar indicated tornado warning, continues north of Kankakee towards Bourbonnais. Seeing rotation in there. Oh yeah, Cruise, it looks like we got good radar data again.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Okay. That's helpful. It's been a bit of a sketchy stream at times. Well, eventually you'll get behind the line. It's better back here. It's clearing out across the Quad Cities.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
This is stuff we have to watch here. This is going to be north of Oxford, but this is that little blip that's coming up in intensity a little bit. Potentially already a little bit of hail in there. So we'll keep an eye on that one. And that's lifting north and east. Yeah, that's past you guys. We also have to watch these storms. If you're in that Lafayette and Fowler area, there's new storms going up here in eastern Illinois. They're not severe yet, but they are intensifying. They are out ahead of this line in a prime real estate. So we still have to watch basically this cluster of storms right in here. And then you have the big line segment coming in behind that. It could be a 1-2 punch for some of these areas, but you may not get a storm before the line, depending on where your location is. These are still fairly scattered. This is a pretty solid line. 7-mile winds, tornado possible. That's everywhere from basically Springfield through areas north of Decatur, up through Champaign-Urbana, back to Farmer City, Aerosmith, Elliott, Fairbury, Chatsworth, and I want to check on that town that we saw on last night's stream. There it is. No, Chicken Bristol, you're still outside of that warning polygon. So, yeah, there's a Chicken Bristol, Illinois. We learned that last night. Seeing strong winds pushing through Farmer City, Bellflower, Aerosmith. It's now through the Bloomington normal area. Heavy rain, winds still in Bloomington, but your tornado threat has diminished. And then up towards Chatsworth, Pontiac, areas that got tornado warned areas earlier, pushing there. There is a little bit of a gap across north central Illinois. You guys might actually skip out a little bit on the I-80 corridor. North of I-80, that's where we have some other strong storms.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Severe warning storms west Brooklyn and Paw Paw, all the way up through Sycamore, Maple Park. Yeah. That's a little area of spin in there near Esmond. Rotation detector also picks that up, and it's increased in the last couple minutes there. So keep an eye on this one on Illinois 64, just west of Sycamore, and north of DeKalb, that's NIU. There is a little circulation wrapped up in the rain in here. We'll see if that tightens up anymore. That could get a tornado warning. If it does, it'd probably be something like this: Sycamore, Burlington, Hampshire, and Pingree Grove. Just keep an eye on this storm. Generally work in that direction. There's the newest radar scan. Yeah. Oh yeah, Cruz, are you still on? I don't know if Cruz is in the chat still. Anyway, I don't know if Cruz is in the chat. We do have live radar again. That radar scan actually just updated. And now that I realize when we didn't have live radar, we didn't have the scan. So that actually checks out too. They're going to continue to update that small tornado warning. But also watching this cell has a signature that's picking up in here. Yeah, rotation is picking up in this cell near Kreetzburg. That's going to be into a lot more populated area if that goes tornado warned. That's a dangerous area here. Faithhorn to Kreetzburg, that's right on the state line. Dyer, Indiana. Schurterville, Indiana. This is going to be into some populated northern suburbs and into the Chicago suburbs. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets a tornado warning here. That could be Schurterville, St. John, Griffith, Ross, New Chicago, Hobart. If that picks up in another couple scans, they'll likely drop a tornado warning in there. Yeah, that's that's true, Sarah. Unless you like drove around the line, but I wouldn't do that. But yeah, unless you were like driving and on I-80 here and you came in behind it. This line is moving fairly quick. It is moving east at 55 miles an hour, so it's advancing across central Illinois fairly quickly. Storms are fairly behaved across the other areas, and in fact, it looks like some of the modeling overdid the convection across here. It is a little bit more isolated. So not everybody from Oklahoma all the way up through Missouri. Not everybody may get a storm. Like if you're here near Nevada, Missouri, you have a storm to your south and west, but that's going to continue sliding south. So some of these areas may not get storms. Areas like Carthage, it might be close. Carthage, like that storm goes to your north, and that other cluster goes to your south. So not quite isolated, but a little bit hit or miss. It's a little bit more of a solid line from about Jefferson City north. That's where we have more of a solid line segment. Some of this is not that severe, though, across western parts of Illinois and into eastern parts of St. Louis right now. They've continued that one tornado warning. That's what we had earlier. We had multiple PDS tornado warnings and several one tornado emergency. And then, all right, here is your new tornado watch. Let's get the details on that. If Highland Weather is still on, that looks like a cool graphics package. Oh, and then follow us here on social media if you haven't already, especially X. Let's get that up. Socials. X is really good for sharing footage and pictures, and also sharing chaser video. Do note that I have the socials off to the side, and it's obviously muted because I don't want to take that audio and onto the stream live. So I have no idea what words people are saying when I retweet their tornado videos. But this just posted on X. It is a significant tornado. Looks like that hit the Strader, Illinois area. That's what we saw on radar, and the debris signature, and also just the presentation of the supercell. It looks like it is a significant tornado. So this probably did verify today. Definitely is a moderate tornado risk. And yeah, potentially a significant to violent tornado, it appears to be. Same with the tornado near Dwight earlier and Reddick. Looks like that also hit some industrial things. And then there's been some other tornadoes that are like rope tornadoes and very skinny and picturesque. So we'll post that as well. Yeah, there's been several strong tornadoes. It looks like in central Illinois today. Interesting, because it was a day where we expected HP. It's very moist. Condensation levels are low. But some of these tornadoes were hanging out in like well-pronounced hooks on the backside of the supercells. So chasers and storm spotters got quite a bit of work in. Yeah, if you're just joining the chat and seeing stuff, this is the cell that was producing several damaging tornadoes. The tornado emergency near LaRose and Washburn earlier, and then continued to cycle was PDS. Probably should have been another tornado emergency, but it was a PDS tornado warning there. It recycled again. Actually, there was 2 tornadoes on at once. Each of these hooks had tornadoes at one time, and then it recycled. The one occluded and pulled up into the storm. A secondary one really started to develop strong. You can see it lifting up here. But yeah, these are the types of tornadoes in central Illinois we had today with exposed hooks on the supercell. So these tornadoes were very visible, and some significant tornadoes. And yeah, this is from earlier. But yeah, there's your debris signature there. And unfortunately, this one scraped the south sides of Strader, a fairly large town, small city type of place in central Illinois. And yeah, you can see the debris signature on the south side of town, southeast sides of town, as it continued lifting off there with a new PDS tornado warning. So, and then dissipated. This is debris. You can see kind of the debris fallout from that still up in the cloud. So yeah, we've had several, looks like significant to maybe even violent tornadoes today. I'm shocked this doesn't have a tornado warning yet. Let me check my system and just, yeah, that needs a tornado warning. Near Kreetzberg, we talked about this storm just a few minutes ago. But that could also be potentially producing a tornado now near Kreetzberg. That's coming up to St. John, Schurterville. This doesn't even have a severe thunderstorm warning. This needs a tornado warning here now. Dyer, St. John's. I hope that's it.
Has been issued.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. Little bit slow on that one. Kreetzberg, St. John, Schurterville, Merrillville, Greenacre, Ainsworth, and Hobart, all the way up to Lake Station. Some very populated areas here. This is in Lake County, Northwest Indiana, the Chicago suburbs. That one needed a tornado warning a little while ago when I talked about it the first time. But yeah, because we've been tracking this for a little while. Broad rotation north of Beecher, and then it really started to tighten up here. I was thinking like the next scan, it would get a tornado warning. And it stayed very tight for the last couple scans. It's gotten even tighter as it's crossed into Indiana. I'm going to move our traffic camera in Indiana a little bit. I'm going to keep that one up. Hopefully it loads, but I'll keep the one up, and I want to relocate a new traffic camera up for the Merrillville, St. John area. Okay, that's staring at the ground. Probably too far north or south. Let's see. US 41. All right, yeah, this is potentially close to producing a tornado. I'm kind of concerned to see a debris signature on the next one. Schurterville. Yeah,
New
that's gone
information.
observed.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Lake High School. Where is Lake High School? Okay. This is very close to this observed tornado. So we'll keep on that camera. But yeah, this is an observed tornado now, just into St. John. Confirmed tornado over St. John or near Sherrillville, moving northeast at 25. This is very close to this camera. This camera is looking, unfortunately, to the north and east. But we may get into the circulation on this camera perspective if this holds. Lake High School is right here. This tornado would be just to the south and southwest of the Lake High School area. I don't see a super strong debris signature with this yet, but looks like the winds are picking up. There's way too many people on the highway here. These winds are out of the south and southwest, so that's surging out. About to cross 41. That is a debris signature. It's right basically on this camera perspective. See if we can see anything on here. If they turn the camera, that would be helpful. of glued to this camera too. Sherrillville, Griffith, Ross, Ainsworth, Hobart, New Chicago, Lake Station. Tornado warning continues there in Lake County. There's some at least rising scud on the right side of that camera. It's hard to tell in the camera if that's rotating or not. That might be the tornado, if that's actually
A new tornado
comes into the
warning
picture
has
here.
been issued.
Let me blow that up and see what we have. That might be the tornado. It may be the wall cloud around that. Hard to tell, but this is right at our camera position at Lake. Yeah, if that is, that's either the wall cloud or the circulation, because this camera perspective is right here. So that's going to be just beside this camera. That hard to tell if that's rotating or not. But that may have been it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we'll quickly bounce to new tornado warnings here. This is going to be back to that other cell near Beecher. This was a tornado warned cell a little bit ago. It's kind of repositioned its area of rotation. Beecher, Cedar Lake, Lowell, Crown Point, Winfield. Tornado warning there. Similar environment as the tornado producing storm, just to the areas around. Yeah, we're going to lose that in the rain. But that may have been that circulation back in here. Let me reposition a traffic camera. This is looking to the west, so this may be the circulation back in here. We'll kind of see what that looks like in the next couple minutes, but yeah, actually back on this camera. Unfortunately, our St. John's camera, probably right in that path that is pointed straight to the ground. There does seem to be wrapping rain curtains in the one camera position. This here, back in here, that's the tornado. You can actually see it. This is, I think, the left side right here. Then it's kind of just on the edge of the screen. But yeah, that's your tornado back in here. I think we do have a tornado live on the stream. Second one of the 2026 season. But yes, it's back in there, wrapping rain curtains, and you can see a little bit at times the funnel. So tornado on the ground continues there, and Sherrillville along US 30. It's approaching Merrill. This is a super heavily traveled area here, populated area. And let's take a look at the correlation coefficient. Luckily, I'm not seeing a lot of debris signature with this. It seems to be a fairly weak tornado. But yeah, it's going to be back in there. This is looking west on US 30 at the Merrillville area. And that's going to be dangerous because that is a ton of population. If we have any better shot of that. That's looking east. That's looking southeast behind it. Yeah, that's probably the best shot we have of it right now. It's going to be back kind of in that rain area, just on the right side of the camera. And we may have lost this camera. but it was back in there, drifting into the rain. Yeah, good news is I'm not seeing a debris signature. I guess technically it might not have been on the ground, but it's at least a very low wall cloud with wrapping rain curtains that's either producing or close to producing a tornado. They are near Sherrillville, Ross. It's going to come up towards State Route 53, Merrillville, Hobart, and potentially getting up towards the I-80, I-94 mega highway here across the Chicago metro. So that's a dangerous situation. It doesn't look quite as impressive as it did earlier. The other circulation is also coming up in intensity here near Beecher. So another dangerous cell there near Beecher. We have another tornado warning also back on that cell near Hopkins Park. That has continued to work up and north towards the Hopkins Park area.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
I think they've actually canceled that one. I wouldn't be surprised if they yeah, it looks like that warning's been dropped. Wouldn't be surprised if they reorient a warning there near Schneider, though.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, yeah. Okay, good. Wasn't sure if you were on or not, but what have they done here? Okay, a couple different things. That little tiny cell that I spotted earlier that I said wasn't severe is now a tornado warning for Vermilion County. This little lone cell near Henning and Alva. This is going to be headed up towards the Oxford and Fowler area. So I know we had some people in here earlier from Oxford and Fowler. It's time to go take tornado safety precautions pretty soon. They've also then just warned this whole line, Central, Ford, and Iroquois counties, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado on a line extending from Column to near Piper City to near Paxton, moving east at 60 miles an hour. So there's various little circulations in here. Oh, yeah. There's various little QLCS circulations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 QLCS circulations potentially in here. So anywhere in here, Clifton, Beaverville, Milford, Wellington, Cissna Park, Hooperston, and Rossville along I-57 and east, you got to take your tornado safety precautions. Yeah, that's a big warning, but it is a real warning. There are a number of QLCS circulations. Otherwise, back here, Paris, Tolano, St. Joseph, Rantoul, Urbana, Champaign, tornado possible, considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warning. Continue to take tornado safety precautions if you get a warning. So be ready to take tornado safety precautions there. They're going to back that down to the radar indicated tornado in that area near Schererville. We may have seen it. It may have been a wall cloud. It may have been, but it was at least very low to the ground and wrapping rain curtains. Lost that camera since then. Not because of the tornado hitting that camera, just because the Indiana DOT cameras just don't hold up in rain. Let's see. But this is a problem because this is in a heavily traveled interstate here. It's going to be crossing I-65 in a pretty short amount of time north of Merrillville. Let's see. It's going to be up along 61st. Yeah, let's take this one. This is at I-65 and 61st, which is right here. Yeah, right in here. So that tornado, if it's still on the ground, is going to be just north of there and in Ross. It's about to cross State Route 53. Tons of population in here. There's a highly populated area. The other tornado warning is near Beecher, moving into areas around Cedar Lake, Creston, Palmer, Winfield. Really surprised this doesn't have a tornado warning near Schneider, Thayer, and Forest City. I'd be in my safe place if I was over there in Schneider and Forest City. No, it's actually, tornado-wise, it's actually strengthened. You have a number of tornado warning cells. So I would get ready to take tornado safety precautions if you're in that Fowler to Oxford area. The next counties to your west all have tornado warnings. They've now issued a new tornado warning for the Champaign-Urbana area, St. Joseph, over towards Bismarck, and over towards Danville, Illinois. That's a bit of one of those QLCS tornadoes. Yep, there's a little circulation in here just on the north side of Urbana, near Leverett and Sellers. That's going to be paralleling and probably just north of I-74 towards Royal and towards Bismarck. A news tornado warning moving east at 65 miles an hour. So yes, you have to prepare fairly quickly. If you're east of this line, these are moving at roughly about highway speed. So 60, 62, 65. Let's take a look at this one. Narrow it down a little bit. Yeah, St. Joseph, it's going to be about 5 to 7 minutes. Royal, 10. And then over towards the Danville area, especially north of Danville, 26. And if it holds together, Williamsport, Indiana, about 45 minutes. This other cell, let me get a track on this guy. This other cell was near Vermilion County, and it's northeast at 50. No warning yet into Indiana on that storm, but at... Uh-oh. There it goes. I hit full screen mode. Northeast at 50 from that area. It's going to be around there. And I do want to bring that one up. That one could be around Fowler in about 26 minutes or so. This area is a bit of a radar hole, just west of Lafayette, Indiana. But yeah, there it is. Still some shallow rotation in there near Hoopston. They have now warned that cell that I was talking about a few minutes ago near Schneider, the one that's lifting up across the Schneider area. Yeah, pretty strong rotation in here. It's a weird little warning. Southeastern Lake County, that's moving at 35 to the northeast. Shelby up to Dinwiddie and Orchard Grove. So a couple different warnings there. This other tornado warning
has been
is
issued.
still radar indicated. Be right in there. 30, 61st. Yeah, there's kind of the leading edge of this. It's going to be basically right ahead of this camera, so we can look for power flashes on this camera perspective in the next couple minutes. It may still be just west of the camera. The wind is definitely picked up on that camera. There's way too many cars basically driving into that tornado-warned storm. But yeah, look for power flashes back in there if that camera loads again. These Indiana DOT cameras are actually pretty trashy. They don't work
New information
for a lot of the time.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
They've gone PDS with it, so it's probably back on the ground. Radar confirmed tornado near Merrillville. That's the old one. It's just updating now. Large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Merrillville, north of Merrillville, moving northeast at 25. Particularly dangerous situation. Radar confirmed. Don't see it yet on the correlation coefficient, but looks like maybe just based on the velocity scan there, radar confirming that. Let's see. Yeah, there are way too many cars coming into tornado warnings. Yeah, these Indiana DOT cameras do not work in storms very well. Hey, Mama G. Other cell near Cedar Lake, Creston, headed up towards Crown Point. And then the other cell near Snyder and Shelby over towards Forest City. And then we have this big line, some embedded QLCS circulations, one near Danforth, one north of Buckley, and then the other one south of Buckley, it looks like. So tornado wings continue there. Woodland, Fountain Creek, Stockland, Sheldon, Beaverville. Tornado wing looks like they're probably just going to let it leave the warning polygon, but near Ambia. And then we also see that tornado warned cell. Radar indicated rotation right there, east of Urbana, paralleling I-74 towards the Danville and Bismarck, Illinois areas. We've lost actually quite a bit of our warnings elsewhere, so this is quickly shifting here. Almost what those models showed the last hour. Here's our big line segment working into the I-57 corridor, and then here is our out in front of that supercells, and they a lot of them are capable of producing tornadoes or producing tornadoes. That one is crossing right here. Some very strong winds just crossing this camera position. If there is a tornado in here, oh, yeah, there it is. The CC updated. It's a little bit behind the CC, but there it is at just a couple minutes ago. Was that a power flash? That might have been a power flash. Seemed quick. If there's a tornado, it's going to be right around these camera positions. Yeah, that's like right there. They're going to extend the PDS observe tag. Confirmed large and dangerous tornado over Hobart.
Has been issued.
Northeast at 30. Radar confirmed tornado, so we can see that here now too. Radar confirmed tornado. May have just crossed this path. Other strong rotation signatures, Schneider to Shelby, and that'll go to areas around Forest City and Range Line, Orchard Grove, Dinwiddie. The other area of circulation, Cedar Lake, coming up towards Crown Point, Winfield, and Southeast Grove. We have other storms still watching this line segment coming through Gilman, Cessna Park, and Milford. Still seeing radar indicator rotation on those cells. All right, let's try and get a different camera in there. This is a dangerous situation because it's into some very populated areas, also some areas that are really heavily traveled. And yeah, this is appears like if it is in here, it's basically a rain wrap tornado too. So right before the one camera cut out, you could see kind of the big ball of rain. Couldn't really tell there's a tornado in there, but if there was, that would track across that camera position. And yeah, it's not like a cone funnel that you see. This would be wrapped in rain. This is a couple minutes old, this radar scan, but a little bit of a debris ball showing up there just because it's picking up trees and populated area. That's going to be skipped ahead based on the velocity scan. It's going to be just near the Hobart area, just crossed I-65. It's going to be near Hobart and New Chicago, coming into downtown Hobart. There we did get a new radar scan. Not for correlation coefficient, though, but right here at Maple and York, just on the town square there at Hobart. It's near the Cressmore Country Club. Again, damaging tornado. It's approaching State Highway 51.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
See if that one comes back online, but probably not right now. Yeah, right in the Hobart area. That's again a PDS, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. We've had confirmed debris showing on radar. That's non-meteorological targets. It also shows up in the reflectivity too. Continuing, radar indicated tornado warning continues there.
A new tornado warning has been issued. New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
All right, couple new warnings. They've upgraded this Lake County storm near Shelby with a new tornado warning. That's near Shelby and Forest City, Orchard Grove. That is updated to a confirmed tornado as well. Again, that's near Shelby. And that's Orchard Grove. That's coming up towards the Shelby area. And then they have now issued a new tornado warning for there's the Shelby storm. That's a camera at Forest City. So that's looking towards that area of rotation. So we may see something there, and that may actually stay out of the storm enough that you may be able to see something. That also may be rain wrapped, though. So some of these cells are a little more rain wrapped than they were earlier. We've expanded a large warning out ahead of this storm. This is for Newton County, Ford County, Benton County, and Jasper counties in northwest Indiana. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located along a line extending, so basically a line of tornadoes potentially here. So still warning the QLCS tornado situation. This is everybody there in Oxford, Fowler, Goodland, Pentland, Rensselaer, and Morocco. This does include that Fowler area that I know we've had some people on the stream for. Yeah, so make sure now is the time to take your tornado safety precautions, lowest level into your room. If you have that basement or storm shelter, that's your best option. If you don't have a basement or storm shelter, it's okay. You just make sure we're at the lowest level into your room. It's generally a bathroom, a hall, closet, something like that, that you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And yeah, that tornado watch that covers this area, most of southwest Michigan, even into central Michigan, northern Indiana, extreme northwest Ohio is also in that watch. And then also areas around central Indiana, Lafayette, down to the areas around Lebanon, and then back through eastern Illinois towards the Decatur area and Terre Haute. That includes a couple of strong tornadoes are possible, isolated hail up to ping pong ball size, and wind gusts 75 miles an hour are likely. Saginaw, Flint, South Lyon, Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids, South Bend, Fort Wayne, Lafayette, north sides of Indianapolis, and Decatur, Illinois. A fairly large watch, actually. And yeah, that goes a while. That goes until 2 a.m. So 2 a.m. everywhere there from Big Rapids all the way back to Jackson, Defiance, some of those other areas I didn't mention, Kokomo. The tornado warned storm earlier near Racine that produced a QLCS tornado in Wisconsin is now tornado warned into Michigan. Yeah, there's a QLCS tornadoes looks like coming into basically coming on shore. It's for some water spouts offshore, but it's capable of producing tornadoes near Holland State Park, near Holland, near downtown Holland, and that's going to be moving to the east at 55 miles an hour. So this is also everywhere west of Grand Rapids. You're going to need to take your tornado safety precautions there. Around Holland, Michigan, that is likely producing a water spout just offshore of Holland. Yeah, maybe a couple water spouts, actually. So, yeah, this area here, it's just about to come ashore. Port Sheldon, Holland, and those areas there. Zeeland, Hudsonville, Holland about 6 minutes, Zeeland 11, Hudsonville 20, Granville 25, Allendale, that's Grand Valley State. That is up there at about 16 minutes. Yeah, there's Grand Valley State, 19 minutes. And then Granville, right now at the end of the warning polygon, about 25 minutes. Not in a tornado warning yet. Grand Rapids would be about a half hour away. So tornado safety precautions there. I would do it basically if I'm Grand Rapids and downtown west. That's also some very damaging winds coming into the western side of Michigan. Ignore that. Yeah, it's being warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds and tornado possible. That includes down to Fenville, Hopkins, Watkins, and those areas north of Kalamazoo. That's a dangerous cell. We've seen it produce at least one damaging tornado earlier in the Racine area.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're getting new tornado warnings now as well. So this is a new tornado warning. It replaces the other tornado warning around Hoopeston. It's actually not for the cell that was tornado warned earlier. That cell has actually moved over towards the Boswell area. It's for this next little radar indicated tornado. So it's another QLCS tornado as this line segment works in. That's a dangerous situation. Yeah, this line segment's working in now. So potentially there's a tornado near Vermilion County. That would be near Danville, east of the Champaign-Urbana area on 74. The next area is near the Hoopeltown. What is it? Yeah, Hoopeston, Illinois, just on the Indiana border. That's a tornado warning there. Surprised they didn't extend that into Indiana. There's another area, a little QLCS circulation near Stockton. That'll be headed up onto the Indiana side of things as well. A couple different circulations in here. There's one near Marenton. So yeah, there's anywhere along this line. This is a good tornado warning. Sometimes I don't agree with like big, giant tornado warnings. But this one has enough little QLCS circulations that any of those could spin up and produce at least brief tornadoes. But continue to take safety precautions there. Beaverville, Martinton, Iroquois, Sheldon, Woodland, Stockton, and Hoopeston in Illinois. And then Fowler, Templeton, Oxford, all those areas that we've talked about before. Earl Park, Morocco, Mount Ayr, Rensselaer, Hanging Grove in Indiana. Southern Lake County continues to see an observed tornado in this storm. Yeah, probably not going to see it there. These storms that have moved into Indiana are a little bit more shy of showing their tornadoes. It's in there. It's kind of back in that way. But yeah, it's in here near Range Line, basically just south of Dunwoody. Tornado warning continues there. Looks like they're going to continue a radar indicated tornado north and east of there. And then they've trimmed up they've trimmed up the polygon for the PDS tornado warning. It's now just a tornado warning that remains in effect for a confirmed tornado near Portage, moving east at 30. Not seeing as much tight rotation in there right now. This is the latest radar scan. Looks like that area has weakened and broadened, but if there is a tornado, it's going to be in here along 90 and I-80. That would be right there near Portage. Yeah, that other circulation weakened after it moved across the Hobart area. But yeah, big debris signature. Wow, it was basically on that camera, so that's why those cameras probably went down. We saw that right before the camera went down. It was wrapped in rain. You basically couldn't see this tornado unless you were right literally in the tornado. So there's your track previously. Hobart, a couple minutes ago. Yeah, Titus, make sure you go to your tornado safe place. This is a little bit of a different situation than some of those supercells. This is more of the line segment, so it's going to be a very brief. It's going to blow through very quickly here. These are moving very quickly. That's why they have also warned this out in front. They're warning this in advance because it is moving super fast. But this is going to be a little different than some of those tornadoes that we're talking about up in Lake County that are super cellular. Those can be fairly long track too. This this tornado warned area is moving at 60 miles an hour. 60 miles an hour. That's going to be track it out from the leading edge, basically. So from these line of embedded QLCS tornadoes, it's going to be about 35 minutes to the downtown Lafayette. Oxford, about 18 minutes. But go to your tornado place now. 18 minutes there, Oxford. They're backing that one cell down in southern Lake County for a radar indicated tornado warning. Earl Park, 9 minutes. Brook, 14. Morocco, 11. Mount Ayr, 19. Walcott, about 29 minutes. And then Hanging Grove, 34. So that's going to continue working to the northeast. If you got a few minutes, I wouldn't recommend it too much. You also have a storm over you pretty soon, so that Oxford area, watch out for lightning already, but it's going to be just to the west there. Probably a very well-pronounced shelf cloud, I would guess. You can probably see that shelf cloud. Yeah, there's still no way you're going to see that tornado in the Portage area unless it's right on you. There's a couple other cells. This one, even though it's going back to radar indicated, still has strong rotation with it around Rangeline and Dinwiddie. It's going to continue moving towards Hebron, Boone Grove, Malden, and Koontz. Potter and Jasper counties, that's a new warning there. Moving east at 35. That one's moving a little bit slower. And then still seeing that circulation in here broadly along 80, I-80, and also on I-94. It's in here near Crocker. It looks like the Crocker neighborhood. Yeah, CC is a little behind. Let me see. I have another radar product. I can see if we have a correlation coefficient in this. I don't see as much CC, so may have weakened. Yeah, it's basically there along the Indiana Toll Road, Chesterton, Indiana.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
What? Yeah, Chesterton, Western Acres. No, you guys should be taking your tornado safety precautions. Lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows there, Titus. Yeah, if you're in Oxford area, Fowler area, basically anywhere north and west of the Lafayette Metro, it's time to take those tornado safety precautions. Tornado warned storm would be just near the Stockland area, Dunnington, approaching State Route 71 to the west of Fowler. It's going to be about 10 miles west of Fowler, moving at 60 miles an hour, so roughly about 10 minutes. A couple of different circulations. There's one near Iroquois, one near Beaverville, one near Stockland, and that other one may have weakened.
Has been issued
near the Henning area. Yeah. Basically, this line is being warned for any of these little notch features in there. One there, there's one there, one there, one there, and it looks like another one there too around Hedrick. So any of these could produce brief, quick spin-up tornadoes moving to the east at 60 miles an hour.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
And they've just updated. That's up in the Chicago metro. New tornado warning here. This is in Chicago for areas around Bartlett. Yeah, that's wrapped up very quickly here. This went from pretty much nothing, a little bit of rotation in there, South Elgin, Wayne, and very quickly it's now a tornado in progress. Tornado in progress in DuPage and Cook counties. Damaging tornado radar confirmed near Bartlett, moving east at 35. Schaumburg, Hoffman Estates, Bartlett, Streamwood, Hanover Park, Elk Grove Village, Roselle, Bloomingdale, Itasca, all around 8 o'clock. Addison, Rolling Meadows, and Wooddale around 8:05. So this is the heart of some of the Chicago suburbs around the Schaumburg area, Elk Grove Village, Hanover Park. That rotation is at 37 there and 29, or sorry, 59 and 29 near the Tokyo Steakhouse. It's about to go through the Wayne Grove Forest Preserve and parallel roughly along 29. That's
New
29 right there.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
They've updated the Jasper and Portage storm. Yeah, this is that area of strong rotation that we noted a few minutes ago, pushing across areas around Hebron and Eisworth, I think that says. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado near Hebron, moving east at 30. And yeah, that's a PDS tornado warning. Oh yeah, that has a deep debris signature on it. there's the PDS warning and the debris signature just near Hebron. Yeah, there he goes. Popped up just a couple minutes ago. Looks like it was not on the ground when it crossed the interstate, but then right there, just a couple minutes ago, just south of Hebron in Indiana, there's a deep debris signature there that's headed towards Kuntz and La Crosse, Indiana. Kuntz, La Crosse, everywhere there along State Highway 8, 5 Points Corners. Tornado in progress around Hebron. Still seeing radar indicated tornado warning for this area around Danville. Let's go back to this radar site. The Danville storm, you can see the rotation in here. It's about to cross the state line and get into Indiana. So this is a tornado warning here for Indiana. Okay, they've trimmed the warning polygon up into eastern Illinois. This is Fountain County, Fountain, Warren, and Vermilion counties. Tornado located near Danville, moving east at 70 miles an hour. So heads up, if you're out in front of these storms, you need to be ready to take tornado safety precautions. Considerable threat also extending out ahead of that. Rockville, Marshall, Alamo, Crawfordsville, Linden, and Battleground. That's the Lafayette area. Yeah, we're in it now. Actually, it's been pretty much in it since fairly quickly into the stream here today, but we had those tornado emergencies earlier too. I'm also dealing with a little bit of laggy radar, so if it sounds a little bit stressed right now, it's because I'm dealing with multiple radar sources, trying to get you guys the latest information as possible. Particularly like on this one, my correlation coefficient is not updating. It's about 20 minutes behind on correlation coefficient and fairly behind on velocity too. So I have to keep kind of looking at multiple radar sources. This source is a live source. And it does show that deep correlation coefficient there just south of Hebron. The good news is it just updated in the live view. It's just going to be just south of Hebron. Still on the ground likely, but that's not as deep a debris signature as we saw earlier. I do want to look at this Chesterton area. It looks like we've had a debris signature. That's the tornado earlier that came across Hobart and South Haven in Indiana. That has weakened. Yeah, not seeing as much of a debris signature in there. Let's go up and look at our, oh boy. There is our Bartlett cell. We saw that with the velocity scan. It came up very quickly. No tornado there. Next scan. Wow, that's a 2-minute scan difference. So it went from no tornado to tornado in progress just south of Bartlett. That is continued to move up. Hanover Park, Ontarioville. It's at West Lake Street and the Elgin O'Hare Tollway. That's a dangerous storm. Continuing those radar indicator rotation for those tornado-warned storms. If you're in the Oxford and Fowler area, it's time to go take those safety precautions. And Kentland, Brook, Morocco, Mount Ayr, Rensselaer, Hanging Grove, and Boswell. Still looking at that area of rotation around Petersburg, Foster, Covington, and Hillsborough. Oops, let me switch back to that. Yeah, here's your rotation there, crossing the state line at Foster. They've upped that warning, still radar indicated warning there for the Rensselaer, Morocco, Oxford areas. This cell still has a strong area of rotation just to the east of Hebron near Islesworth. Let's go back and take a look at that cell. This is the PDS tornado warned storm. There's a look at the correlation coefficient there. You can see the non-meteorological targets in the blue just south of Hebron. PDS tornado warning continues there. Yeah, and there's a closer look at the velocity scan. Boone Grove, Malden, Kuntz along Highway 8, State Highway 8. This is more of a wind threat. This is more of a wind issue across the Indiana Dunes and the Chesterton area. This was the cell earlier that was producing a strong tornado near Hobart. We may have seen glimpses of it, but little bit hard to tell since it was really rain wrapped. The other circulations, let's see, have pushed onshore. They've passed the Holland area and continuing to see a couple QLCS circulations moving up towards Jamestown. They've added the tornado threat for the Grand Rapids area, considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible. Yeah, that is a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warning. I don't see any debris signatures on these Hobart or these Holland storms, but continue to take tornado safety precautions there. That's gone back to radar indicated around the Schaumburg area, Hanover Park. This is 390. This is the Chicago O'Hare Expressway, or not expressway, it's a tollway now. That'll cost you money to drive on that one. And I think it's pretty expensive too. Yeah, okay, not seeing the debris signature.
Has been issued.
DuPage County, Illinois, tornado warning continues there. Let's go back, and here is our Schaumburg area near the Hanover Park. There's the tollway. That's where this rotation is located. If I back that up, there is a new tornado warning now for DuPage County. Well, I'm not exactly sure why that's radar indicated. That looks like a tornado on the ground. It may be just
a new tornado.
It may be done just because of the velocity signature, but it still looks like it's lofting debris. New tornado warnings also out of the Grand Rapids metro. Yeah, they're going to continue that tornado warning there. The other new tornado warning is now into the Chicago area, DuPage County. This is around the Naperville area. Naperville up to Downers Grove, Clarendon Hills, Oak Brook. Dangerous storm here. Let's take a look at that one. Really close to the radar site on this. It's kind of a little embedded QLCS in here. A little bit of a suspicious lowering on the CC values. We'll see if that ticks up. If it does, that could be a problem for the areas there around Naperville up to Downers Grove, Oak Brook, Lisle, Elmhurst, and Bensonville. This storm looks like it has weakened, I guess. I guess that is just debris fallout, just based on the, it has gone back to radar indicated, but also the rotation has pretty much gone away. So that's a little bit better of a situation there. Here's the Naperville storm near Benedict University and Naperville. So still tornado warning there. Continue to take your tornado safety precautions. Hoffman Hills and Oak Grove Village.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a suspicious CC lowering. There's that rotation near Benedict University. It has come down just on the last radar scan. That's a fast mover too. That's moving really fast at least 45 miles an hour near the Downers Grove and Naperville area. Here comes the latest radar scan. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, still in here near Benedict. I'm just zooming out to make sure we got everybody else covered. Bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings across the East Coast. They're slowly starting to diminish in intensity, so we'll continue to kind of keep our eye on those. But if you're on the East Coast watching this, sorry. We're trying to focus on some of the more intense storms, but we will have East Coast coverage tomorrow with storms expected tomorrow on the East Coast. They've issued that tornado warning through the Grand Rapids area. That's Kent County, Michigan. It's the extensive straight line winds and capable of producing both tornadoes and straight line winds moving east at 50 miles an hour. That is going to work through the Grand Rapids area in a fairly short amount of time. A couple different circulations in here. I have not seen correlation coefficient drops with this circulation, but yeah, about 45 miles an hour. Grand Rapids, 12 minutes. Kentwood, 12 minutes. The airport, where the radar site is, about 18 minutes. And then towards Grattan, 34 minutes. And Virginese Township, about 32 minutes there. Severe warning continues. Tornado warning continues here around Michigan City, Indiana. Still seeing circulation. Actually, some of the strongest circulation may be over the water right now, right around the Michigan City area, up towards Michigan Shores. It's going to cross into Michigan around New Buffalo, and still seeing strong circulation and also strong winds. Town of Pines. So continue to stay in your safety positions here. This is LaPorte and Berrien counties in Michigan and Indiana. PDS tornado warning continues around Boone Grove. And still seeing debris fallout. So the tornado may not be in progress across this area near Hanover Park. Yeah, there's not really a circulation anymore. If you look on the other product here, the circulation has come down like crazy fast, basically gone away. But if you look at correlation coefficient, there's still a big debris signature, likely because this was a tornado in progress. And yeah, it has spread out on the last scan. So whatever this tornado picked up, it's going to be falling across the Schaumburg area. So continue to stay in your tornado safe space because there could be twigs and trees and anything like boards even falling on you, nails, all kinds of stuff. They are going to cancel that tornado warning though. Yeah, the Cook County tornado warning there is canceled. Still the other tornado warning near Naperville, Downers Grove, Elmhurst continues. And then I want to get back to our other PDS tornado warning. Yeah, this is our cell here. Still seeing very strong velocity signatures in here. If it's not producing a tornado at the moment, it's about to produce another one. It was producing a tornado south of Hebron. Looks like that tornado has skipped the town of Hebron, but it's riding up along State Highway 8 and still could be producing a tornado just based on the look of that. And yeah, they are continuing the PDS tornado warning. They've updated that as a PDS tornado warning for the town of Kuntz and Malden. Kuntz and Malden in northern Indiana, especially along and just north of State Highway 8. That is a dangerous tornado in progress. Yeah, there's your rotation signature as well. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets a deeper debris signature here in the next couple minutes. Our other tornado warnings are continuing. Tornado warning around the Oxford area. Titus, when you get a chance, let me know how you guys are faring. But Oxford up to Fowler, one area of rotation down here. That's now pushing along Highway 52 and following State Highway 18. The other area is near Wadena and Lockjill, headed up towards Remington. And this is probably the stronger one right now along State Highway 55 and I-65 near Rensselaer. That's about to cross I-65. Another circulation still up there along Highway 14 near Fair Oaks. So a big blob of storms, and yeah, that definitely means business there. See if those Indiana cameras load. Still the other warning continues towards Petersburg. In Fountain County, Stone Bluff, and Graham, they may let that warning expire. It expires in 1 minute, so we'll see if that expires or not. All right, they are going to continue that new tornado warning for eastern Fountain County, Tippecanoe, and Montgomery counties, west central Indiana. That's moving east at 55. That's east of Danville and east of Covington. There's the little notch feature in there. Stone Bluff, Graham, Malott, Wingate, New Richmond, Linden, and Elmdale should stay north of Crawfordsville, but that's a dangerous supercell kind of embedded in that line segment.
Has been issued.
The other cells near Oxford, now east of Oxford, Earl Park up to Walcott. We'll see if they extend that warning. It's kind of a large warning for embedded QLCS tornadoes in there. And then, yeah, they've extended the PDS tag.
A new
PDS warning for Stark and LaPorte counties. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado over Kuntz, or 8 miles east of Hebron, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Let's see. It looks like... Yeah, we just got a new CC scan, and it looks like it may have cycled, or it may have just not been producing a lot of debris. There is the new debris signature just near Kuntz and 5 Points Corners. The last scan, it was a little bit muddled, so it may have weakened briefly as it crossed the Highway 8.
Flood warning has
Certainly,
been issued.
Just before that, it was definitely producing a tornado. So I don't know if it weakened or if it still just was not picking up a lot of debris. But it's definitely on the ground again between Malden and Kuntz near 5 Points Corners. That's moving east at 35, I think they marked it at.
A new flash flood warning
Hannah,
has been issued.
Hammett, Kingsford Heights, Kingsbury, and La Crosse. Let's go back to the other one. I'll show you the reflectivity side of things. So it's down in here near Kuntz. They've marked a large warning polygon just to catch the whole thing.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, north of Knox. So it's roughly in here. Union Mills would be about 26 minutes. Kingsbury, 33. Hamlet, 40 minutes. Thomason, 20. And La Crosse would be about 10 to 11 minutes. Again, that's another PDS tornado warning for those areas in northern Indiana. Let's check on our storms coming into the Chicago metro. Tornado possible tag 70 mile an hour winds coming into Chicago. And I don't see the storm in DuPage County.
A new flash flood
still
warning has been
a
issued.
severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado. It has not gotten radar confirmed over the Downers Grove area. They are going to issue a new tornado warning though for Chicago. This is also the kind of the same warning. Tornadoes and straight line winds. They're warning the whole line, extending from LaGrange to Palos Hills to Orland Park, and that's moving east at 65. Tornado is a potential there. Let me look at velocity.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
It's an interesting warning. I don't see a ton of tornadic velocity in there, at least at the moment. But certainly damaging winds surging out in those orange colors. That's some pretty heavy damaging winds, also towards the Downers Grove area. Yeah, before, see, this is that cell near Naperville. Before, there was a little bit more of a distinct, there is kind of a distinct signature in here. Hickory Hills and the Hodgson area, really close to the radar site there. Yeah, so just on the last scan, it's gotten a little bit more tornadic of a look. But certainly some damaging winds also. Oh, that's how fast it's moving too. That was the look we just looked at. And that was the new radar scan. It's a lot more defined, and yeah, some big winds headed into the south side of Chicago, the Stevenson Expressway, Burbank, Oak Lawn, up into the south side, like where the White Sox play. Yeah, a lot of these inner Chicago suburbs are under the gun. That's moving very quickly at probably 65 miles an hour. Yep, they got it at 65 miles an hour. That puts it into downtown Chicago in about 9 minutes from its current position there around Burbank and Oak Lawn. Yeah, South Shore, about 10 minutes. Basically, it'll get to the lakefront in about 9 to 10 minutes. So anywhere west of the lakefront, you have less than 10 minutes in the Chicago metro for a line of damaging severe winds and also line-embedded tornadoes.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
And then seeing a little bit less circulation in some of these cells across Indiana. There is a cell area of rotation near Rensselaer. That's in that tornado warning. Approaching areas around Hanging Grove. The other area near Fowler and Remington. That's now east of Fowler, south of Remington. And still one in here near Oxford. We are looking a little bit further from the radar site. So QLCS tornadoes are a little bit harder to read. Another one also in here near Roselawn. That's now tornado warned, it looks like, as well. But yeah, they're a little bit harder to see, especially at further away from the radar sites. So that's going to be a little bit trickier. As those go through northern Indiana, they'll get closer to the northern Indiana radar site. Still seeing also a tornadic circulation in here near Malott, coming towards New Richmond and to the Linden area.
Warning has been issued.
Oh, I forgot to update that bot. Sorry, Georgia Bulldog. Georgia Bulldog put huge tornado. I'm guessing it's for this one near Koontz, just by the look of it. Let's take a look in, yeah, this is our PDS tornado warning continuing near the Koontz area. I hope it's for that one and not for like the downtown Chicago warning. Really quickly, I do want to go check the Grand Rapids. Is a circulation here near Grand Rapids. Let's double check CC on that one. Ooh. Let's see. Hard to tell. We're so close to the radar site. I don't think that's the CC drop. I think that's just a radar. At least on this, it looks like it's a radar glitch. Okay, good. But still, there's potentially a tornado south sides of Grand Rapids. So continue to take your tornado safety precautions there in the Grand Rapids metro. I want to go back to this Koontz storm. This is in, yeah, there it is right here. Southeastern Porter County, particularly dangerous situation. It's about to cross into the next county. That's the next warning polygon. PDS weather spotter confirmed tornado Stark and LaPorte counties.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, sorry, Bulldog. I'll get that fixed. That was not the kind of block that the bot should be doing. It's if you have like a couple words in the bold and the capital, then it shouldn't block it. But I gotta change how many like characters it does, because you don't want someone just putting like a ton of, big letters up, just spamming, but there's a difference there. Yeah, this is a big tornado. We've had a few strong to significant tornadoes today, and this is one of them ongoing here.
A new tornado warning has been
Dangerous
issued.
storm. Looks like they're updating that tornado warning for the Kent County storm. Here's another way to view this. This is the debris signature being picked up in this storm. It's basically right at the county line, just north of La Crosse. It's going to be just north of La Crosse. It's about to cross Highway 421. It's kind of center line for Thomason. You really need to be in your tornado safe space. Hannah, along US 30. That's a heavily traveled highway. And Wanata, also heavily traveled. Continue to take tornado safety precautions. That is a large debris signature. And yeah, seeing max shear rate, obviously, too. Wow, this has had, large area of max shear rate. Yeah, you probably got some pool time
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
In the Missouri area. Those storms are not looking as... Yeah, they're still pretty far off in Missouri. They're still way west of St. Louis still. And weakening also across Missouri. Troy, Old Monroe, back to Herman.
A new tornado warning.
It just came through Jeff City. Lynn Creek. One severe cell still around the Deepwater area. And then some stronger cells also into southern parts of Missouri. In fact, we should have a look at that. There's a look at those storms headed into areas in southwest Missouri, northeast Oklahoma, and northern Arkansas eventually. Quarters and 60-mile-an-hour winds, so nothing too bad there. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some lightning, though. Some other big cells still in Oklahoma, Anadarko, and back south of Carnegie towards Medicine Park. May get towards the Lawton area, and also some isolated severe storms all the way back into the Texas Panhandle. So this is a massive system. Look at all this. There's also still some severe storms on the East Coast. We also did get, they extended that tornado warning across the Grand Rapids area.
A new tornado
so there's your Grand Rapids tornado circulation. Let's see if that is still looking okay. I don't see as much circulation in there. There's still a bit of a circulation over the Grand Rapids area. It is also close to the radar, so we're in a little bit of a radar hole there. Just being the radar site is that the Grand Rapids International Airport. And that's what we're seeing there. So as that storm gets away from the Grand Rapids radar, we should get a little better look at that. New tornado warnings around St. Joseph, LaPorte, and Berrien counties in southern southwest Michigan, as well as northern Indiana. Take a look at those. There's that county coming in. That's Berrien County in southern Michigan, and St. Joseph? St. Joseph and LaPorte counties in northern Indiana. That includes the town of South Bend. South Bend, Indiana is in that warning polygon. So safety precautions now. If you're in the South Bend area, time to take those safety precautions.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Here's a look at LaPorte in that tornado warned storm. On the camera perspective, that's really close to the circulation that's in there, but it's also mostly a damaging wind issue too. Looking back at the radar here, there is an area of rotation up here near New Buffalo and Three Oaks. There's also a little bit of a broad rotation near LaPorte, but it's mostly a damaging wind risk. You can see this Boeing feature, Rolling Prairie, Hudson Lake, New Carlisle, into the areas around South Bend, including Notre Dame. And yeah, those areas there, a couple different rotations will continue working in the way into northern parts of Indiana. Continuing to follow this PDS tornado warning, it's near Watana, approaching Hannah on US 30. That's a super dangerous storm. And let's see, should still have, yes, still has a debris signature just on South Watana. This is potentially a long track tornado. It may have cycled once. We saw there was one point, it's been on the ground for at least a while. It's been on the ground since south of Hebron, going back all the way just after it crossed the interstate. There it is right there. That's at
a new tornado
55. That's at
issued.
7:55. So this has potentially been on the ground for about 40 minutes now. And except there is one point where right in, oh no, that latest update maybe shows, yes, this is a long track tornado. It's been on the ground, it looks like consistently for the last 40 minutes. It's a PDS tornado warned storm. It's now north and east of Coons, just north of La Crosse, Indiana, approaching areas around Hannah, Kingsford Heights, Kingsbury, and Hamlet. Need to be in your tornado safe space. If you can get below ground, I'd recommend doing that now. Let's see if we have the latest on this storm. It has broadened some just on the last couple scans here. It looks a lot broader than it did just literally the last scan. But it may still be in here near Watana and South Watana, Thomason and Hannah. And that storm could be a cyclic supercell as well. Wouldn't be surprised if that one is a cyclic supercell. That one is a super dangerous cell. Yeah, it's kind of out on its own a little bit. It does have this interaction with the cells to the north, but it is still kind of on its own a little bit. Hey, Cruz, welcome back. It's a busy one here. Still getting funny radar data, so I'm bouncing between two programs. That's why you see me a little bit scattered and flustered at some points here. This is a little bit frustrating, but we're making do. Severe warning continues here. Tornado warning for Chicago. This includes the downtown Chicago all the way through Woodland and Gull Island. It's getting down into the southern suburbs around Hammond also. The good news is most of this should be through the Chicago area in the next couple minutes. Yeah, some pretty big wind in here. Big burst of wind, especially downtown Chicago and points south. There was a couple areas of circulation, particularly back here near Bridgeview and Hickory Hills. But that's really close to the radar site. Only a couple hundred feet off the ground, about 900 feet, seeing about 101 mile an hour winds. So potentially some of this area in Chicago, surprised they didn't make it a destructive tag. It had a considerable threat, but probably should be a destructive. Okay, yeah, it is. The North Shore here, or the South Shore, Lake County is also now under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for those 80 mile an hour winds. And yes, they have they just made it a destructive tag? They may have just made it a destructive tag. All right. Yeah, they literally just made it a destructive tag after most of those destructive winds have pushed offshore just on the south side of Chicago. There still are some pockets in here of some 70 to 80 mile an hour winds on the south side towards Blue Island. So Dalton, and this will push into areas like East Chicago, Hammond, Highland, and New Chicago, those areas in Lake County. They're continuing that PDS warning another 41 minutes for areas around Union Mills, Hannah, and that storm may cycle. We're losing a few of those tornado warnings across central Indiana, north central Indiana. Still tornado possible, 70-mile-an-hour winds down through Monticello, Delphi, Lafayette, Indiana. And then still seeing that tornado warning storm near Frankfurt that's coming towards Clark Hills, Stockwell, Thornton, and areas around Linden. That's there, the tornado warning there. And that one's an updated tornado warning. Let's move down and take a look at this cell. Haven't seen any debris signature on this cell north of Crawfordsville. That is Tippecanoe, Clinton, Boone, and Montgomery counties. Yeah, there's that cell on the correlation coefficient. And on velocity, it's in there. It's not super potent. We can maybe get a better look at it from the Indiana radar. Yeah, it's in there around Linden. Here's those severe storms headed towards northwest Arkansas. You can see the lightning picking up. That's a big rain shaft. That's not like a wedge tornado or anything. Kind of a cool look because this is a storm in here, and you can see through the other side of it there. So the heavier precip off to the left of this camera, and then the sunset back behind it. Pretty cool look there out of northern Arkansas. Those are severe warning cells into southern parts of Missouri right now. The flag has come down there. It's not really blowing around that much in LaPorte. So good sign there. Some of those heaviest winds have passed the LaPorte area in Indiana. This is the area around South Bend. Only a couple cameras, weirdly, in the South Bend area. Not a Chamber of Commerce view. It looks kind of industrial, but a good shot there. This is looking to the southwest towards those storms. So this is looking back towards those storms. Tornado warning continues around the South Bend, Indiana area. And you can see it's dry there at the moment. Oh, Cruz, it's this is a little bit frustrating, but we're making do. Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, I am doing good. I love this kind of stuff, guys. This is it's a blast to be able to give this information to you. Hopefully, we're adding to the warning process, and hopefully, we're saving some lives in this process, and also just being also this is really good record of some severe events and things. So I haven't figured out exactly what I want to do with that yet, but capturing these severe outbreaks and these severe moments are something that I want to do something scientific with eventually. I just haven't figured out exactly what to do with the data yet, but severe storm there, capable of producing tornado near Hastings. This is now south and east of the Grand Rapids area. Oh, and that's observed too. Radar confirmed tornado. Yeah, so I love what we're doing. Our channel's doing great. We have a great community. It's a little stressful right now just because I'm still bouncing between radars. Cruz, all of my stuff on the main radar program I'm using has lagged for a while, except for velocity. Velocity is the only thing that is not lagging. For instance, that is my updated, or my most recently updated NexRad radar image. It's about I don't know how old that is, but that's pretty old. I do have MRMS, so we do have radar data. It's just not high def radar data. So what I'm doing is I'm switching between our main radar program and the radar data that we have available, and then also switching between some of my backup programs that aren't as visually stunning. They're not as they're more industrial. These are more like products that the National Weather Service looks at, but it gives us raw data. So I can measure too. I did not know that. Okay, that's helpful. So yeah. Also a draw tool somewhere on here, but Anyway, there's your QLCS tornado. Let's see if we have correlation coefficient. There it is right there. Harris Creek, Michigan, near Brown Center. That is a new radar confirmed tornado. We've seen a bunch of those today. And there's a couple different circulations in here. There's one near Irvin. Just want to check and see if that...
A new
hard to
flash
tell. That
flood
looks like
warning
clear
has
air,
been
but that
issued.
could produce a tornado as well. These both could produce tornadoes, and then there's still another circulation near Virginese Township. I think that's how you pronounce that. Still seeing the destructive tag on
A
the
new tornado
storm
warning
that's
has
pushing
been
through the
issued.
Chicago metro. Take a look at that one again. And no CC on that, but let's go to velocity. Still seeing some pretty strong winds in here. Yeah, approaching areas like Gull Island, Dalton, Whitting, right here in the northern corner. Some of these areas may not get this strongest wind. Some of this is going to be over the open water of Lake Michigan. So some of this, but if you're in there near Hammond, East Chicago, Gary, closer to the lakeshore is your better shot at some really damaging wind across the parts of Lake County. And then, yeah, we're seeing less of those tornado circulations. There's still a little bit of a broad circulation in there near Reynolds. Tornado warning, though, here. This is in Indiana, south of Monticello, or Carroll County in north central Indiana. And then also that cell near Frankfurt. Okay, yeah, that's in there. And still seeing that cell. It's a QLCS circulation, but still seeing that in there west of Frankfurt, Indiana, near Clark's Hill. Dangerous situation. That's at the South Bend area. Still seeing dry conditions there so far. Let's see. Okay, tornado warning continues there. Let's check the PDS. I'm curious to see if it's recycled or not. Ooh, it is potentially recycled based on the look of the velocity. It broadened back out as yeah, it was PDS. It was on the ground there near Wanata. And it may have tightened back up. Let's see if it has a correlation coefficient on it yet. See one, but if it's not on the ground, it's close to producing. There was the last correlation coefficient drop at 26. So it's been about 20 minutes where we haven't seen a correlation coefficient drop, but it looks like it's retightening. It's also pulling a little more north. So that's an issue. It was, yeah, it was all the way down here near Kuntz. Let me pull up that latest on this one. There it goes. All right, it was here. It's now here up towards LaPorte County, Union Mills. But that one has dramatically gone to the north in the last couple minutes down here near Kuntz. Yeah, I'm concerned about this. This is going to get up into some more populated areas. I'll keep it fairly broad just in case. But Kingsbury and Kingsford Heights, about a minute or two. South Center, a couple minutes. The Stillwell area, 10 minutes. North Liberty, Indiana, would be about 22 minutes. And then areas like the southwest sides of South Bend may get in on this circulation. So that is a dangerous storm. It's basically headed from LaPorte County into St. Joseph County, North Liberty, Crumstown, and yeah, keep an eye on this, especially southwest sides of the South Bend Metro. The tornado warning for the South Bend Metro is not for that cell. It's actually for the other storm that's kind of riding the Michigan and Indiana state line. So that's a dangerous storm. Let's see. There's a look, some pretty big lightning out of that storm in Arkansas. They're warning this well out ahead. Crawford, Culver, Royal Center, Peru, Deer Creek, Carlton. 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, tornado possible tag. Zooming out. Wow. Zooming out, that's what we have basically right now in progress. With a new warning, should be filling in there. There it goes. You'll see it pop in here near the Terre Haute area. All right, there we go. Get it all kind of, that may have been needed to adjust for a while. Sorry if that was a little bit off screen. But yeah, oh boy. We have a dangerous mesoscale convective system working into western and west central Indiana. Tornado warnings there in west central Indiana. We have our PDS tornado warning. Looks like that is recycling, likely to produce a new large and extremely dangerous tornado. We have a tornado warning for areas along the Michigan and Indiana border around the South Bend. We have destructive severe thunderstorms or considerable threat severe thunderstorms in parts of the Grand Rapids area. Several of those tornado warnings there for QLCS embedded circulations. We've had destructive severe thunderstorms work across the Chicago metro with 70 to 80 mile an hour winds and embedded QLCS circulations in that cluster of storms. That may be a secondary issue as it gets into areas around Benton Harbor and the eastern side of Lake Michigan. We also have strong storms, but not as severe right now across most of Missouri. There is one severe storm still with some hail near the Clinton area. Ping pong ball size hail was confirmed by emergency management in Clinton. That is an elevated storm likely behind the front. And then not severe right now, but there were severe warnings in northern Oklahoma. That storm is not severe at the moment. This is the storm that we're watching on our camera there above me. A lot of lightning with that one. Wouldn't be surprised if that goes severe warning at some point again. Then a strong storm also north of the areas of Tulsa. That's north of Tulsa. Looks like Oklahoma City has gotten missed by the larger storms. There are storms south of Oklahoma City towards the Lawton area with large hail. Not really a tornado threat out here. And then there is a considerable threat for areas in Dickens County. Or sorry, northwest of Dickens, out in West Texas. Oh, and they've just put a considerable threat tag on this cell near Clinton. Henry, Pettis, and Johnson counties in west central Missouri. 2-inch hail reported by emergency management. That's near Clinton, moving northeast at 45. Kind of a different direction on the backside of the storm system. Yeah, destructive winds. Burnham, Hammond, East Chicago, Whitting over the Wolf Lake area and over towards the Indiana Harbor. Seeing about 87 mile an hour winds, only about 1,000 feet off the ground. So that potentially could reach the ground level. And yeah, this storm is one to watch. It's going to skirt the shoreline. Going to skirt the shoreline, so keep an eye on this in about 16, 20 minutes back in Michigan City, Long Beach, Three Oaks. Some of these areas that have tornado warnings right now may get in on some of the damaging to destructive winds. Let's look at that again. Yeah, right in here. I think it's about 50, 55 miles an hour. So yeah, Michigan City about 17 minutes. Michiana Shores 21, Rolling Prairie 33, Three Oaks 33 minutes. And we'll see if it holds together from there. But it's going to basically cross the southern tip of Michigan, of Lake Michigan, and then be a problem potentially back towards Michigan City. We haven't got an update on that PDS tornado warning yet, but it's still in here near Kingsford Heights. All right, I just got a new update. Hopefully this fixes the issue that we've been having on our radar product. Thank you to the devs if that just fixed the issue. Weather spotter confirmed tornado. Yeah, okay, that's the Kingsford Heights one. There it goes. Hey, that might work.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning. This is going to be for the extension of that cell out of areas there north of Indianapolis. I think that was Fountain County. This is going to be Clinton County and areas there, Clinton, Boone, Hamilton, and Tipton counties. That is a QLCS spin that's been actually in there for quite a while. Yeah, we're getting radar data out of the Indianapolis metro, so still seeing it in there. Yeah, there's a look at it. Still seeing in there near Colfax, just east of the Colfax area. Danger storm continuing there. All right, let's go up to our Kingsford storm. There it is in here near Union Mills. Still looking at that circulation. It's going to be lifting up towards North Liberty, Fish Lake, and then I am concerned about that area south of South Bend, southwest sides of South Bend. Let's see, check both products. Are getting a little further from the radar site, so it's getting into a little bit of a radar hole. Let's see. Oh no, I didn't see what you said. Looks like I deleted a couple of the messages, Bauer. Okay, there it goes. Yeah, shear rate has come up in this cell again. Kingsford Heights, Union Center, South Center. Dangerous storm in progress still.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, it does look a little bit tighter, and the most recent scan we have from 850, it does look a little bit tighter, coming up towards Stillwell. Surprised they haven't issued a new warning for that. They have issued a new warning here. Radar indicated tornado warning Iona, Clinton, and Eaton counties in south central Michigan. That's with the line of embedded QLCS circulations. There's one there near Vermontville, and then one near Lake Odessa, 75-mile-an-hour winds, and also showing up pretty close to the radar site, generally headed towards the Lansing area. Again, that's Iona and Clinton and Eaton counties. And yeah, that cluster of storms has had a history of producing some brief QLCS tornadoes as well. And let's see. Interestingly, they're going to add a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning, considerable threat for the 70-mile-an-hour winds. Still concerned there's circulation in here. But yeah, there does seem to be damaging winds in here too. All right, I'll let that reload again. Still seeing a velocity scan in there. It's interesting that they're letting the PDS warning expire and they're just giving it those winds. Anyway, I do think that probably deserves a tornado warning, but continue to stay in a safe place there towards South Bend. All right, let's go. I do want to check that other tornado warning. Yeah, there's the rotation on that cell. It's near Frankfurt. Approaching areas around Kirkland, Kempton, Sheridan, Atlanta, Tipton, Elwood, and Sharpsville. Clinton, Boone, Hamilton, and Tipton counties. That's moving east at 55 miles an hour. So there it is there. It'll be in Atlanta in a little while. Atlanta, Indiana. There's a look at that cell a little closer, a little bit higher def out of the Indiana radar. You can see they are tracking a new severe thunderstorm warning also. All right, this is going to cross the northern fringes of the Indianapolis metro. So if you're downtown Indianapolis, this tornado is not headed that way. Kirkland, Tipton, Atlanta, be about 29 minutes to Tipton and Atlanta, Arcadia. Cicero, Indiana, about 29 minutes as well. Frankton, 45. It may get over towards Anderson, or especially north of Anderson, in about 50 minutes or so. Alexandria, 50 minutes. So we'll keep an eye on this, Clinton and Tipton counties. But Kirkland, you guys are up next along 421. Only about 9 minutes. That is a pretty tight area of rotation there around Rangan and Mechanicsville. but still a dangerous storm. The lightning is picking up in our camera in South Bend. So still seeing those storms. Wow. Check out the shelf. It's a little bit dark, but you can see a pretty pronounced shelf cloud on those severe storms or borderline severe storms
A new tornado warning has
in
been issued.
northern Arkansas. Look at that shelf cloud. This is looking north from Bensonville. Look at that. Actually, this might be Rogers down in here along 49. Anyway. We did get a new tornado warning. This is going to be a new tornado warning here in Indiana for another circulation that's popped up just on the last radar scan. Go back and take a look. Yeah, latest radar scan, Michigan Town, Sharpsville, and areas south of Kokomo, Indiana. That's going to be for areas in Howard County, as well as Tipton and Clinton counties. New area of circulation there. So 2 QLCS circulations crossing areas along 65 north of the Lebanon area. This is well north of Indianapolis. But Indianapolis, severe thunderstorm warnings are pushing towards you guys. They do have tornado possible tags that extend out from this. And still seeing severe warnings past that. Let's take a look and go back to a different view. Let's go to reflectivity for a minute. That whole big complex of storms arcs back west of Indianapolis with severe warnings back towards Terre Haute. And then we have severe warnings also in areas around Decatur. Less of a tornado threat across the I-70 corridor right now. Looks like a big storm north of the St. Louis metro. Yeah, that's a pretty nasty storm there. Some other storms trail back through St. Louis. There is also a considerable threat for this random cell out in Clinton in Missouri. That is producing at least lime-size hail. So continue to pay attention to that. A ton of lightning in this storm that's approaching northwest Arkansas. It was severe warned just a little bit ago up near Veneta, I think it was. But yeah, those are pushing across the state line in Missouri into areas around Bella Vista, eventually get down to Bentonville, Rogers, Springdale. May have some isolated large hail in those cells. And then we have other severe warnings or considerable threat. Looks like they might let that tornado warning expire. Yeah, still seeing the tornado warning storm there in the areas west of Lansing. So we'll keep an eye on those. A couple different QLCS circulations in there. Down to Battle Creek, severe thunderstorm warnings. Battle Creek, Kalamazoo. They are going to let, looks like that storm that was tornado warning near South Bend. That's going to leave with a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warning. Elkhart, St. Joseph counties in northern Indiana, and then Berrien and Cass counties in southwest Michigan. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts are the primary threat there. Less of a tornado risk. Still a little surprised that this does not have a tornado warning, although it has weakened, it looks like some, just on the last little bit. But yeah, that was a little bit more tornadic just a little bit ago. Actually, you know what? That's the further radar site. I don't know. I'd still have a tornado warning on this near Fish Lake. This is the storm that produced the damaging long track tornado that was on the ground for probably 40 minutes. It has broadened, but I don't know. They have a tornado possible tag on it and 70-mile-an-hour winds. That is coming up towards South Bend, so keep an eye on this if you're in the South Bend metro. And we'll continue to track that one into South Bend. Warnings have expired across Chicago, so the Chicago metro is quieting down. Yeah, rain and some gusty winds. And then basically the I-65 corridor is quieting down until areas closer to Indianapolis. These storms will get down to the Ohio Valley, and they have added, it looks like, a severe thunderstorm watch into parts of the Ohio Valley. Let's see. They should weaken before they get into the areas along the Ohio Valley, though. That's why this watch doesn't go all the way down to like Evansville or Louisville. This may just be coming out and populating. Yeah, let me switch products here. This is the new watch that we're looking at. Eastern Illinois up through areas north of Cincinnati up to about Kenton, west of Columbus, and then down basically across the I-70 corridor. That watch is for 3 a.m. Scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour possible, as well as a tornado or two. A mature squall line will likely progress east into the watch area this evening and tonight. Strong to severe gusts ranging from 55 to 70 will be capable of damaging winds in those more intense line surges, and then the brief tornadoes embedded mesovortices. So yeah, they're less of a tornado risk as it gets a little bit further away from some of the more spin in the atmosphere and the low pressure headed up that way. So a little bit less tornado dynamics across basically from I-70 south. Let's see if we can get a updated model run. So Evansville, your chances of storms pick up after about midnight, between 11 and midnight. These storms are continue to sag towards Cincinnati, also kind of in that midnight kind of time frame. This model particularly wants to keep storms a little bit feistier back across southern Illinois, so we'll see if that actually verifies. That would be new storm development. That if that does develop, if this new cluster does kind of intensify across the St. Louis area, that would head towards the Evansville area, potentially back towards about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. So Evansville, you may get a couple rounds of storms. According to the model data, should be through by morning, kind of clearing out behind the front. And then tomorrow looks like a solid day across the areas here in the Great Lakes and the Ohio Valley. We'll watch storms tomorrow across the East Coast again. But yeah, so roughly Evansville, roughly storming time frame kind of 11, with the strongest part maybe 11 to 2 a.m. and then starting to clear out past there. Let's see. Mute that. Where are you guys? 12 mile? 12 Mile, Indiana. Oh, you're right in it right now, right? That's the right one. Yeah, so that's like those storms are right in your neighborhood there. Tornado possible, 60 mile an hour winds. I'd be concerned about this kind of bulging shape in here. That's going to be maybe some added wind in there. Get this back to the white. Yeah. So yeah, 12 mile, those storms are moving through right now. Primarily the wind, the tornado risk is on the leading edge of that. So if you're already getting those winds, there's actually a little bit of shear showing up in that right now. So if you are getting the winds right now and you don't have a tornado, wait a couple minutes and that should be through. Logansport, still gusty wind. Oh,
a new tornado warning
yeah, get to your safe place right there in 12 Mile. Looks like that now is getting tornado warned. So if you're anywhere there east of 12 Mile, I would be in my safe place. Denver, Deedsville, Birmingham, all the way up towards Gilead. This is a new tornado warning for Wabash, Kosciuszko, Fulton, Cass, and Miami counties. Seeing rotation basically over and just east of the 12-mile area. Actually, it looks like it was a little bit punchier near Mount Pleasant, but continue to take your tornado safety precautions. And back here, it's interesting. This warning has actually, or this area of rotation has gone a little bit further north towards the Kokomo areas, just outside the warning polygon. If you're in Kokomo, tornado safe space, Vermont, and areas around Plevna. The other area of circulation near Picard, moving towards Eakin and Millersburg, that is moving across basically these areas between Kokomo and Indianapolis Metro. So we'll keep an eye on those. Hey, I just got all of my radar working again. All right, that update must have fixed stuff. All right, guys. We've been doing a lot with a little here the last while. That was a lot. With a lot of serious tornadoes on the ground, too. Continue to follow on socials, especially we post the weather briefs and obviously the links to the videos on Facebook. So follow us on Facebook. Actually, follow us there too, because we can eventually hit, once you hit a certain number of people, we can stream on Facebook too. I don't have that many followers on Facebook, so I haven't hit the streaming limit. But X is really good because we can share this chaser reports and stuff, and pictures and videos. And if you have any pictures and videos that you've taken safely, tag us in that. New tornado warning near Argos and Bourbon, Tippecanoe, Atwood, and Warsaw. This is going to be a new tornado warning into parts of Indiana, north central Indiana. Radar indicated for Kosciuszko and Marshall counties. It's headed up towards the radar site too. Yep. Rotation in there just near Argos, and that's moving probably pretty quick. These are going to be quick moving tornadoes, 55 miles an hour. We're transitioning from the supercellular tornadoes with the long track supercellular tornadoes into more of the quick hitting. They're hard to read because some of them just pop up within a matter of minutes between radar scans even. And yeah, we're starting to get transition into that. The Chicago Metro is in much better shape. We've had a couple tornadoes across the Chicago Metro, but more tornadoes into northern Indiana. And yeah, that area is also in better shape. Northwest Indiana. Okay. I think we're in good shape. This should drop the PDS tornado tag. It has been canceled. Oh, yeah, that just expired. So that's a good sign there. Just literally expired.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Here is a look at that storm near Argos, and that's some pretty heavy rain there, hitting the camera, basically coming straight down that camera position. They have added a new tornado warning in Michigan now. This is for central Cass County. This is going to be a QLCS whack-a-mole now. These things just pop up and tighten up within a radar scan or two. But that is pretty nasty circulation there along Michigan 60 up towards Cassopolis. Hey, yeah, I have full radar data again. Very, very happy about that. All right, good. These are the latest updating radar data, so it looks like we do have latest radar data up. Still seeing this circulation. It hasn't continued to broaden out, but this is going to be some damaging winds coming into the south sides of South Bend. We'll keep an eye on you guys. There still is kind of an embedded, it is a supercell, so we do have to watch that one. It is an embedded supercell there near North Liberty and Fish Lake. Here's your circulation near Argos. It has kind of broadened back out just on the last scan. But still a dangerous storm. And then also near Plymouth, there's a little bit of a circulation in there. Tornado warning continues to lift up past 12 Mile. You're now east of 31, north and east of 31, Disco, Laketon, Rowan, Pettysville, and Birmingham. Tornado warning continues there. And then seeing these gust out just a little bit. That's a pretty nasty cell near Eakin. I don't see a correlation coefficient drop with that one, but that is a decently strong area of circulation. I just want to check it on my other radar products too, just to double check. They've trimmed that up a little bit. Radar indicated tornado warning continues there. Hamilton and Tipton counties in central Indiana. Other circulation has over Kokomo kind of broadened out a little bit. Just going back a couple scans. That one actually lifted north of that tornado warned area. That was a new circulation that they missed too. The warning was for this area around Michigan Town. I thought that's what lifted up towards Kokomo, but it was a new warning or a new circulation that popped up. That looks like it's diminished as well in intensity. A couple different warnings they're trimming up here into central Illinois or central Indiana. They're pushing very quickly towards the eastern portions of the state. And you can see there the wind has died down. Or we may have lost the camera. We'll kind of position some cameras around the Indianapolis metro to see these storms riding in here. Severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag continues from Fishers, Carmel, Noblesville, Cicero, LaPel, Alexandria, up to Elwood. We're watching those circulations in there near Atlanta and Tipton. And then good news here for some of this. This is now a little bit. Now we're seeing a little bit of an outflow boundary. This should start to weaken across the southwest portions of our warned area. So coming through the Terre Haute metro, basically along I-70, that outflow boundary is good. That means there's not as much of a tornado chance in those storms. Seeing a big cluster of storms along I-57 south of Champaign and Urbana. And yeah, that's a big bunch of storms. And then watching storms come into the St. Louis area now. Not severe, but a couple of these storms into central Illinois look a little bit feisty. There is a new storm near Rolla that is severe warned along I-44. We'll keep an eye on that one. Strong storms coming through the Northwest Arkansas metro. They are kind of weakening as they move into the Northwest Arkansas. Oh, they're really slow. They're just kind of drifting around. There was a severe warning in this cell for a while. And where is it there? A little bit of dark camera, but you can see the lightning in the distance on this camera. It should probably adjust into night mode soon. I don't know if it's in full night mode. We have this other storm out of the Grand Rapids area, Grand Ledge and Potterville, coming into the west sides of the Lansing area. It's getting into some populated territory in Lansing. I don't see a debris signature in that one, but yeah, likely a tornado or potential tornado there near the Lansing area. Extensive straight line winds, also a big threat here, and that's pushing into areas around Lansing. That warning also continues considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds down to Stockbridge, Leslie, Mason, Meridian, and then up towards areas around Elsie and Maple Rapids. We lose more of that severe threat across the north central portions of Michigan. There's actually kind of like a wake low in here, a little comma head feature. Generally not tornadic, but that could be some gusty winds that that head up this way towards Big Rapids and towards Bay City, Saginaw. Keep an eye on some gusty winds, even though there may not be a ton of lightning in this area. And sometimes this area of rotation, this little comma head wake low, sometimes can produce tornadoes on the eastern flank of it. Wow. Let me clear a couple things off and I'll show you. Yeah, this is going to get into Indiana too. It's definitely moving. Well, it depends what part of Indiana you're in, but the less severe part of the line is sagging towards the I-70 corridor. That's going to get into the Indianapolis area. According to model data, it does show it kind of dying out and weakening as it gets into southern Indiana. If you're in eastern Indiana, though, these little line segments in here are still pretty strong, headed potentially into western Ohio, too, and then also potentially into southern Michigan, like Coldwater, Adrian. It should diminish as it gets into like closer to the I-75 corridor. But yeah, these areas, northern and northeast Indiana, and also western Ohio, may be under the gun for a little longer. Yeah, we're seeing a general weakening across parts of, I guess, southwest Indiana. And then there's still some strong storms across central Illinois. It'll be interesting to see how those interact. They're going to run into this rain-cooled boundary eventually. So these may start to weaken. They're kind of getting behind that leading edge. Here's that latest model data. Yeah, it does show it generally weakening as it gets into southern and southeast Indiana, as well as western Ohio. A little bit worried it still shows some discrete strong cells across southern parts of Michigan, though. And then the model still wants to keep some stronger storms in southwest Indiana into the overnight. It's kind of that cluster that comes out of the Effingham area. And actually, this latest model data wants to take a little bit more back into parts of Indianapolis. I don't know if that'll happen, but it could be a stormy night, even if it's not severe. And eventually by like 4 a.m. through the Cincinnati metro. And this will get all the way down with some scattered storms across the Boot Heel, Missouri, southern Missouri. It also wants to take some isolated storms and actually flare those back up across the southern parts of Arkansas overnight. So it may try and form another little cluster of storms that works its way from northern Arkansas down through the river valley and then down into like eastern Oklahoma overnight. So that's an interesting little development. All right. This is going to go for a while. I am going to grab a break, or not a break, but a drink of water. I am absolutely parched, but it looks like we do have working radar data again.
A new tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. Uh, drink acquired and also dinner acquired. So I'll probably sit here off camera in a minute, but wow. Still tornado warnings continuing. You can see the last 30 minutes or so actually kind of peaked back up at tornado warnings. And then that has a couple of those have been allowed to expire and drop off. So some good signs there. But yeah, we still have storms.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Now into Indiana, Hendricks and Marion counties. That's getting into the Plainfield area. This is an area that we had a couple of QLCS tornadoes the other night. Oh yeah, really close to the radar site here too. Cartersburg. That is potentially some only about 500 feet off the ground. So that is a dangerous storm there. Popped up very quickly. Plainfield, 6 points. Friendswood, West Newton. It's coming into the populated areas on the southwest side of the Indianapolis metro. Let's get a shot down there. Cartersburg, Plainfield. Near the airport. None of those cameras are working. Yeah, those are difficult cameras. It does not like the wind in here. But right in here, Plainfield, 6 points. That is the area there. You can see that signature very close to the radar site. Let's see if it had a correlation coefficient. It's hard to tell. All right, cool. Update. Life update, I guess. There we go. Plainfield. This is weakened in the quick moments that it's popped up, but still Hendricks and Marion County. That's moving east at 45. Continue to take tornado safety precautions. Sterling Heights, Drexel Gardens, Maywood, Maple Ridge, West Newton. If you live or work or are staying around the airport in Indianapolis, that's where you need to take safety precautions. That circulation is tucked up in here near Plainfield. I don't think with the camera situation, I'm not sure we're going to get much of a view on it. Oh, wow. Okay. That's close enough. This is the Plainfield area. Look at the winds bobbling up on the lights and everything. Yeah, there's something swinging in front of the cable or something is swinging in front of that. Oh, those are the street lights. Yeah, wow. Dangerous storm coming into the western sides of the Indianapolis metro. Yeah, you can see the street lights are swinging in really all directions, it looks like. That's interesting. But yeah, little appendage kind of sticking out there. Indianapolis, 60-mile-an-hour winds and a tornado possible. Basically, the entire Indianapolis metro. That is working through at about 45 miles an hour. So in addition to that tornadic circulation, I'm going to track the whole line segment out for you. This is going to be across the Indianapolis metro in the next little while. And I'll track it out kind of from the leading edge. At about 45 miles an hour. Indianapolis downtown, about 10 minutes or so. 5 minutes to Plainfield, 26 to Southport. Beech Grove, 15 minutes. And then if you're on the northeast sides of town, McCordsville, 20, Lawrence, 12, Fortville, 24. That also continues up through the northern suburbs. This is bulging out a little bit further here, so a little bit closer to those areas like Noblesville and Carmel. Fishers, it's coming through right about now. Cadiz and Sulphur Springs, 34 minutes. Muncie, Indiana, 36. Anderson, 15. So it's going to work through in the next, say 20 to 40 minutes. Most of this should be through the Indianapolis metro. All right, updated the stream title since we're not in Wisconsin or Illinois anymore. Some good news here into parts of Michigan. We've lost those tornado warnings across the Lansing area. Tornado possible in here, but that is a big surge of wind coming across those areas. In the Lansing area, there still are a couple circulations, but they have weakened as this is pushed towards the Detroit metro. 60-mile winds, tornado possible. That does include areas in Livingston and Shiawassee counties in Michigan. That is moving east at about 55 miles an hour. So it's going to work through those areas between Lansing and the Detroit suburbs pretty quickly at about 55 miles an hour towards the east. I'll bring it down like that. Flint in about a half hour. Fenton, Michigan, 30 minutes. 25 to Hamburg Township, about 45 minutes to Northville. Pontiac, Michigan, about an hour away. Orion Township, kind of the same way. So it's going to work into those northern suburbs of Detroit in the next hour. We also have severe warnings back across parts of south central Michigan. Marshall along I-94, that's a really heavily traveled area. We do have a tornado warning that continues on Cassopolis, that area down there. There's actually a couple different circulations in here. Any of those could be producing a tornado. Wouldn't be surprised if they extend that warning towards the east, towards Constantine and Centerville and some of those areas. There's actually 3 circulations in there that all could be producing tornadoes. Areas around Three Rivers and Fabius up towards Moore Park. It's going to get into some of those areas that had the damaging EF3 tornado earlier this spring. But yeah, that is a dangerous situation. We have a tornado warned storm that's right near the radar site in northern Indiana. Let's take a look and see. Ooh, that was probably producing a tornado just a little bit ago.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Looks like it was. Yeah. Tornado there just a little bit ago, north of Bourbon. That has moved up across the areas around Syracuse, Indiana. Looks like that has weakened a little bit. There is a couple other circulations in here and around Goshen. This whole line should have probably a severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible tag. They did expand that warning. Fowlerfield, Mendon, Centerville, Constantine. A new warning there for Cass and St. Joseph counties in southwest Michigan. That's going to continue basically along and north of the Indiana state line. Potentially that one is a little bit more of the dangerous tornadoes in there, a little bit of an embedded supercell. And let's see. Yeah, today may have been one of the more violent days of the year so far. And this is also overperformed in Indiana quite a bit. Some of the earlier model data showed this weakening by the time it got into this position. It is weakening slowly and steadily, but it is not weakened enough that it is still a tornado threat, especially from about I-70 north and embedded tornadoes. And then also it is a damaging wind threat, especially there. I-70 up to about US 30 is the primary damaging wind risk. Yeah, this maybe overperformed a little bit, but since we do have a bunch of tornado warnings, I won't take too much time to analyze stuff, but yeah, I do want to take a look and analyze a few things. Wow. Here's our wind, or not our wind, but here's all of our storm reports. Some of those I'll take off. I'm going to take off the water and the flood reports. But there are a number of areas that have had a lot of rain. Let's go back past 6 hours. These are all your tornado reports here in these red funnels. Some of them are multiple. There are some of them are stacked on top of each other, so there's even more than that. The one thing is, like, most of these multiple reports are probably one tornado, especially here on some of these ones where there's a bunch of chasers on the same tornado. But just kind of roughly 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm counting some of the multiples just as one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We saw that one at that was not one that we saw the one at St. John's. There's one that's on here that's not even reported. We saw that one here. That was a confirmed tornado. The Hebron one, this is a long track one, so this is probably one tornado in here. So that is another one there north of Rochester, one in Wisconsin. There was the one also west of Schaumburg that is not on here. So that is roughly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, probably at least about 25 tornadoes, and it's still working its way, and some of the reports are delayed. What else do we have? Yeah, there may have, I haven't even seen it, but there, oh, yep, looks like there was a, well, they're counting it as a land spout, but, okay. Looking at wind reports, the wind has not been crazy today. We have not had as many of those like 80-mile-an-hour wind reports and stuff. But we've had a good chunk of 60s to 70s in here, and some of these are probably delayed wind reports. I wouldn't be surprised if some of those areas in Chicago had 70 plus. But yeah, so wind has not been crazy. The wind maybe actually underperformed. That's the trickiness about these forecasts is well, it's trimmed down now, but the wind probably underperformed a little bit. This was a higher wind across northern Illinois. Now, where we have the highest winds, those are kind of areas that had the boundary recovery. So that checks out pretty accurately. And on those storm reports, most of the tornadoes there are south of that boundary recovery area too. One of the only couple exceptions is the one north of oh, where was it? Like the Bartlett area. This is a tornado report. Multiple photos, damage to trees and structures. That's a tornado report. But and then a couple up in Wisconsin. Yeah, most of these tornadoes happened where the Storm Prediction Center kind of expected that boundary kind of would resurge along there, along like the 80 and 88 corridor and stuff like that. All right, interesting. I do like doing that. It also actually helps see what these storms have done, so it helps us track out what's going on right now in these storms. This cluster alone, from about Lansing all the way down to Effingham, roughly about 5,000 lightning strikes in here. So in addition to the severe wind and tornado risk, you have a lightning threat across this whole area. We'll start in the south. That's where this tornado-warned storm continues around the Plainfield area. It is going to probably get lost in the radar hole a little bit, but we'll see if it's still in here. Here it is just a couple minutes ago in the Plainfield area. Looks like it's sliding just south of the radar. There is still some rotation in here near Maple Ridge. Weak rotation, but it's still in here, and they are going to add that tornado warning. It's going to be really impossible near the radar site to really see if there's a correlation coefficient in there. But yeah, continue to take tornado safety precautions. Looks like they are going to add that to the south. Out ahead of that storm, radar indicated tornado for Johnson and Marion counties. Located near Southport, 8 miles south of Indianapolis, moving east at 50 miles an hour.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
there's your new tornado warning update there, Johnson and Marion counties. See if this loads. This is one of those cameras along I-69. We've had good luck with those cameras in the past. I actually caught, it looks like a tornado the other night on the camera there. Yeah, there we go. Okay. This is I-69 at County Line Road, which I believe is right here, Glens Valley area. So this is right kind of in that path of the tornado, and it's jumped ahead. So it's right in this area. If there's a tornado, it's going to be basically center screen. So look for power flashes. That's looking north towards that tornado circulation. So look for power flashes in that camera perspective, and we'll see if we get any. I see like big sheets of rain on that camera, but it's all in one direction right now. Meanwhile, way up here, observed tornado now. Elkhart and LaGrange counties, tornado producing storm over Bristol. And that is a radar confirmed tornado. Radar confirmed. Oh yeah, there it is, right there. Right at Nibbyville. Nibbyville near Bristol. Doesn't show a ton on correlation coefficient. This is our latest correlation coefficient, but we'll see if it shows in the next one. And it's just jumped ahead quite a bit. This is moving very fast, basically into Bristol right now. Yeah, a small little cell just went nuts there. You can see it wasn't really much as it came across the Elkhart area, and then it spun up very quickly along I-90, the Indiana Toll Road. That's going to be working its way really fast along I-90, Scott, Bonneville Mills, and the Bristol area. That may be CC dropped from it. Hard to tell. Anyway, moving very quickly there. This other warning continues into Michigan with a couple different areas of circulation along 131. Yeah, we're losing the punch a little bit across the areas east of Lansing. Those storms are on the downtrend, but some pretty gusty winds still in here in that 60-mile-an-hour range. Tornado possible. They still do have that flagged as a tornado possible across Michigan. Also a new warning here for a tornado possible tag around St. Louis. Yeah, there's a little area of rotation in here too. You can see that circulation spinning up near Hollow and Glencoe. That's advanced quickly to the east. It's in the areas around Fenton, Melville, Concord, and Afton on the south side of the St. Louis metro. Yeah, those storms have flared up a little more in the last little bit. So the model data picked up on that recently, our recent model data. So that kind of checks out. Those storms are definitely uptrending across parts of the St. Louis metro. Got a new warning also, 60-mile-an-hour winds in extreme southern parts of Missouri. This is in McDonald County, Lanigan, and Knoll, just north of Sulphur Springs and Bella Vista. So we'll keep an eye on that one. That storm has a lot of lightning with it. You can see on one of our cameras, still showing a decent amount of lightning and a shelf cloud. It had some larger hail earlier, and it had some gustier winds earlier. I think near Blue Jacket, it produced 70-mile-an-hour winds. So keep an eye on those storms as they continue there in northeast parts of Oklahoma and into northwest Arkansas. We also do have destructive severe thunderstorms in Lawton, Oklahoma. This is 80-mile-an-hour destructive winds crashing south near Lawton, Oklahoma. Yeah, that's a pretty nasty supercell with some large hail in it too. Golf ball size hail approaching Duncan, Empire City, Walters, Temple, and Hastings. They do have a considerable threat warning out ahead of that. Stevens, Cotton, and Jefferson counties, only southeast at 20 miles an hour. So big threat there through the Lawton area. That cell is one of the stronger cells outside of the cluster that we're watching in parts of Indiana. All right. Switch the title up just a little bit on the stream just so we cover everybody. These strong storms are moving into the Fort Wayne metro. Fort Wayne, you guys have a tornado warning off to your south and west. Still seeing a circulation in here. They, I guess, are going to let that warning, that tornado warned storm just kind of leave the tornado warning. But yeah, it expires in 2 minutes near the Huntington area. It was a little bit stronger near Huntington, but still seeing rotation in there as it's crossing the areas around Fort Wayne. Near the Zanesville area, south of the Fort Wayne metro there. Oh, those are moving fast. Bit of a circulation also in there near South Whitney, kind of a broad circulation. But worried about this area right here at 469 and 69 on the southwest side of Fort Wayne. This was that tornado warned cell earlier. It still does have a pretty punchy area of circulation near 9 Mile. That's going to continue up about across the southern half of Fort Wayne. I would kind of be tucked into my tornado safe space if I was in the Fort Wayne area. Destructive severe thunders or considerable threat severe thunderstorms, northern parts of Indiana, Kendallville, Albion, Rome City, LaGrange, tornado possible tag in all those. You could get quick spin up tornadoes out of really most of these here in this line segment. Still seeing that circulation in there near Bonneville Mills. And then still seeing circulations up in Michigan. Yeah, Baldwin, Missouri, that's St. Louis area. You guys are okay. That tornadic part of the storm, it never got a tornado warning, but that flared up looks like south of Eureka or near Eureka. And yeah, those storms are through Baldwin. There's Baldwin right there, or Baldwin in the middle of your screen. You're good to go. Some strong storms, a lot of lightning. These are very electrical storms across the St. Louis area. But yeah, they've uptrended as they've come across St. Louis. The storms now are basically downtown St. Louis all the way down to Melville, and that's where we still have that that warning for a tornado possible tag around the Melville area. But that may be allowed to expire because it looks like that storm has weakened. Strong storms still on the southern side of the Indianapolis metro. We have that tornado warning continuing, radar indicated tornado warning. That's crossing I-65 near Greenwood. Looks like some pretty gusty winds in there. I don't think we've lost that tornadic circulation, but just to be safe, let's pull up that camera. Wow, there's the... I thought it was a power flash, but it looks like it's a light tower or something because it's not moving. But there's the rain curtains, and you can really see on the street lights how fast that wind is moving. That is whipping. Yeah, take a look at that street light in the bottom left of the camera. Pretty much horizontal rain moving from left to right. That is west to east across this camera. So I don't see any really rotation. We didn't see much in that other camera perspective here. It appears like it's more of a wind bulge, but continue to take tornado safety precautions if you're around the Greenwood area. It is at least some punchy winds, probably 60 to 65 miles an hour. But yeah, that is definitely some strong winds. Pushing into areas around Acton, Reds Corner, Rock Lane, and through the Indianapolis area now. Yeah, thanks so much there, Crucifix. We're, I think, what is this, we might be like 6 days into this. I think we've had a stream every day the last 6 days. And it looks like tomorrow there'll probably be another stream. Tomorrow we shift to the East Coast. So I know we've probably gained a lot of followers in the Midwest the last few days. I know we got a lot of followers from Minnesota and the Dakotas the last couple nights when the storms were up there. But if you have friends and family tomorrow on the East Coast, send them our stream. If you don't want to tune in, send them our stream because there is a pretty strong possibility of stream tomorrow. And it does look like a damaging wind risk, especially across the East Coast.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
They do not have a day 2 tornado threat, it looks like, but wouldn't be surprised if they add like a 2%. But the wind threat across the East Coast is fairly high from Northern Virginia up through much of Maryland, New Jersey, all of New Jersey under a wind threat, and then also into the New York City metro. A little bit of hail, potentially also back across the Appalachians. So, yeah, busy day tomorrow. And then probably back to the Midwest on Saturday. Saturday, a large slight risk area from western Illinois across most of Missouri and then into central Kansas.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
The Comanche, Cotton, and Stevens County storm has gone PDS destructive for those 80-mile-an-hour winds, so they've upped that tag again. That's just extending out from where the current PDS warning is. This is in eastern parts of Indiana, and also looks like a tiny sliver of Ohio, Van Wert County. Yeah, this is going to be for Wells, Adams, and Jay counties in east central Indiana, and then southwestern Van Wert County in west central Ohio. You can see that area of circulation there near Baalbek. Yeah, near Baalbek, and that's continuing to progress to the east. They've also issued a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. Shelby Darke, D-A-R-K-E. Probably just dark. Spelled like a French way, I guess. Auglaise. That sounds French too. And then Mercer County. Areas around Coldwater Lake, over towards Rossburg, and then Greenville, Ohio. Some strong winds coming that way. Yeah, this line is a little more intense here into eastern Indiana than I think modeling projected. Let's get back to...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Back to that one. Yeah, there's the new tornado warning there. A little bit more intense than it was. Still seeing some broad rotation around Muncie. That storm, not as tornadic. Getting a new radar scan for this area. Let's see what this area looks like. There's actually a couple different little small QLCS circulations in there. Oh yeah. Still a tornado warning. This is right on the eastern edge of this tornado warning, but one near Acton, kind of another one in here, south of Acton, and then one near Red's Corner.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That is a looking west at 74 and Acton Road. So that's actually perfect shot near Pleasant View. So we really got to watch for power flashes in there. Usually the power flashes look a little more blue and they're really close to the ground versus the lightning that's a little more diffuse and up a little higher. But yeah, this is a tornado warning. I wouldn't be surprised if they continue this. They probably should, based on little QLCS circulations pretty close to the ground level, looking up about 1,000 feet. So these all could be producing tornadoes. And we lost that reflectivity data again. So we have our other products. Yeah, here's another look at those velocity scans. One in here near Red's Corner, kind of another one weaker there, and then another one near Acton. And nice proactive work there by the National Weather Service office. They are going to continue that warning into Shelby County in central Indiana, moving east at 50 miles an hour. They're all three kind of in a little straight line.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, there you go. New tornado warning there. Fountaintown, roughly about 12 minutes. London, 3 minutes or less. Bogstown, 4 minutes. Fairland, about 7. Beach Brook, 13. That's along I-74. And over towards Freeport, 15 minutes. And down towards Shelbyville, potentially about, well, about 12 to 15 minutes. But I don't think this line is going towards Shelbyville. Yeah, they're pretty much working towards the east.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Really close to this camera position, so I'm kind of curious to see. This is Acton Road. And in true Indiana fashion, we may have lost that camera. These cameras connections just don't hold up, apparently, in Indiana very well. Some of our other cameras in other states have literally been through like hurricanes and actually been through tornadic circulations. And it seems like these Indiana cameras go down like when the rain starts to sprinkle. Like not an exaggeration, or the wind picks up just a little bit. Still seeing a broad circulation around the Fort Wayne area over towards New Haven, Woodburn. Tornado possible, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Pretty close to the radar site. Yeah, winds in here across the Fort Wayne metro. But keep an eye on that little circulation right in there. That's going to continue up towards New Haven. All right, I'll give up. We lost that camera. This camera is working. It's just a little bit south of there on London Road. Okay, yeah, just ahead of that line. And now I did get a new, yeah, this is live, 10:07. So we should be getting a new scan in just a minute, but I do want to go back and look at the, no, I don't have new data there. Oh, here comes a new one. New radar scan. Okay, it's somehow weirdly updating, but there's the newest look for the radar. It's going to jump way ahead. It's still catching up from the glitches it had earlier, but yeah, this is the newest scan. There is a area still that looks a little suspicious down in here. not much rotation, but there is a little bit right at 255 and Illinois Highway 3. That has kind of left the warning polygon across the St. Louis area. So still some strong storms across St. Louis. I don't see anything else that looks crazy suspicious in here. That's probably the area that I'd be cautious of. This is probably the most severe storm in this bunch, from St. Louis down to Cahokia Heights, Columbia, Millstad, Swansea, Belleville, Mascoutah, Smithton, New Athens, over towards Addyville and Oakdale and Covington. Yeah, that's a pretty dangerous storm. Wouldn't be surprised if it gets a severe warning. They have dropped the severe thunderstorm watch across the St. Louis area, which is actually a little surprising. Let's see if there's a mesoscale discussion in here. There's not. That's interesting. And still seeing a strong storm in areas right near Bella Vista. Looks like the lightning's come down on that a little bit. That storm seems to be shrinking. "71-mile-an-hour wind gust measured at Walters." Yeah, it looks like we're getting live radar data again. A little bit of spin in there too. That's a nasty supercell, still hail-producing supercell down in southern parts of Oklahoma. And then they have connected some more warnings here. Tornado possible for Fountain City, Greens Fork, Centerville, Abington, Connorsville, Liberty, Blooming Grove, Richland, and Clarksburg. Just note, earlier we talked about timing of stuff. Timing does change, especially when we're looking at model data. The line does seem to be progressing much quicker than earlier model data, because model data had it getting down to Cincinnati at, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 in the morning. It's already south and east of the Indianapolis metro, so we'll see, but it does look like it might be a little bit faster of a night. All right, here's that camera still actually working. That's at London, so that's right in this pretty strong winds in here. Yeah, wow. Visibility is like 0 in that, with some pretty nasty winds, potentially up to about 70 miles an hour. Tornado warning continues there. Fairland, Clover Village, a couple different little circulations in there as it works to the south and east of Indianapolis. If you're Indianapolis and points north and west, severe threat has diminished. Still some stronger storms back across southeast portions of Illinois. Tornado possible tag around Hidalgo. And just a big mess of rain and wind. But yeah, the strong storms through the Indianapolis metro. And then if you're in northern Illinois, especially, or northern Indiana and northern Illinois, the severe threat has basically diminished to 0. So everything's good west of Warsaw. What is that highway? State Highway 15. You're in good shape west of State Highway 15 in northern Indiana. Yeah, I think it was probably not even a boom or a bust. It's probably, well, yesterday it looked like it might actually just not happen for some of the models later yesterday. So it looked a little bit skeptical even this morning. But it was all dependent on boundary recovery. And once that boundary did start to recover in the afternoon, it was a little bit delayed because the morning MCS was a little bit stronger than I think the model showed yesterday. But once the boundary did recover, later in the afternoon. A little bit of rotation also near Parker, Farmland, and Parker City there. The other area there in Geneva, tornado warning continues. That is for areas around Bern, southern Adams, and northeastern Jay counties. But yeah, once the boundary started to recover, that was pretty much game on then. Yeah, this cool little box is neat because you can see some of the temperature things. You guys might be a little hard to read on the screen, but earlier today, yeah, for instance, this is where is this? This is Kankakee. All right, we'll take this one. It's Morris. The Morris station was up to about 80 degrees before that MCS came through, and then that crashed it down. The temperature crashed down to 68. So it dropped about 11 degrees. And then it warmed back up in the afternoon. And that's when things started to look a little bit more promising for that severe weather, because we did see the boundary and air mass recovery. It went back up from 68 back up to 79. So it actually went back up to where it was even after that MCS came through. Same with the dew points. They crashed and then they went back up to 70. So yeah, once we saw that boundary recovery, it was pretty much game on.
A new tornado warning.
I think Crucifix I mentioned earlier, it may have busted a little bit. And I use that term lightly because we have had a lot of wind reports, but it may not have had the highest level of wind that some of the projections were earlier. We've been so busy with the tornado warnings continuing, I haven't really dove into these warnings that much or these wind reports that much. But most of the winds I'm seeing, like the highest winds were in that 70 mile an hour range. The forecast earlier, even just early this afternoon, was for some 80 plus mile an hour winds. There's a 78, it looks like, in here earlier. 82 by the emergency management. So there's been a couple of those, but it looks like some of the highest end wind may have busted just a little bit. But yeah, overall, looks like the forecast held for the Storm Prediction Center. And hail was not expected to be a big thing either today, so it looks like that held. Hail didn't really bust or boom. Yeah, we had some hail back here. Maybe a little bit light on the hail compared to modeling. And we were supposed to get some more isolated large hail back across these areas. But other than that storm across the western suburbs of the Oklahoma City metro, we haven't had a ton of large hail overall today. New warnings, considerable threat, and 70 mile an hour winds, tornado possible. Surface observations looks like confirmed that wind, 70 mile an hour winds. So that's for a bunch of counties there into western Ohio and also eastern Indiana. Allen, Adams, Jay counties in Indiana, and then Defiance, Putnam, Paulding, Van Wert, and Allen counties in west central Ohio. Includes areas around Van Wert and Ottoville, Gomer, Cloverdale, DuPont, Laddie, Paulding, up to areas along US 24 towards Defiance, Ohio. US 24 from Fort Wayne up to Toledo is a super heavily traveled highway. It's near interstate standards. It takes a lot of truck traffic that cuts up from 69 over to 75, and then going up to like Detroit and also the Canadian border. So it's a really heavily well-traveled highway, and this storm system is basically about to pound that area pretty good. It does seem to be generally a little bit on the weakening trend as we get up in this area. There are, again, still a couple areas of suspicious circulations we do have to kind of keep our eye on. One right about on the Ohio and Indiana border near Wilshire. And that other one, tornado warned east of Geneva, about to cross into Ohio as well. Approaching areas around Mendon. That tornado warning was for northern Mercer County in Ohio. Right now, all of our tornado warnings are radar indicated, so that's one good sign. Ooh. That might not be radar indicated. Hold on. Just updated, but that may have been a tornado on the ground just a minute or two ago. That is in the tornado warning near Marion, but if looking at this, that is 1019 on the radar scan. And that is 1020 on the radar. Yeah, that's right there at that circulation. And 1015, 1017. Yeah, that's right there, 1019. I think that was a little bit of a tornado. It was very brief and may have weakened and diminished, but that may have been a tornado in progress there, just to the north of Marion. So that's still a dangerous cell moving east. East at about 50 miles an hour, I think it was. 50 miles an hour to the east. Keep an eye on this if you're over towards Rushville. This is going to be over towards Rushville in a little while. Tracking that out at 50. Rushville about 20 minutes from now. Homer, 10 minutes. Rushville, 20. Farmington was 24. Indianapolis, things are settling down across the Indianapolis metro. Still another big storm back here towards Oblong in Illinois. Crawford, Jasper, Clark, and Cumberland counties. Nickel-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's moving east towards the Hudsonville and Oblong areas. Does have a tornado possible tag. Keep an eye on that one. We've lost our severe warning across the St. Louis County. Still a gusty storm approaching Belleville from Cahokia. We've also lost that severe cell around Rolla. And that other storm has expired. Still seeing a strong storm right along the border there with Missouri. Continuing to warn this area, Comanche, Warwica, Duncan. That storm is starting to look a little less impressive. It has surged out a big outflow boundary. That's going to get actually into parts of Texas around the Cashin community. But yeah, right along the Red River, there's still a bit of a severe threat. Also still a strong storm near Snyder. Wow. Good news is we've lost some of our severe warnings across the Michigan area. It's like it's mostly a gusty line of showers. Yeah, those storms have fallen apart as they reach the Flint area, I-75. Also through the Howell area, you can see some outflow boundaries. I'm going to get breezy there in Michigan, but less of a severe risk pushing towards the Detroit metro. Radar indicated tornado warning continues. They're going to re-up that one for Rockford and Mendon in western Ohio, moving east at 55 miles an hour. Spencerville 24, Mendon 15, Rockford about 7 minutes. Dangerous storms there. Taking a look to see if there's anything new by the Storm Prediction Center. Nothing new yet, other than that latest severe thunderstorm watch earlier across parts of western Ohio, central Indiana, and east central Illinois. Surprised they haven't put out a mesoscale discussion for anything recently. Oh yeah, it does look like that Porter County, Indiana storm earlier, the tornado warning, that was the PDS warning. That looks like another very intense tornado. Probably a strong plus tornado earlier. That was near Kuntz and 5 Points Corner and areas south of Hebron. That looks like it was a very intense tornado too. Apparently there's been trees down, wires down, obviously power and electrical issues across the Chicago area, especially around Midway. Looks like a little while ago. I'm sure the Chicago airports are not very fun right now. All right. Okay, we've lost that tornado warning out by Rushville. Still a little interesting circulation in there, but that is interesting. Still a dangerous storm. It is still warned tornado possible. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Basically all the way down I-74 towards the areas around Clarksburg. Eventually over towards Blooming Grove and Brookville. We've lost the tornado warnings in Michigan right now, so that's a good sign. Coldwater, still a strong storm headed up your way. That's in Branch County, Michigan. as well as a strong storm, 70-mile winds, tornado possible. Angola, Jamestown, that'll likely get extended up into areas around Hillsdale and into southern Michigan, east of Michigan 49. Tornado possible 60, that's areas to the north and east of the Fort Wayne metro. And then still seeing those 70-mile winds pushing into areas around Antwerp, Payne, Paulding counties. And also that tornado warning storm down by Rockford. Still seeing some circulation in there. There's also another one near Ohio City. Keep an eye on both of those. But yeah, starting to see a little less reduction in the tornado risk. So that's a good sign. All right. With only that one tornado warning, let's see. All right, I'm going to keep an eye on this, but I do want to finish my dinner since it's a 10:30 dinner now. But I'll be right here just on the radar, just off camera. All right. Yeah, I was off camera, but you may have caught a glimpse. I was actually left the camera on by accident. You may have caught a glimpse of me trying to eat a chicken Caesar wrap as efficiently as possible without leaving a mess on the side of the weather studio. So anyway, trying to take a break just as quick as possible. That way we can get back into the action. Still seeing some storms, severe warned cells into parts of southern Oklahoma. A couple actually cells have gone severe there. 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable threat. And a new cell has actually gone severe in between those south of Lawton. So those are drifting to the southeast very slowly at about 20 miles an hour. Still a couple stronger cells out in West Texas near Lubbock. Otherwise, things are fairly quiet, dying down across central Oklahoma. There is a cluster of storms across eastern Oklahoma that may get down towards the Fayetteville area. The one storm that we were watching here on these cameras has actually faded, but there are new storms that have kind of escalated in the last little while. In fact, I may move the camera. We'll take a look at that Fayetteville camera. This is one of my favorites anyway. We may get more lightning shots out of that camera. That way, some storms are going up right along the cold front. Joplin, Carthage, not severe. And storms are fading across Waynesville and Cuba, Sullivan. Some stronger storms now through the St. Louis area. Yeah, through the St. Louis area. Still some stronger storms, Arnold, Belleville, and Lebanon. And then also stronger storm near Vandalia. That one's kind of marginally severe near Effingham. Robinson, tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds into this cell. Take a look at that one a little bit closer. Yeah, a little bit outflow dominant, though. That's a good sign there. Probably not as much of a tornado threat anymore. Most of these storms across southern Indiana now, Bloomington, they are all outflow dominant storms. See these outflow boundaries in here. So less of a tornado risk across southern Indiana. And then through the Indianapolis metro, some rain and storms still, but the severe storms have pushed out to your south and east. Rushville, tornado possible tag. This is that one cell that had a tornado warning earlier. I'm surprised it doesn't right now because it does have some rotation on it. Yeah, right in there, just south of Rushville. That is potentially a tornado in progress, actually. Some suspicious CC in here, and it's right at where you would expect that rotation, and it's not hail or clear air contamination. So that is likely a tornado on the ground just south of Rushville. Yeah, it moved too. And yeah, that's our rotation area. And also seeing it in spectrum width. That is likely a small tornado in progress. Definitely not one of the strong to violent ones that we've seen, but that is likely a tornado in progress. Orange, I would be in my tornado safe space in orange, also in the Rushville area. Basically kind of in this area, Waterloo, Brownsville, towards the Blooming Grove. Let's see if that gets us tornado warning in a little bit. That's why these severe thunderstorm warnings, they do say tornado possible. The tag on all of these does say usually something like severe thunderstorms can produce small tornadoes, but yeah, that likely is one there near Rushville. And then we've lost our severe warnings, or tornado warnings in western Ohio. They are pushing that eastward tornado possible tag. Wapakoneta, Russell's Point, Bellefontaine, Sydney, Bradford. Yeah, how do you do, Christine? Is it okay there now? New Whiteland at the south side. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, it looked like it was close to touching down, but we didn't see any power flashes on 65. So if something touched down, it was likely very weak because we had a camera in that area and it didn't look saw all the wind in one direction and didn't see any power flashes on the camera. Yes, still rain, still some storms around. They're slowly sinking to the south there, Johnson County, Indiana. Most of the stronger storms are down near Bloomington. Also, a stronger batch up by the Wabash River back towards Terre Haute. But those should generally stay along and south of that I-70 corridor. Whoops. Yeah, they're going to continue basically working like this. So it may be a rainy and stormy night a little bit across this area, but it's not going to be anything like you guys already went through. And yeah, seeing those severe warnings continue. 60-mile winds, Brian up to Pioneer in western Ohio. Not much in the way of tornadic signatures there. There is a little bit of a notch in here. That looks interesting. There is a notch, but it's interestingly not showing a lot of rotation. Yeah. Not seeing it on the, it looks a little more impressive on the reflectivity. Areas around Jackson, severe warning there, Spring Arbor. These strong storms are going to get probably into the Detroit area in the next little while. Yeah. Today was a big storm day. Luckily, again, Indianapolis was kind of right at that transition point when things were much more tornadic north and west of there. You guys have gotten, I guess, decently lucky at severe weather this year. We haven't had any like big Ohio Valley severe weather events yet. Like sometimes we're talking like long track tornadoes and that kind of stuff down in this area. But this area's been fairly quiet for severe weather. They did add a tornado possible tag there around the Adrian area. That's in Michigan. That's just anticipation of this severe warned area just to get into the area. Lenawee County in southeast Michigan. Those are moving east at 60 miles an hour. Yeah, the Jackson County storm moving at 55. At about 60 miles an hour, that's going to work into areas like Adrian about a half hour from now. They're basically at Hillsdale, Jackson, maybe 5 to 8 minutes. And then Ann Arbor, about 34 to 40 minutes. Ypsilanti, 45. And then this is the strongest part of the storm. You might get some showers and storms before that across some of those western Detroit suburbs. But the strongest part of that line, about 50 or so minutes to Canton and Livonia. Oh, and then while I was finishing up dinner, I did see there is a new severe thunderstorm watch. Got to take a look at those details. For areas in northern Ohio, severe thunderstorm watch. It's probably going to be a late night watch, but double check. I also did get just a severe thunderstorm warning for Queens and the Bronx and Levittown. Up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. We might check that out here in just a second. There it is. Severe thunderstorm watch goes until 5 a.m. across Ohio, northern Ohio. Isolated hail up to an inch in diameter, so just marginally severe hail. Wind gusts, scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour possible, and frequent lightning. So not much of a tornado risk as this gets into Ohio. But that is a late night threat. That includes areas there into northwest Ohio, all the way into northeast Ohio. Toledo, Bowling Green, Findlay, and Sandusky, Mansfield, Mount Vernon, Cleveland, Akron, Canton, Ashtabula, Youngstown, and Salem. There's so many severe thunderstorm warnings. I was trying to find it, but let's get back in here. Yeah, considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warning across parts of New York City. Just about 10 minutes ago. Queens, Bronx, and Nassau County. We may be dealing with strong thunderstorms there tomorrow, too. A downburst. Right near LaGuardia, too. Yes, that's a dangerous storm if you're on Long Island this evening. All right, for the first time, I think in a long time, we haven't had any tornado warnings right now. Still seeing a couple stronger storms. This area is actually probably one of the stronger areas of weather right now, is into parts of southeast Michigan. This whole cluster can have some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, and still a couple tornado possible tags in this area. And yeah, some pretty heavy rain, some gusty winds. That is going to work its way up through Jackson, Ann Arbor, Detroit, Adrian, Monroe, probably scrape along the Toledo border. Things are weakening slowly here, steadily weakening as they push into eastern parts of Indiana and then into western Ohio. Best news is we have updated radar data now compared to earlier today. There still is a weird little circulation in here. It shows up on ZDR or spectrum width, and also shows up on velocity scans near Orange. So that is still an area that has a tornado possible. And I think it had a brief tornado in there near Rushville. Looks like it weakened after that. So interesting cell. Still a dangerous cell coming to Orange, Blooming Grove, Liberty, and Connorsville, Indiana. They've also had severe thunderstorm warnings extend out into parts of Ohio. Notice here they don't have a tornado possible tag, so that is a good sign. We're starting to see the reduction of the tornado risk. All these storms, it looks like, across southern Indiana right now are outflow dominant. Decatur, Bartholomew County, down to areas around Bloomington. Those are all outflow dominant storms. So not much of a tornado risk there. We did get a severe warning there for Effingham. That's a stronger batch of storms right now in central Illinois. And yeah, still seeing those storms pushing through the St. Louis area. They're kind of slowing up a little bit. Wouldn't be surprised if that's a little bit of flood threat. We also got a severe storm in parts of Oklahoma. That storm is still kind of intensifying across parts of eastern Oklahoma. Yeah, gusts to 60 and some small hail in that one. Still on Oklahoma Highway 82 south of 412. And some of the model data did take a cluster of storms kind of diving across that southeast Oklahoma area. So we'll keep an eye on this. Some of the models, yeah, take it kind of south across the Fort Smith area and maybe down to the Arklatex by morning. So there may be a chance at a couple more storms in that area, some isolated severe probably. Let's take a look at the latest model data because I do like to run it every couple hours. They look like they're starting to die out. There's gusty winds in there, a flood threat. A little bit of a flash flood threat with the storms kind of lingering. And I'm just about to look at some model data to see what it looks like across here. So southern Indiana. That model is just, I think, running. It's going to keep storms in southern Indiana for a little bit. Let's go back to the one model run back. Especially if you're like southwest Indiana, that's where you're a little bit higher chance of some stronger storms. The model wants to work some of those storms that are over by, pull that back up. Yeah, the model wants to keep some of these storms going that are along the Wabash River and potentially back here towards Effingham. So you do have a little bit of a isolated severe risk across southern Indiana, southwest Indiana. But in general, we can expect weakening. Hey, Cruz. Hey, Storm Team. Yeah, if you're down in southwest Indiana, these storms are still pretty feisty, it seems like right now. And southwest Indiana may get skirted by a couple of these storms out near Effingham. It looks like less of a tornado risk, mostly a damaging wind risk. Isolated damaging wind gusts. What's up, guys? How's it going tonight? Hey, Cruz, did your radar update? I got a actual, like a real update, and things have fixed since then. Oh, but yeah, based on the model data, southwest Indiana could be a little bit feisty still. Eventually weakening by the time it gets to like 4 or 5 a.m. And then let's look at the Detroit metro. Yeah, this has probably a little ahead of schedule though. Let's see, what time is 11? Yeah, this model's a little bit behind. But storms weaken after they get through the Detroit metro. They should weaken across northern Ohio. That watch is there just in case, but at least the model data really breaks those storms apart. And yeah, it does want to keep the last couple model runs have kept this cluster storms in eastern parts of Oklahoma, kind of sagging of cluster storms down along the Red River by tomorrow morning. So even a little bit of a complex of storms. So we'll see if that does develop. Even Arkansas may get a little bit of storms tomorrow morning in the Little Rock area. So that's interesting. And then, yeah, tomorrow afternoon, we watch for the East Coast. Should see more of a damaging wind risk along the East Coast. Oh, yeah, that works too. I try to have like a backup in the system just in case something happens. WF seemed to be working, so that was good. Yeah, you were on, I think, earlier even than I was. Let's see. How long have I been on this stream? We are at 7 hours, 20 minutes. Orleans, Indiana? I don't know exactly where that is. Let me look at. I can give you a better estimate of your timing here in a second. Okay, you're down there. Yeah, it's going to be a little while. Those storms have slowed up. That's the other issue is they are a little bit slower getting down into southern Indiana. That particular cluster is mostly outflow dominant. It's not really a big tornado threat right now. None of those storms really in southern Indiana right now are a tornado risk at the moment. Yeah, these storms are all weakening. Some of these storms are still strong, but yeah, you're probably in decent shape. Some isolated severe weather, but I can see all these little outflow boundaries. These really are going to cut off any tornadic circulations, so much less of a tornado risk down across those areas. Hey, Winter Bubs, how's it going? You were on earlier, Winter Bubs. Probably, I think, like the same there, Storm Team. You guys are... It's going to be a long time because those storms have slowed up. They're kind of working to the south southeast, but they're working a lot slower than the system that shoved to the east. The more tornadic part of that MCS has worked into Ohio and weakened since then, but yeah, that made a much more progressive eastward shift than it has south. Severe thunderstorm warnings, but yeah, most of these in Ohio are not tornado possible. Even is one little area in areas around Orange, Indiana, that's still a little bit of a concern for me. But look at that. Yeah, there still is some rotation in there. It has weakened as it's crossing State Highway 121. But this is a little area that's tried to go for a while. It may actually have put down a brief tornado near Rushville. Yeah, a little bit ago. Probably a brief tornado near Rushville. And yeah, that stayed in there. That's not hail, that's not damaging winds, and that's not clear air. So, and that's right where that rotation was at 52 south of Rushville. That little area has continued to try, but yeah, it has broadened out. I would say in Indiana right now, if there is a tornado risk in Indiana, it's mostly in this storm. Blooming Grove, Bath, Cedar Grove, probably even north of there, but weakening rather quickly. Keep an eye on it, though, towards Oxford, Ohio, Somerville, 7 Mill, Riley. Oh, no. It got Sarah. Sorry, Sarah. Hold on. Let's see. What did it do? Why did it block Sarah? Oh, the capitals again. All right, hold on. While we're calmed down now, I can take a little bot management time. Let's see here. Hold on. Mod tools. Capital protection. I think that is, yeah, caps protection. Preferences. Hmm. I might just turn off the caps protection. Oh, or maybe just bump it up. Let me see. Let me bump it up to. All right, let me try that and see if that works. No, I wasn't. Could you do me a favor, Sarah? Can you type or copy what you typed before and try it again? Because I saved the settings, so it should be better now. No, there is a severe thunderstorm watch around Wichita Falls. Still watching a couple of different cells. Looks like they are weakening very quickly in the Oklahoma side of the Red River, but still a couple strong cells. And that severe thunderstorm watch ends in 53 minutes. There's one other cell that has actually a tornado possible tag south of the Lubbock area. That's still a pretty nasty cell. Yeah, Texas, you're quiet tonight, except for that area right around Lubbock. But I don't even think there's many other storms in Texas right now. Nope. Those are kind of the only little pockets of weather right now in Texas. That one cell around Lubbock, and then those cells around Wichita Falls. If you're in South Texas, you're okay. Depending on how far south in Texas. Yeah, depending on how far south you are in Texas, like Brownsville, they do have a tropical development watch across the outlook by the National Hurricane Center for the Bay of Campeche. 10% 2-day, 7-day is the 10%. Basically, kind of the remnants of Christina, the kind of weak tropical storm that came on shore here near El Salvador, Guatemala. The remnants of that is kind of work, the low pressure is going to work across Central America. And eventually, it looks like some of that low is going to get out across the Bay of Campeche. Some models, not all, but some try to develop something and send it towards like Mexico. But yeah, if you're in deep, deep South Texas, do keep an eye on tropical systems. Yeah, that's probably going to be further north then. So yeah, you're not that deep. But if you were down here like Port Isabel, then you may have to pay a little extra attention to that. There's no other mesoscale discussions either. I'm surprised they don't have a little mesoscale discussion for this area, just because the models have been fairly consistent on taking this cluster storms and kind of diving it to the south into the Arklatex by tomorrow morning. These storms are about at the edge of the enhanced risk that's left in Michigan. Most of our storms in Ohio are now pushed into the slight risk, actually getting into the marginal risk. So quickly, those storms do diminish in intensity. And yeah, as I was saying earlier, more of an isolated severe risk in southern Indiana. Where those storms are now is basically where that slight risk is. Once we get down into southern Indiana, it's the green, the level 1 out of 5 marginal risk. I do wish they still had those risk tags. They took them off the map. The Storm Prediction Center, when they updated their thing, I liked that they had like the little slight and they had the little names of the risks embedded in there. You've been pretty consistent getting subscribers, Cruz. Oh wow, your chat was really active then. It's pretty easy, Sarah, because like if people watch for a few minutes and you get a couple thousand people, you can build your watch hours up pretty quick. Yeah, there's not a tornado risk really down there. Let me see the updated tornado parameters here. Day 1 tornado. Yeah, you're right. Where is Orleans? You're down even further, right? Yeah. Yeah, the tornado parameter basically looks like it kind of matches the slight risk. Actually, not even the slight risk area. Tornado parameter diminishes very quickly south of Indianapolis. Although we did have the QLCS tornado risk across some of this. So even though there's technically a 2%, I mean, we've seen tornadoes develop in the 0% range. So anytime you got severe storms, you do have to keep an eye on a brief tornado. But yes, there's not really a statistical tornado risk across the southern Indiana. So you're in better shape. No, I see you, Sarah. I feel like there's a deeper story there that the Corpus Christi story, but no, I commented on the watch hour thing too, the 120 watch hours. You can build up those watch hours pretty quickly on a live stream because even if people only watch like, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes of a stream, you have people popping in every now and then. Yeah, that area in southern Indiana has had several significant tornado outbreaks over the years. That is one good thing. Like that area in southern Indiana does have basements and stuff. I don't know. I heard about some. I heard someone else was like shadow banned. Oh, you're from Joplin? Yeah, that's okay. So yeah, that makes sense. There's still a lot of people from the Joplin area that have a lot of storm anxiety from the EF5 tornado. So I do always pay attention when I'm covering severe weather down here to really kind of focus a little bit of extra attention in here, the Joplin Carthage area. We've had several people from Joplin watch our streams, and yeah, I know every time there's kind of bigger storms, their storm anxiety flares up because of that. We were looking. We had the stream. It was on the anniversary of Joplin a few weeks ago, and let's see, Cruz. I don't think you were on that stream. Especially if I turn the streets layer off, you can still see basically the tornado scar across the Joplin area because it's all new construction and there's no trees right in there. So yeah, even so many years later, you can tell where the tornado went. Even zooming in too, you can see all the areas that don't have any trees and stuff. But yeah, you can see it from satellite. This large tornado scar cutting across the south side of the city. So yeah, I always try and kind of focus in and make sure people have a good idea of what storms are coming their way in the Joplin area. Yeah, I bet. A lot of people, I mean, didn't return. A lot of people did, but some people never rebuilt. I mean, that happens with hurricanes too. Some people just decide to be done with that location. Yeah, anywhere in the Joplin area, like you don't have to be in that tornado path to have storm anxiety because that storm was a mega storm and it was affecting everybody in the Joplin area. It's obviously not the biggest city, but it seems like it has a pretty strong sense of community too. But yeah, these areas you can tell had the tornado because there's no trees in most of these houses. So yeah, it's interesting because eventually there's new development that wasn't even there when the tornado was there. So I mean, eventually things get built up again, and you don't even recognize that there was a tornado path there. But there's a bunch of new like it looks like there's a bunch of new like complexes of housing, like apartments and condos and stuff. Like those people might not even realize that there was even a tornado going through there. It's really more once you look at the neighborhoods, like the neighborhoods are the ones that really show that like people didn't rebuild, like that's a missing lot, and you can see that some people didn't rebuild. There's another one. Still pretty sad. It's still really sad. It really looking at that kind of stuff definitely shows you the power of weather. Turn the roads layer back on. There are a couple storms in Joplin right now. Those are non-severe. A lot of lightning across that area into eastern Oklahoma, right onto the Arkansas border as well. It is. I try to show the beauty of it too, like on our streams. Sometimes I'll pick cameras. We've had some cameras that have had some amazing rainbows, and I do try and show that kind of stuff too. Especially since a lot of obviously the weather streams are covering people's worst days, and it is important to reflect and show some of that weather beauty too. I do, winter bubs. That was another crazy storm. Out there, there's not as much of a you can't really see it as much on the radar or on the satellite because it's fairly not forested out there anyway, so it's hard to see a tornado scar there. These storms are still falling apart across south central Indiana. Strong outflow boundary here. This may have some gusty winds in it, but good news is those storms are below severe limits, continuing to diminish in intensity. We talked about our southwest Indiana people towards like Evansville. That may be a corridor there where there's a little bit higher chance of severe weather. As this cluster of storms kind of drifts south and southeast from the Effingham metro, especially towards Vincennes, Princeton, basically those areas right along the Wabash River may get a little bit more severe weather. Quarter size hail, 60-mile winds is pretty much, that's not a tornadic storm either. Yeah, I remember watching the Joplin coverage on this severe weather, and that was when they were doing live streaming from the Weather Channel. They had a mobile live stream unit, and they arrived in Joplin like minutes after the tornado, and it was like you could immediately see the devastation. The stream just glitched a little bit. Hopefully, hopefully we're still good. Yeah, yeah. And the problem was it wasn't that much of a long track tornado. It developed just kind of on the west side of Joplin, so it wasn't like Joplin had a ton of warning too. It was like right on the Kansas border, right near to Galena. So I mean, and it was moving a fairly decent pace. So yeah, it was probably only about 5 or 6 miles away from Joplin when it developed. I mean, TSB, even though like you get some severe weather across the Indiana area, if you have a basement, I bet that probably helps settle things a little bit because the Joplin area, there's like no basements out there. Still seeing strong storms through the Tip City area in parts of Ohio. There is a tornado possible tag on this cell. There's a little bit of a little spin in there. Not much. It's not super intense, but right around the Troy, Ohio area, a little bit of spin in there. They may have already had it. Yeah, okay. They had it earlier in this. Oh, was it last weekend? The Troy, Ohio Strawberry Festival. Okay, yeah. It was last weekend. Pretty big event for the Troy area. So I just wanted to see if sometimes that brings in a lot of people from all over. So luckily, it looks like that was last weekend, but a little bit of a little hook in there. Maybe I'll catch that on the tower radar here. Let's see. Yeah, showing up just a little bit. This is the Dayton Tower radar, and there is a little bit of a spin right in there, surging almost over the tower radar right now on the east sides of Troy. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. If you have a relationship with your downstairs neighbor, that's always a good thing. I recommend that if you live in an upstairs apartment. And I mean, good news, most of the apartments are also built fairly sturdy too. A lot of concrete and reinforcement and stuff. It's generally a little bit stronger than a house. Yeah, and that part of Indiana does have some uh, storm storm shelters and stuff. These storms are continuing to weaken as they approach the I-75 corridor, North Baltimore, 60-mile-an-hour winds, Arlington, areas around Findlay, Ohio. Yeah, Findlay, Ohio is right in there. 60-mile-an-hour winds, not even quarter-size hail. And part of this area in Toledo isn't probably even going to get much rain and precip. It's mostly just the gusty winds that are gusting out ahead of that storm. Let's check our Adrian storm. This was a tornado possible tag earlier. Still does have a tornado possible tag, but I don't think it's very intense in here anymore. Yeah, the rotation has backed off quite a bit. Severe thunderstorm warning for Washtenaw County, 60-mile-an-hour winds, tornado possible near Brooklyn and approaching areas there on the west side of Ann Arbor. New radar scan coming in there. There's a little bulge of wind out towards Dexter and Ann Arbor. That's going to get into the heart of the Detroit metro probably in the next couple minutes. But yeah, especially at 55 miles an hour, that is going to get into Detroit. For these severe storms, roughly Detroit about 45 minutes, Wayne at the Detroit airport about a half hour, Ann Arbor 10 minutes or so. That's about right coming from Dexter. I mean, that's good. It's always good to get therapy, and then yeah, it sounds like it's working, especially with the nightmares going away. But I mean, it's just something that the other good thing is, I mean, you also know that like other people have gone through that thing. It's not just something that's unique to you. So, I mean, if that helps, people from Joplin can relate, I'm sure, to people around Moore, Oklahoma, and the Oklahoma City metro that have gone through several EF5s. I know people from Alabama still that have a lot of storm anxiety from the April 2011 super outbreak. So, yeah, there's quite a bit of reasons for storm anxiety, and it does. The one, I mean, it's not a nice thing, but the one good positive thing is storms like the Joplin storm. I mean, the community of Joplin came out. There's still community things. Joplin seems like it's still a really amazing collective community, at least from the outside. It seems like it is. There's the story of Greensburg, Kansas. Where is Greensburg? There's Greensburg out here in west central Kansas. They had the devastating tornado. Was it 2006 or 7 maybe? And most of the people that were devastated by the tornado in Greensburg decided to rebuild, and they did that because they cared about their community. And Greensburg, when they rebuilt with their name in mind. They rebuilt green with a bunch of green buildings, not the color green, but like energy efficient. And I think they put in a couple more tornado shelters, and so they used the tornado eventually as a positive to rebuild their community and hopefully have a more lasting impact. Yeah, this cluster has definitely uptrended across parts of eastern Oklahoma. Siloam Springs may get towards the Fayetteville area. Watching the lightning on our camera. We haven't seen a ton of lightning on that camera, but gusty winds in there. And there's a little bit of rotation on that southern flank. Yeah, radar out of the Tulsa area. A little bit of spectrum width also showing there. So we'll keep an eye on that. Not in a super favorable tornado environment, but that storm has uptrended. Severe thunderstorm warning continues there. That's Benton, Washington, Delaware, Adair, Wagner, and Cherokee counties. Yeah, yeah, and it's not a there's not a right or wrong. Like the people that did leave, I mean, they left for reasons too, and that's not just for Joplin, but everywhere. I know. I'm happy, Sarah. I think I've talked to you about it before. I'm happy we haven't really covered a ton of severe weather in this area. You guys had so much severe weather last year that we've had a little bit less coverage in this area right now. So at least you guys seem to be getting a break for the most part. Yeah, 2011 was a really bad year for tornadoes. 2013 was a bad year too because El Reno happened and more. The second more EF5 was also in 2013. So yeah, those are two really peak years. I'm still amazed, and we're also still pretty lucky that we got the EF5 last year, last June in Enderlin, North Dakota. But we got really lucky that we got the EF5 rating without a extensive amount of damage. It was really the first EF5 in a while that hasn't been rated because it went through like a large community. They rated it off of scientific calculations on the throwing the train cars across the farm field. Tornadoes have flipped train cars before. It's decently easy to tip a car off the tracks, that sort of thing. But the tornado at Enderlin flew train cars. It literally picked up the cars and chucked them across a farm field, like, I don't know, was it 400 yards or something? And by those calculations, they got the EF5 rating. I believe it was fatal for a couple people in a farmstead, and it wiped the farmstead clean. But yeah, a lot of our other EF5 tornadoes, it's had to go through cities to get all those EF5 damage reports. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is like obviously Joplin is in a tornado prone area, so they've had tornado warnings since then. They've had some small tornadoes around the Joplin area, but Joplin's gotten decently lucky since that EF5. Still watching this little punchy area of storms, Northampton, Tremont City. A little bit of rotation in there. Tornado possible 60-mile-an-hour winds. That storm is generally on the weakening side. It is generally, though, coming along I-70 towards the Columbus metro. Good news there for Indiana. You guys are significantly weaker than they were earlier. Yeah, those are headed down towards the French Lick area. You might, before you even hear or see lightning, you may get some of the gusty winds. That outflow boundary extends out now quite a distance from those storms. And let me measure how far. Yeah, that outflow boundary extends out about 7.5 miles. Yeah, it looked really powerful that night. I was pretty certain it was at least a violent tornado. And then once you saw the train cars, there were some um, meteorology students, I think, on social media that put some rough calculations together and were like, hey, this isn't normal. And it turns out the National Weather Service kind of saw the same thing, and they did their own calculations and did calculations with tornado researchers and saw basically the same conclusion, that it takes a massive amount of wind and energy and force to toss those train cars. And they were loaded, I think they were loaded. Even if they were unloaded, the train cars weigh so much. Still watching that other tornado possible tag into Ann Arbor, Michigan, Washtenaw County, mostly centered right around Ann Arbor. Keep an eye on that one. Some gusty winds in here, and also probably see that from the tower radar out of the Detroit Metro Airport. It's like that strongest part of the storm that may have had a little bit of rotation as it actually worked to the north of Ann Arbor towards Barton Hills. Oh man, yeah, that's rough. The other problem with Joplin too is it was kind of slightly rain wrapped too, so it was hard for some people to perceive that it was the tornado. And it hit so fast too. Mm. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, TSB. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we do this too, is like it is nice streaming, and I do like to share the meteorology and stuff, and there's a science behind it, and I like talking to people. But hopefully if we can add to the warning process and help communicate weather safety and stuff, that's one of the main goals of the channel. So hopefully, some of the days we give some pretty advanced warning, like across the south for that strong tornado in Mississippi earlier this spring. We gave some of those areas some 60 to 70-minute warnings because it was a strong long track tornado, so we could estimate it out. But yeah, even the best I can give warnings sometimes. I mean, sometimes we do get quick tornadoes that develop in 5 minutes or less. And yeah, that's still a concern because there's also still way too many radar holes. It's really helpful to see a tornado developing with low-level radar data, but there's still so many radar holes across the country. We were working in a pretty bad radar hole this morning and yesterday. This area up in northern Missouri and southern Iowa is a really bad radar hole. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing I try to take care of is like I have a strong sense of warning theory and the science behind that. So I try not to overhype stuff on our channel and try and keep it more on the calm side. And that way, like, if people know I'm really serious and saying, like, you got to go now, like I think I did earlier at a couple points, like, you kind of had to go now. So I do try to keep it fairly calm. Wow, that was cool. You guys see that lightning on that camera? It looked like it started as kind of like a spider lightning and crawled across the top of the screen, and then one big bolt hit down in the almost dead center of the camera. And some of that about the warning and stuff, Christine, is also why some of these National Weather Service offices warn storms differently, especially with these little QLCS spin-ups. If it's a weak circulation, kind of like this one is, they have a tornado possible tag on, a lot of the National Weather Service offices are hesitant to warn it as a tornado just because they don't want to overwarn and then people don't really have any weather. And then the next time there's a real tornado warning or a big tornado warning, those people may be less likely to react. So instead, a lot of warning offices will warn it as a tornado possible tag just in case. But yeah, then there's other weather offices that warn almost every little QLCS tornado too. sometimes I get the feeling that some people are taking it seriously, and then other times on streams, I feel like some people are watching our stream from like their back porch and and watching the severe tornado roll into their town. See, they've dropped that tornado possible tag in that storm, actually, so that's a good sign. It does look less tornadic. Yeah, not as much spectrum width either. Let me look at that again. Christine. I mean, yeah. I'll be honest, I trust my forecast probably too much sometimes. I've broadcasted through some PDS tornado warnings that people on the stream would never know I was broadcasting through a PDS tornado warning, but I had a side screen up and I was checking the progress of the actual tornado to make sure I didn't have to duck and cover. But I would have stayed on the stream as long as I could. And I think I mentioned that there might be some power glitches on that stream, but yeah, if I had to, I would have just put like I just would have turned off the camera, put the be right back sign up, and just ducked and covered. But I was determined to stay on that stream as long as possible. And then a couple times, it was fairly recent, I went out and grabbed some hail that was falling outside of our weather studio and brought it back in for the stream to show you guys. But yeah, I ran out and grabbed some hail. It was still falling. So, I mean, every now and then, I don't know. I trust my forecast. I was pretty sure that tornado was going to miss our location, but it was fairly close. Oh geez, yeah. And that makes the situation even worse when you're basically having a nervous breakdown and the severe weather's going on. It sounds like though TSB, it sounds like you do have, I mean, the one good thing is it sounds like you do have a really solid severe weather plan. Some people on here on the stream don't even have a tornado plan. It sounds like you do have some really good sense of where to go with a tornado and when to do it. So I guess that's one thing, you can rely on your intuition there. This is one of the stronger storms right now, probably in the U.S. right now. A couple stronger storms coming into the Detroit metro. We'll keep an eye on those. Let me see if the Canadian radar has anything. Yeah, we can't see it on here on this weather app that I use, but the Canadian Weather Service does have a severe thunderstorm watch that basically cuts off like that. So all of southwestern Ontario is under a severe thunderstorm watch. Wind gusts and a risk of tornadoes continues there for Environment Canada. Conditions are favorable for severe weather, capable of producing those strong winds. They're watching the line moving eastward in lower Michigan. It does say, Environment Canada does say, damaging winds are the main threat. The risk of a brief tornado cannot be ruled out, although it is expected that the line weakens as it approaches the international border. So they are looking at generally a weakening storm system across southwestern Ontario. and that watch does go until 5 a.m. So it matches, I think, very similar. Oops. Matches very similar to this watch that goes until 4 a.m. Well, 4 a.m. Central, so 5 a.m. Eastern, which is good. That also shows that Environment Canada is saying the same thing, that roughly this area here, the tornado threat also diminishes once we get into eastern Michigan, like where we are now. And that matches the wording very similar to the Storm Prediction Center for northern Ohio. Yeah, it's continuing to weaken. Let's see. There still is a severe thunderstorm watch across this area, but those storms are actually almost out of the current watch. And it doesn't appear like they're going to add another one. They're at least not talking about it. Yeah, no mesoscale discussions. So I think they'll probably just let those storms work out of the watch. And yeah, keep losing it. You're about to get some gusty winds. You might hear like your window rattle and stuff. You're about to get some gusty winds in that area, French Lick, Orleans. This outflow boundary is surging out. It doesn't look anything crazy. Yeah, there's maybe like 25-mile-an-hour winds, 30-mile-an-hour winds with this outflow boundary. Nothing severe, nothing that's going to do a lot of damage. Probably even a little weaker than that. It's kind of cool in the outflow boundaries. You can see it's blue in here. It shows like a tornado debris signature. It shows non-meteorological targets. Especially in the summertime, these outflow boundaries are dust and bugs and stuff. So yeah, that outflow boundary, you can detect all the bugs and stuff that are kicked up by the winds. But yeah, doesn't look severe across southern Indiana. The lightning is coming down. There's only kind of a couple hundred lightning strikes across this whole region, so yeah, that's an indicator that these storms are dying off. And also we're seeing a lot less cloud tops. These cloud tops are a lot lower, about 30,000 feet, 27. So yeah, you're in better shape. A couple stronger storms still on in Illinois, but near the Dietrich, Illinois area, Parkersburg, but those aren't really headed for the south central part of the state. Those are maybe towards Vincennes, towards Jasper, potentially down towards Evansville. Yeah, that too. I think that's helped. I'm hoping that our channel helps people that way too,
A new
Sarah.
flash flood warning has
I
been
know it, I
issued.
think, has helped some people on our channel that are pretty regular viewers, giving them knowledge to kind of analyze storms and helping them with radar data. And a lot of times learning the radar just takes practice, and hopefully the guys that are and girls that are watching it, hopefully you guys can see some of the stuff that I'm talking about. I try to walk people through what I'm seeing. That way, hopefully, some of that radar literacy rubs off on people. This is a decreasing storm. "66-mile-an-hour wind at Findlay, Ohio." That storm still means business. 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds right in that little pocket. Part of northern Ohio is also in a little bit of a radar hole. But that may have been more of a downburst. That storm continues to decrease in intensity. Yeah, they are. I mean, they are TSB. If you see a tornado in the middle of a field, even if it's a weak tornado, it's really awe-inspiring. And yeah, it's just one of those things. Of a lot of nature things are kind of like that. Some of the deadliest things in nature are super crazy, awe-inspiring. Yeah, your storms are breaking up really fast into parts of Missouri there. Still some lightning though. This is a decent like you have more lightning in this part of Missouri than they have in Indiana. Almost 1,000 lightning strikes, 839 lightning strikes. Most of those are across eastern parts of the along the I-55 corridor. Hmm. Yeah, that's about right. It's less of a line of storms at the moment. Keep an eye on those ones. They're going to miss most of the Northwest Arkansas metro. They may skirt into areas like Fayetteville. I haven't seen as much lightning there yet. Oh, there's some. Yeah, that camera hasn't seen as much lightning as I expected. Yeah, it's more like gusty showers. It's not as much a full complex of severe storms anymore. And yeah, this leading edge, that outflow boundary, these storms are not catching that outflow boundary. So basically, almost zero chance of a tornado across that whole outflow boundary. This storm continues. Okay, yeah, that's still south of Lubbock area in Texas. O'Donnell, Texas, 70-mile-an-hour winds, Lynn and Garza County. Moving south at 25 miles an hour. Quarter-size hail also in that storm. Yeah, that's still a nasty storm there. Pretty low populated area, but La Mesa, Gale, the La Mesa Airport, Hancock, and Key are in that warning polygon. Sounds good, Sarah. Yeah, you should be okay there, Sarah, too. Have a good night, guys. Have a good night, Christine. Looks like they're not going to re-up that severe thunderstorm warning across the areas around Ann Arbor. A couple little pockets of severe wind in here potentially still, but those are diminishing rather quickly across the Detroit metro. Some stronger storms: Northville Township, Plymouth Township, Van Buren Township, Canton. Yeah, that's along the 275 corridor, approaching the Detroit metro airport with some gusts. But that storm does seem to be sub-severe now. Still probably going to be some chaos for the airport, but strong storms pushing through White Lake, Michigan. Toledo, those gusty storms are headed your way. Let's see, the severe threat is diminishing across the areas around Findlay, Fostoria, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, those storms have backed off quite a bit, and we're seeing really low severe warnings across this area too. 12 o'clock, yeah. That warning expires in about 10 minutes. Sounds good, Christine. I think you said you're up by Indianapolis, right? You're through the main batch of storms already too. Looks like those storms are pushing into areas in Cincinnati around Fairfield, Hamilton. A little bit of a stronger cell right there. Actually, I should probably turn on the I don't have them on all the time, but I should turn on the special weather statements. Yeah. Okay. I figured we'd have some special weather statements here. Special weather statement for 50-mile-an-hour winds. That's basically just below severe limits. Blue Jay, Cleves, Norwood, Newtonsville, Loveland, Forest Park, basically the northern suburbs of Cincinnati. And then also west of there, out towards Manchester, Osgood, and Holton, 40-mile-an-hour gusts. And yeah, those Detroit storms have also been replaced by a special weather statement. 50-mile-an-hour gusts for the Detroit metro. And that checks out because we've seen some gusty winds still showing in this storm. Yeah, gusty winds pushing through Garden City, Inkster, Livonia, West Bloomfield up to Pontiac, Michigan. And then things kind of relax as they get further north into the Flint metro. No more severe threat across central Michigan, northern Michigan, or western Michigan. And we do have that cluster still around Newton, Louisville, Olney, and Flora back in south central parts of Illinois. Still seeing some pockets in here of some 60-plus mile-an-hour winds. 60 to 65 around the Louisville, Sailor Springs, and Flora areas. Those, let's get an idea on how those are. Those are kind of working south, but the cluster within that is working a little bit southeasterly. Limited tornado threat. Those are also started to push outflow boundaries in here. Yeah, mostly just downburst winds in there. They'll probably just, I'm guessing they're just going to keep it because it goes another 2 hours. Especially for like this area here, they may, let me turn some of this off so you can see. I would guess they might trim some of this up, but they probably will leave like this area of the watch just in case. These storms are kind of still moving east and south, so the whole complex is kind of shifting to the south, but those individual storms within that complex are shifting east. So they may even add a couple counties like this area here. Wouldn't be surprised if they add a couple counties to that watch real quick. But otherwise, yeah, this area, they'll probably drop those watches fairly soon. Potentially in about 6 minutes at the midnight hour. That other cell around Joplin and Carthage. Let me check that real quick. Yeah, nothing much. It does have a special weather statement. Come up in intensity just a little bit. There's a little pocket of hail potentially in there. Maybe a little pocket of hail near Reeds, Missouri. If you still know in Joplin, whoops, I just grabbed the wrong thing. Those storms are through the Joplin area. They're all on the south side of town, down towards I-49 and 44. And this cell near Carthage is actually working east of Carthage now. So not as much of a severe threat. No, don't think so tonight. And those cells are right on the cold front. So after that, there's no severe threat the rest of the night for Joplin. Still seeing gusting winds, some lightning and thunder, northwest Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma. This cell, special weather statement around Wichita Falls. Actually, still a little bit of rotation. That's still a little supercell in here with some surprises. It actually isn't severe warned. But yeah, still a nasty cell right there. Yeah, Joplin looks good for tonight. Their next severe weather chance is probably going to be Saturday. Let's see. Yeah, Saturday. Much of Missouri in a slight risk. but it looks like it's a little more centered across like the Kansas City metro. And yeah, tomorrow, if you know anyone on the East Coast, tomorrow is a wind day for the East Coast, especially right there from Northern Virginia, most of Maryland, Eastern Pennsylvania, almost all of New Jersey. Storms are closing in on the Detroit area, and actually they're outflow dominant as well. You just can't, a little harder to tell, but there's a small outflow boundary, basically right just the leading edge of that. You can see it more in the wind profile. It's a little bit more of a wind surge. So good news for the Detroit area. That's going to continue to weaken those storms. And yeah, strong storms probably starting to relax a little bit through the Toledo area. 12:15, that warning goes till 12:30, 12 o'clock. We should see some warnings drop off here in the next couple minutes. What do we have? We have 10 warnings right now. Yeah, I'm working on it. I think probably, well, I was going to work on it this week, but we've had so much severe weather. I haven't had much like channel background stuff. I've worked on mostly in the mornings, forecasting, getting the channel ready, graphics, and then live. So next week, I think I should have some memberships up. And I'm sure some of our regulars might join. There's the new warning. Haven't seen a new warning in a little while. Adair and Cherokee counties. That's into eastern Oklahoma. Yeah. 60-mile-an-hour gusts, maybe some quarters. Moving east at 40. Oh, yeah, that part of the storm is moving a little more easterly. So, yeah, this is going to get towards Fayetteville and Greenland and West Fork. It's kind of turned a little bit. It is moving into Arkansas a little more. Hmm. Lightning has come down, I believe, on that. Or about held its own. Yeah, members may be coming next week. I've been trying to build a Discord out, but I just haven't had the time either. But potentially have the Discord up and running next week. If you're new here, TSB, I don't recall you in the chat much. Make sure you like and subscribe because we'll definitely cover Southern Indiana by well, hopefully not much this year, but last year we were covering Southern Indiana. It seemed like every weekend, and the Ohio Valley. I think I'm very close to it, Cruz. I have to like check my numbers and stuff again, but I'm pretty sure I hit my numbers like the other week, and I just need to do some background checks and stuff on the like the channel checks and things, and have like Google check the channel to make sure I'm in good standing or something. These storms are falling apart west of the Columbus area. There's the warnings dropped off west of Columbus. And let's see. TSB, those storms should be on you guys right now, pretty much. Let's see. Where is that? Yeah, French Lick and Orleans. You guys are probably getting a little bit of that gusty wind right now. But yeah, these aren't even much like storms anymore. These are some gusty showers with maybe some lightning. A little bit more concentrated storms back here west of Vincennes. They've dropped that warning though. Yeah, strong storms, not as severe as they were earlier. Hey, Disconnect. How's it going tonight? Kelsey, how's it going? Awesome. Thanks for subscribing too there, TSB. You've been cool in the chat too. Kelsey, hello. Christine, I thought you were on the other day. Oh, Christine, are you from Evan's channel? Hey, Mama G. Hey, Tommy, how's it going? Thank you for the sub. Mama G, hello. You've been in before. Yeah, I think I should have them up and running soon. Although, Cruz, I have to figure out what I want to do with the memberships, though. But I'll ponder that one. Hey, Christian, welcome back. I recognize Christian from the other day. Christian, are you in Ohio? Is that right? We're watching some of these Ohio storms. Yeah, I just have to go through the checks and stuff, but it looks like I hit my numbers, so that's good. Yeah, I mean that's an amazing story of survival and perseverance and everything. That is something that you can definitely, even though you have a lot of, bad memories from it and PTSD, I mean that is something that you can take with you, that perseverance and that process that you've gone through since then. Hey Matt, aka Fuzzy. I feel like Matt, you've been in the chat before every once in a while. Welcome back. Yeah, I don't know. Aguacero didn't have a great day today, Christian. I was scrambling earlier. But yeah, I do have backup stuff here, so we pulled up on the backup side of things and able to get it done, but it does seem to be working now. So the last couple hours. I don't know if it happened to you, Christian, but I told Cruz it gave me a brand new update a little while ago.
Has been issued.
Version 5.8.13, and that seems to have fixed it. Yes, guys, thank you. Like and subscribe. How's everybody doing tonight? We had some of our, looks like guys coming over from Stormcat. You guys had probably some crazy discussions already over there, but today was a day. Today was one of the more potent days of severe weather, I think, for tornadoes, at least so far in 2026 that I can think of. We had some big tornadoes today, and actually, I haven't seen a lot of damage reports. I have seen some chaser videos of tornadoes, but I'm sure we'll find out more tomorrow. It potentially looks like we had at least a couple significant to maybe even violent tornadoes today. Oh, shoot. There is some damage video, looks like, from the Strader area. Doesn't look great. So yeah, we've had a pretty significant tornado day today. Looks like things did verify pretty spot on by the Storm Prediction Center. Thank you, Mama G. Yes, like and subscribe. That's that helps out the channel quite a bit. So, yeah, eventually memberships and stuff that might help and all that. But liking and subscribing helps because it does get the algorithm to kind of kick in, and YouTube sends out some positive vibes with liking and subscribing quite a bit, and helps us get the word out to more people and spread some safety messages. So yeah, liking and subscribing can do quite a bit of help. I haven't seen any, but I haven't really dug into the details of the damage. I've just seen just recently some more damage videos from storm chasers and stuff. But let me see if I can find a little bit of information. I try not to pull too much fatality or injury reports from social media because that changes quite a lot. But if I can find a source, there's been a few injuries. This is from NBC Chicago around the Strader area. Damage to structures was reported by the National Weather Service and Illinois State Police. Looks like there's been some people rescued that were trapped in piles of debris. But yeah, don't see a ton of like statistical information. Hello, Ems. Yeah. Oh, it's even harder now. Just used to be able to pretty much trust, like someone would have to really go crazy on Photoshop to Photoshop like severe weather. But now I gotta kind of look at every single picture before I retweet it and make sure it's a legit picture, thanks to AI and all that. Yeah, social media is a little bit harder to trust now. So for anyone in Ohio and stuff, we have a special weather statement, a big line of special weather statements here. This covers western Ohio down to about the Cincinnati area and parts of southeast Indiana. Basically, severe storms earlier, these are now gusts to about 40 to 50 miles an hour. Really not a hail threat, really not a tornado threat anymore. It's mostly a line of gusty showers with some lightning in it. And just on the lightning, we've dropped in the last 30 or hour or so, we've dropped over half the amount of lightning has dropped off. So that is a big indicator these storms are continuing to weaken. Thanks, Cruz. Yeah, you were on for a while. Another big day. Yeah, rescues are good. It sounded like fairly minor injuries. The story I just read from the NBC Chicago said the person was talking and stuff. They may have had a broken limb or something, but good to be generally in good health. So I think they were going to go get checked out. But yeah, some of those areas in north central Indiana and also into Illinois, this area had a pretty big run of severe weather. Let's see. Go back and take a look and see any more storm reports too. Hail has not been a factor, but the winds have been a pretty big factor. And then here's your tornado reports. And we counted them earlier. I think it was about 25 tornado reports. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Probably one tornado across this area, 10 or 11. I think at least 1 and 2. Yeah, 1, 2, yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This was one tornado, 9. This was a second tornado, 10. I lost track. Okay. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Thought we had a tornado report earlier in Michigan. Oh, and then it didn't count the couple of the other tornado reports. This is a tornado report. This is a tornado report. So 26, 27, probably close to like 30 tornadoes, give or take, at least. And that may not count any of the QLCS tornadoes that we've had since then, too. So it's been a busy day. I mean, I haven't seen a ton of damage videos yet, but they're probably significant tornadoes. I don't think we've probably have had an EF4. I don't know if we've had officially a violent tornado today. I would guess just by looking at the damage, some of it looks like EF3 damage, but I try not to pre-rate too much here because it does depend on a lot of the building structure. Probably at least some mid to high end EF3 from what I'm seeing so far. Although I haven't seen any damage videos from that tornado that was PDS warned in northwestern Indiana. That was a fairly long track tornado near the Kuntz area earlier. That tornado was on the ground for quite a while. Public report of a tornado. Storm chaser video of a tornado. Spotter. The one good thing is it may have missed some of these towns. It missed Hebron. It may have missed Kuntz by just like a little bit, kind of tracking up like this. Yeah, the one that I put the tornado emergency on, that's some of the structures that I saw. Let me look at that again. Oh, it took out a solar farm. I don't know if we have damage indicators for that. That one was probably a strong tornado. It does have ground scouring. Drone footage shows ground scouring and severe tree damage. Completely destroyed a solar farm along Illinois Highway 89. So that one could be, depending on how they rate those, that could be some borderline EF4. Depends what it hit though. That's the thing. Our EF scale is great, but it is a damage indication. It's not necessarily a true indicator of the max strength of tornadoes. And the Dow team, the Doppler on wheels, Dr. Werman and his team has a fairly recent peer review article that does detail that tornadoes are generally rated under their wind speed with all the data that the Dow has collected over the years. So yeah, generally we do underrate tornadoes compared to the actual wind speed. Looks like that Washburn tornado earlier threw debris about 30,000 feet. So that is going to be a pretty significant tornado. And visually, it looks like a significant to borderline violent tornado too. Visually from the videos. Yeah, you can see some rapid upward movement on the tornado. I can't share the video, but it has debris swirling around it and up. You don't see a lot of debris falling out. So it has a ton of vertical motion. Yeah, that one's probably one of the stronger ones today. Oh, I share it on social media. So some of those clips you can go to socials. I think that works. Yeah, follow us on X. X has a lot of the storm chasers on it, so they post stuff, and especially right now, most of the storm chasers are back in their hotels, so they're going over all the footage they got. So yeah, the last couple hours, there's been a lot of video dumps on social media for the storm chaser footages. Yeah, yeah. If I show it, then I'm gonna get a copyright strike or something. So. Still some strong storms. They're not severe right now, pushing into western parts of Indiana, Linton, Worthington, Bruceville. These are some louder storms, a little bit more lightning in them. But let's see. The wind has come down on those. Sounds good, Mama G. Have a good night. Yeah, the Indiana storms, most of them are way below severe limits. They're not even really storms anymore. This whole area from Cincinnati all the way through Bedford and near Bloomfield, pretty much just gusty showers. That's just north of that French Lick area. There are some stronger storms still kind of pushing in from the west. They are not tornadic. They're not even severe at the moment, but they're a little bit more of a concentrated area of weather. But those may get somewhere towards there. They're still kind of drifting to the east-southeast. I lost where that French Lick area. Okay, there's French Lick. So yeah, those may get over to you. Maybe a little bit loud. Maybe an isolated wind gust out of there. There's maybe some isolated damaging wind chances. But tornado risk pretty much diminished across this area. And same for Ohio. There's a chance of some isolated damaging winds, but yeah, not even seeing a lot anymore in this this warning. This warning ends at 12:30. This honestly, I mean, the severe weather watch might actually be overkill because I don't think we're gonna get much more. I don't think we're gonna get any redevelopment. It looks like this line segment has faded faster than maybe earlier model data showed, so they put out the weather watch just in case. Yeah, continues to basically those storms fall apart across northern Ohio. It keeps kind of a little bit of storm clusters busy in the Ohio Valley, still through southern Indiana, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And then finally kind of sagging south of Louisville into northern Kentucky, like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. And this is some new model data. This shows a little bit more activity into southern Missouri, which is new compared to previous model runs, but we're not looking at a big overnight severe threat. Model data still wants to be generous in eastern Oklahoma and take that cluster of storms south and kind of work it along the Oklahoma and Arkansas line. So we'll see if that happens. It wants to kind of put together a fairly organized cluster into the Arklatex by morning. And then we'll watch the East Coast later too. Yeah, there's our day 2 risk, or for Eastern and Central time zone people, it's our day 1 risk. This is the risk for Friday, from Montreal all the way down to areas there in the Central Appalachians. And there is a pretty actually distinct wind risk also in here. Let's see. Tornado risk is pretty much right now 0. I wouldn't be surprised if they put a 2% tornado risk or something. The wind risk is kind of medium high, kind of yeah, medium. I guess basically a medium wind risk from northern parts of Virginia, much of Maryland, eastern Pennsylvania, New Jersey, into the Catskills. I would. I mean, especially TSB, if you have a weather radio or your phone alerts turned on, that'll get you any warnings. These storms are a little bit loud, but they're outflow dominant. They're not severe at the moment. They're not tornadic. As long as they stay kind of behind this outflow boundary, they should be pretty much not tornadic. And then, yeah, the other storms are slowly kind of making their way towards you. But they're not even storms anymore. They're really just like showers. Yeah, I guess the models might pick up on those storms. I guess the models are picking up on these storms that kind of go towards the Paducah, Kentucky area by morning. Those have developed a little bit more. They're not severe, but there's more of them. It's interesting to see the models adjust from basically hour to hour. Those were special weather statement storms earlier around the Joplin area. Those have weakened quite a bit. They were special weather statements for some gusty winds and small hail. The hail cores have come down, and it looks like the wind profiles come down. Flash flooding across eastern Oklahoma. Still a strong complex of storms into areas around Fayetteville, West Fork, down to Mountainburg, and then back into eastern Oklahoma around Fort Gibson. Severe warning there continues for Adair County and Cherokee counties. Yeah, Cruz, it does look like Aguacero is working again. It did give me an update, I don't know, a couple hours ago, 5.8.13. So yeah, I guess Cruz, make sure you're up to 5.8.13. And that should, at least for me, that fixed the problem. Oh, I just got a 5.8.14. So after the stream, I'll update that. Yeah, that was the first time I've ever had any glitchiness. We've had plenty of glitchiness on some other weather apps, so I don't fault them at all for that. That was the first time I had any kind of glitchiness, and really any kind of lag. Yeah, so it seems to be working now. But yeah, they must have recognized it because, I mean, why would they put out 2 updates in the evening on a random Thursday night or something? Yeah, I didn't even get a chance to email them because I was so busy with all the severe weather. Oh, I saw your message. Sorry, Cruz. I saw your message about I think sharing my stream on your stream or something. I saw it way later, so I apologize. I missed that completely when we were in the heart of the tornado, basically tornado outbreak, and I was bouncing between. Yeah, that was one of the worst experiences I've had on the streams. We were in the middle of a tornado outbreak, a lot of tornado warnings, PDS tornado warnings, tornadoes on the ground, and I was bouncing between 2 or 3 different weather software trying to get the right data to all of you guys. Let's see, I'm looking at my emails. Yeah, I have no new messages, so no messages unread. So I didn't even get a chance to email them. Oh, geez. Yeah, I saw he started right before me. I was gonna start like right around the time he started, I think at like 3 o'clock. But then I saw the Storm Prediction Center put out their notice that the Storm Prediction Center was gonna have a weather briefing. So then I put out on my socials I was gonna start after that, but I saw then Max started like right away. Because generally I get a little bit more views and followers if I start before he does, because the algorithm does push the big channels fairly hard, not just for weather, but for like any subject. But if you can kind of get going before he does, then I can get some more people. Still seeing some gusty winds. Lake St. Clair. These are now through the Detroit metro, pretty much. Macomb Township, Mount Clemens, eventually over towards areas around St. Clair, and eventually over towards Port Huron. Those are non-severe storms. Gusts to 50, and pretty much those are out. Gusts to 50. They're through Windsor, LaSalle, and then these are converting over to special weather statements as well. So it looks like that warning expires in 3 minutes. That's going to convert to a special weather statement. We're going to be pretty much good to go here. They're also trimming a bunch of these warnings, or not warnings, but watches. Looks like they've trimmed most of this area off. Yeah, that's when I knew something was up when that happened. The tornado warning disappeared, and then it never gave me the tornado emergency. Um, and then yeah, I started to check on some other stuff that I have, and I realized it wasn't giving me other warnings either. And I don't know what happened, but it seems to be solved. Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, the algorithm does hit the big boys pretty hard. So it likely will be. There's no set definition for a tornado outbreak. Um, Generally, I try and kind of put a tornado outbreak at about 20 tornadoes, and I think we're up to maybe like 30. But generally a tornado outbreak is, multiple tornadoes kind of in a general area, and we've definitely had that. If you got 20 tornadoes and they were just some weird day where they were just like all over the country, like that wouldn't necessarily be a tornado outbreak. That would just be like a random event. But because we saw them all basically in this kind of area, that's a pretty defined area. So kind of a regional tornado outbreak, because it is still a fairly small area. I mean, sometimes we do see like Missouri Valley tornado outbreaks where there's a bunch of tornadoes in that area. But yeah, there's not necessarily a set definition. Yeah, Christian, you're in Ohio, right? You're doing okay. 1 warning right now in Ohio. Areas around Tiffin down towards Bucyrus. I think that's how you pronounce that. And they just dropped that. Yeah, 12:30. No warnings there. I don't see a lot of storms reigniting here across Ohio. I'm pretty certain that this severe weather watch that goes until 4 a.m. is going to probably underperform. The strongest storms, if there are still strong storms, are actually moving into Canada right now. And Canada does have a severe weather watch across the southern parts of Ontario. Let me see if they've actually added any Canadian warnings. They have. Severe thunderstorm warning is by Environment Canada, 1:21 in the morning. Oh, and I should switch over. I was in CDT. There it goes. Yes, that was just about 10 minutes ago. Line of severe thunderstorms, Windsor to Wildwood, moving east at 85 kilometers an hour. 85 kilometers an hour is about 50 miles an hour, 52 miles an hour. 90-mile-an-hour winds, that's 60-mile-an-hours. Windsor, Harrow, Colchester, Bell River, Stony Point, Wapple Island, Leamington, Tilbury, Wallaceburg, and Chatham. So yeah, they do have a severe warning for those areas. Southwest Ontario. Yeah, that was yesterday. That went from nothing to. Christian, I was about to wrap up that stream. Oops. Stream just actually went down there for a second too. Yeah, I was about to wrap up the stream last night, Christian, and then all those tornado warnings popped off. I think I am going to wrap up this stream though. We also just had a little bit of a stream glitch anyway, but I'm going to go update my weather app, the aguacero.com, get it up to, what I say, 5.8.14 now. I'm going to get that updated and then take a look at the forecast for tomorrow. Still some gusty showers working through Ohio. They're pretty much on the way out. Some gusty storms across southern Illinois and southern Indiana. And this storm is still kind of a little bit mean around the Spencer area, Bloomfield. Let's take a quick look at that again. Yeah, there's wind in there. There's not much. There's no rotation showing really. It's mostly just a kind of a bowing segment. It's going to probably weaken as it gets into some rain-cooled environment. Oh yeah, it does have an outflow boundary. So some gusty winds still potentially there in southern Indiana, southern Illinois around the Olney area, and then back through areas into St. Genevieve. Some strong storms tonight across parts of the Ozarks and into the Mississippi River Valley. But yeah, severe weather should stay fairly isolated. We're done with the big severe weather outbreak. And then, yeah, still some strong storms across eastern Oklahoma. Storms weakening across Texas. Good night, everybody. Thanks again for hanging in there. Sorry about any of those tech glitches. It seems to be solved on the Radar app, literally with updates live while we're here. So I'm really happy to see that kind of professionalism that they were sending out updates while we were live. But have a good night, everyone, and we'll see you on the next one. Streams are pretty much guaranteed today and yesterday and the day before. A stream tomorrow is probably strongly possible. Yeah. Still seeing a slight risk, a big area of slight risk. A stream tomorrow is probably likely, I guess. And then, unless things are really crazy isolated, but I'll let you guys know on social media. Then also stream is likely on Saturday as well. Good night, guys. Have a great one. Thanks again for hanging out too, all the way from Great Britain, right? You guys are all the way out there, right? Yeah, the Aguacero does have, there's no radar data, but they have the detailed mapping for across the world. So, I don't know, can't say anything, but maybe something for the future. They do have, it looks like, some Pacific radar stations for Pacific systems. So that is a nice update. But yeah. Oh boy, what a severe week. Thanks, guys. Have a good night. Oh, UK? Awesome. I thought so. So yeah. Thanks again for joining us all the way from the UK.